Chapter 1 Roses Before Dawn. Every sound in the market seemed to sharpen at once. Carts creaked over wet stones. A porter swore at a wheel. Somewhere behind me, one of the Covent Garden women laughed as if she had just heard something indecent. The smell of damp straw, crushed narcissus, and hothouse earth rose thick in the chill. And in the middle of it stood the Earl of St. Earth, looking at me as if he had all the time in the world to wait for an answer I could not safely give. I had expected an elderly patron, or a secretary, or at worst a steward with a notebook and poor boots. I had not expected a man like him. He was not dressed for display, which made him more dangerous rather than less. Dark coat, well cut. Gloves still on. Hat under one arm. No ornament beyond a signet ring, and the kind of stillness men carry only when they have long practice being obeyed without asking twice. He was taller than the flower sellers around him by enough to be inconvenient, and looked entirely unlike a gentleman who ought to be standing in market mud before dawn discussing hyacinths. I made the mistake of noticing his eyes first. Gray, I thought. Then no. More exact than gray. The color of cloud when rain has not yet decided itself. "Have you lost your tongue, sir?" called Mrs. Bellamy from 3 stalls down. Or is the gentleman title enough to frighten even a botanist? There are moments in life when one's salvation lies in the coarseness of other women. I turned my head just enough to send her a look I prayed she would understand as be silent and not as help me. Unfortunately, Mrs. Bellamy believed all looks from me meant insolence, and she approved of insolence on principle. "I am not frightened," I said at last, pitching my voice lower by habit. "Only surprised. Earls seldom shop for narcissus before breakfast." His gaze did not move from my face. "Neither do men named Colberry, I imagine." There it was, not direct accusation. Worse, precision. I had spent 3 years becoming Mr. Colberry in workrooms, carriage yards, and under servants' passages. I knew how to stand with my shoulders less gracefully, how to keep my chin slightly lower, how to answer with enough dryness to pass for a gentleman too old for vanity or too occupied for softness. The trick worked best in poor light and among people who cared more for payment than for lineage. It worked less well, I now discovered, before a suspicious earl in excellent boots. "I do not shop," I said. "I select." Mrs. Bellamy snorted. The earl's mouth altered by the smallest degree. "Not enough to be called a smile. Enough to be infuriating," he said. "Then perhaps you may select quickly. I have just engaged the services of Mr. Colberry for my family's exhibition, and I should like to know whether he means to arrive at his own commission disguised as a gardener's assistant." The power in the exchange shifted so fast that I could feel it like cold down the back of my neck. He had engaged me. No, not me. Mr. Colberry, the borrowed gentleman, the admirable invisible fraud who designed the floral architecture of half the season's successful rooms, while I stood behind screens, under service doors, or in plain sight wearing a face no one had been taught to credit. I looked past him toward the cart waiting at the curb. 3 willow hampers. 1 crate of forced branches. The 2 wreath forms, already showing signs of fatigue, because the carrier had come too slowly and the weather too warmly. The exhibition room at Valacourt House would need stripping and rebuilding by noon, if the whole thing was not to look as though spring itself had lost interest in the enterprise. I did not have time for panic. "Your lordship," I said, "because one must call a danger by its proper name if one means to survive it. If you have truly engaged Mr. Colberry, then the first service you may render him is stepping 1 foot to the left so that Wilkes may bring my camellias through without crushing them." He did not move. Of course he did not. Instead he said, very quietly, "If I step to the left, will Mr. Colberry appear?" God, I disliked him at once. Not because he was rude. He was not. Because he was too exact. A rude man may be despised and dismissed. An exact man must be managed. I turned fully then, not toward him but toward the porter struggling with the flower cart behind us. "Wilkes," I said sharply, "if you break 1 branch of that white lilac, I shall have your ears dried and wired into the supper arrangement." Wilkes, who knew me as Miss Colberry when sober and Mr. Colberry when paid enough, went pale and corrected the cart at once. Good. Let the Earl think me a lunatic rather than a lady. When I looked back, he had finally moved the necessary inch. Not out of surrender, out of observation. He wanted to see what I would do with the space. Very well, I used it. I stepped past him, seized the nearest hamper, and lifted the lid. The camellias inside had survived better than I feared. The white ones still held shape. 2 blush blooms had bruised at the edges. I adjusted the moss about their stems and spoke without looking at him. If you have engaged Mr. Colbury, then you know he is not a morning man. I know no such thing. Then your clerk has done you a poor service. I have no clerk in this matter. That made me look up. No clerk, no steward, no aunt with subscriptions and opinions. Then why in heaven's name was an earl at the market himself? He saw the question. He said, "My mother's exhibition has suffered enough delay already. The family does not improve under further public disappointment." Ah, there it was then. Not flowers. Reputation. I knew that pressure. Everyone in London did, in one form or another. Some families needed music, some marriages, some invitations. His, apparently, needed a charitable spring exhibition grand enough to make society forget whatever had come before it. Or at least admire the arrangement while remembering less clearly. That sounds serious, I said. It is expensive. Not the same thing, he said. No. But adjacent. But Mrs. Bellamy, curse her meddling soul, had drifted nearer under pretense of examining jonquils. I saw at once the danger. If she looked too long between us, she would begin to enjoy herself, and women who enjoy themselves at flower markets become historians by noon. I lowered my voice. You must leave. Before meeting the man I have hired. Yes. Why? Because if you continue standing here speaking to me as if I matter, Mrs. Bellamy will tell 3 florists, 1 lady's maid, and a curate's wife before breakfast that the Earl of St. Earth takes private instruction from market girls in muddy boots. By tomorrow, I shall be your mistress or your cousin. By Thursday, both. That, finally, had some effect. His gaze flicked once past my shoulder, took in Mrs. Bellamy, the porters, the barrow boys, the wet confusion of crates and voices. He understood witness faster than I would have liked. Men of his sort often do. They merely dislike admitting that servants and sellers can build a narrative more efficiently than noble relations ever manage. He said, "You are not a market girl." No, but I am standing in the wrong place to be anything better. His eyes came back to my face. And what are you precisely? There was the question. Not who, what. As if he had already understood that whatever I was to society and whatever I was to the work were not likely to be identical. I answered with the first true thing that also served me. The person trying to stop your exhibition from looking cheap. That won from him the smallest exhale, not quite amusement and not yet approval. And is she equal to it? She is the only one you have. A dangerous answer. I heard it too late. His expression changed by a degree, not softened, sharpened. Then perhaps I should insist on proper introductions. No. The word came too quickly. Mrs. Bellamy's head turned. I smiled at once, which hurt the face more than one would think. What I mean is, no. Not here. I bent to adjust the wrapping over the lilac crate as if the flowers themselves had prompted the objection. Your lordship cannot inspect a spring exhibition in a public market as though selecting ribbon. It lowers you. I had not noticed a dangerous height. You are a man. That does not surprise me. There, too sharp, pride hurt, wrong degree of formality. I heard the mistake as soon as it left me. So did he. Yet instead of rebuking me, he said, "And what lowers you, miss?" He stopped. Not because he had become kind, because he had come as close as he dared to naming the trap. Miss. Not Mr. Miss. The word did not sound loudly in the market. It did not need to. It sounded loudly in me. For one horrible instant I thought the game done. That he would say it in full. And all the years of careful arrangement would collapse into gossip, ruin, and unpaid bills before the camellias reached his mother's ballroom. He did not. He'd not. Instead he looked straight at me and said, "What lowers you?" The answer rose at once, bitter and useless and far too true. Being noticed. The space between us altered. Because he heard the truth in it. And because I had not meant to say it. I turned away at once and reached for the next hamper before he could do anything as dangerous as respond. These anemones cannot wait for social catastrophe, I said. Nor can the hothouse roses. If Valacourt House is to have a triumph by tomorrow night, then whoever engages Mr. Colbury must learn this much. First, flowers do not care for rank. They care for timing. And yours is poor. For the first time, he obeyed without argument. He stepped aside, not far, only enough to let Wilkes and the cart pass cleanly through the lane between stalls. Yet he did not leave. Of course he did not leave. No. He had already chosen the more maddening course. He would learn, he said. Very well. Teach me timing. I straightened slowly. Not because of his words. Because of the way he said them. Not flirtation. Not command. A practical arrangement offered with the calm of a man who had just discovered a leak in his own roof, and meant to understand which boards would hold. That was far more dangerous than vanity would have been. Your lordship, I said, retreating into dignity because dignity was cheaper than alarm. If I do that, you will become inconveniently difficult to mislead. I suspect I already am. Yes, I thought. That was the trouble. A flower girl ran by with a basket of primroses. A cartwheel splashed through the gutter. Mrs. Bellamy called out a price so outrageous that even the porters laughed. The market pressed on around us, indifferent as ever to private disasters. I looked at the crate, the hampers, the clock tower beyond the roofs, and finally back at the Earl, who had arrived before dawn to inspect a commission under his own eye, and had somehow, in less than 10 minutes, made my morning infinitely worse and my prospects no clearer. Half an hour, I said. His brows moved almost imperceptibly. That is all. That is all I can safely afford you in public. And after, I said, lifting the first hamper myself because labor was preferable to his eyes on my face. You will go to Valacourt House by the long way, not the direct one, and you will arrive there without me. His gaze dropped to the hamper in my hands. You carry your own stock. Would you prefer I carry yours? No, bah! Then kindly stand clear. He did, again by the necessary inch. I moved past him with the camellias, aware of everything at once, the weight in my arms, the damp on my gloves, Mrs. Bellamy listening, the Earl watching, and the absurd, narrowing fact that by the end of the half hour, I would either have convinced him to preserve Mr. Colbury's existence, or lost the most important commission of the season, before the flowers even left the market. As I set the hamper onto the cart, he said behind me very evenly, and if I choose not to protect the fiction. I did not turn, because if I had he would have seen too much. Then your exhibition, I said, will open with fewer lilies, a worse designer, and a scandal you cannot hang entirely around my neck. He did not answer at once. I hated that already. Men who answer quickly may still be managed. They reveal temperament, vanity, hurt. Men who think before speaking often decide something permanent in the pause, and only afterward permit language to catch up. The Earl of St. Earth had precisely that sort of silence. He said, at present, at last, my exhibition seems dependent on your neck. I shut the hamper lid harder than was strictly necessary. Then let us both pray for its strength. He ought to have been offended. Instead he said, half an hour, Wes. Bejan. No one had ever looked less like a pupil. Still the cart had to move. And flowers possess no sympathy for female reputations or aristocratic temperaments. I climbed up beside the driver's board without assistance, because taking assistance before dawn in Covent Garden is how stories are born, and because I did not trust him close enough to touch my elbow, even civilly. Wilkes clicked his tongue at the horse. The cart lurched forward. For a moment, I thought the Earl meant to mount his own horse and ride away by the broad route I had prescribed. Instead, he fell into step beside the cart. In the mud, in his excellent boots. I stared down at him. That is not the long way. No, it is also not leaving. No. Are you in the habit, I asked, of obeying only the instructions you find charming? I have not yet found yours charming. The answer was so dry that, against all good sense, I nearly smiled. I suppressed it at once by turning to the crates. The market thinned as we rolled out of the worst crush, and into the narrower streets where deliveries went before fashion woke. Dawn had not yet properly lifted. The sky above the roofs was only beginning to pale from black to wet slate. Water ran in thin channels along the stones. At that hour London belonged less to society than to traded milk carts, butcher boys, women with baskets, sweeps, stable lads, and the invisible army required to make a noble house look effortless by noon. I pointed to the nearest hamper. Those are white camellias. They must be unpacked last, after the room is aired but before the taller branches are fixed. The narcissus go in water immediately. The lilac must not be placed near the ballroom fireplaces, or your mother will receive by evening a scent more suitable to a funeral than a spring subscription. He listened. Actually listened. Not with the indulgent attention of men who enjoy hearing women explain things prettily. With the concentrated stillness of a man memorizing the weak points in a bridge before he walks his family over it. He said, "The ballroom. I was told the principal display would be in the conservatory." It would, if your conservatory roof did not sweat like a nervous curate in July. That made him look up at me sharply. "You have seen it." I saw it in winter. And still accepted the commission. Not from patriotism. At that, his mouth altered by the same infuriating fraction as before. "Then what am I purchasing? Time," I said. "Sequence. A room that looks richer than it is. The brief illusion that spring has arranged itself solely for Valacourt benevolence." He walked 3 strides in silence. "That sounds dangerously near mockery." "It is respect," I said. "Mockery would be more expensive." We turned out of the main lane and into a narrower street lined with closed shopfronts and service doors. Here the city grew quieter, the sounds sharper for its hoofbeats, the low groan of wheels, one distant bell. The workroom I had hired for the season stood at the back of a milliner's storage yard 2 streets from his house. Cheap enough to be practical. Private enough to be survivable. My assistants entered by the side gate and left by different routes depending on who had called that day. No lady with sense trusted London entirely to forget what it saw. Mr. St. Earth was still beside the cart. "This would not do. Your lordship," I said, "you have now learned that flowers wilt, that London is damp, and that your roof offends me. The lesson is complete." "No, no," I breathed in through my nose. "Narcissus, wet straw. Male obstinacy. If you persist in accompanying the cart, everyone in this street will remember it by dinner." "I should like them not to." "Then leave," he said. "I should also like to know whether my designer means to continue calling herself a fiction after we arrive." The world narrowed. Wilkes heard nothing. Or pretended not to. Good. He had the conscience of a paid man and the instincts of a cat. The horse kept on at its plodding pace. Somewhere behind us a door opened, and a maid threw out wash water into the gutter. I looked down at him and found him already looking up. Not victorious. Worse. Certain. "What makes you think," I said very quietly, "that I am a woman at all?" He considered the question with offensive seriousness. "I'm reliable. The hands? I work. Wes? That proves nothing," he said. "No. But the moment in which you nearly struck me with a crate, because I used the word miss, did rather more. Heat went through me so fast I thought for one vile second it might show on my face even in that half-light. You imagined that?" "No. How dreadful it is to be met by a man who says no the way other people say good morning." I leaned down slightly, keeping my voice low enough that Wilkes could not comfortably hear even if he chose. "If you expose me in the street, I shall tell every committee woman in Mayfair that your lordship knows the difference between market lilies before breakfast and cares enough to inspect them personally. You will never again enter a ballroom without being asked to judge orange blossom." His expression did not change. "That is the most persuasive threat I have heard in months." Then heated.
"Yeah."
He looked ahead, the yard gate already visible at the end of the street. Its paint peeling in strips the color of old butter. "I do." The answer came too easily. That unsettled me more than if he had fought. The cart turned into the yard. I jumped down before it had fully stopped, and landed badly enough that my ankle protested at once. Nothing dramatic. Only a sharp reminder that haste has a body, and one must pay it somewhere. I ignored it and called for the rear doors to be opened. The side entrance to the workroom stood half concealed behind stacked hat boxes and an appended trestle table. As spaces went, it was not romantic. Damp brick. Cracked flagstones. One narrow upper window. It smelled of greenery, twine, old paste, and yesterday's roses. Which is to say, to me, it smelled like money trying not to look vulgar. Inside, under the first lamp light of the morning, my kingdom waited in excellent disarray. Bucket stands, cuttings, knives, 2 broad worktables, one wall hung with lengths of ribbon sorted by color and expense, moss in trays, wire in coils, 3 half-built arrangements from yesterday's commission to Lady Ormsby, still awaiting collection. At the back, under muslin covers, the first branches for Valacourt House. And in the center of it all, with sleeves already rolled and hair escaping her cap, because she considered discipline affront to nature, stood Bess Hatherley. She turned at the sound of the door. "You are late, Mari." She stopped. Her eyes went from me to the Earl in the doorway and widened exactly once before good sense returned. Bless Bess for that. Another girl would have gasped, or bobbed, or smiled stupidly at rank. Bess only adjusted the muslin cover over the nearest arrangement and said, "The branches arrived warped on one side," which was her way of saying, "I see the danger and I shall not worsen it." "Then we recut," I said. Mr. St. Earth took in the room, the tables, the ribbons, the hothouse damp, the hired labor disguised as taste, Bess in her work apron, me without my borrowed voice, without the cover of darkness and market bustle and male name. There are moments when a secret is not spoken aloud and yet becomes suddenly more naked than if it had been shouted. This was one. He said, "Mary Ann." Bess moved her eyes to me. I gave the smallest shake of the head I dared. Mr. St. Earth saw that too. "Of course he did," he said. "Your assistant appears to know you by a different arrangement." I shut the door myself. Not because it would save me. Because open doors are invitations to disaster. "My assistant," I said, "knows me by the arrangements that keep her employed." The room held still around us. Bess, with more tact than many duchesses, crossed to the far table and busied herself sorting wire by gauge. Wilkes began unloading the hampers without once lifting his gaze above the level of the crates. Men and women who live by other people's concealments often become holy in their discretion. Or at least profitable. Mr. St. Earth removed one glove finger by finger. "Then let us begin properly." "Mary Ann what?" No proper beginning. No family names. No lecture. No noble disgust. You have your answer already. He set the gloves on the nearest table. "That I hired a woman." "That you hired the right person," I said. "The rest is class decoration." His eyes moved once over the room again. Not with contempt. With an accuracy I was beginning to consider a personal offense. "This is where the work is done." "Wes." "And under a man's name." "Wes." For how long? I should have refused him then. I knew it. I had no cause to answer. Yet something in me, sharpened by lack of sleep and market mud and the indecency of being seen too quickly, wanted to force him to hear the thing plainly. 3 seasons. Bess dropped a reel of wire. Not from surprise. From hearing it said aloud before him. Mr. St. Earth did not look away from my face. Wait. That, of course, was the only question he had any right not to ask. Which is precisely why he asked it. I ought to have lied. Said my father had arranged it. Said the market preferred men. Said I had only assisted a retiring relation. All of these things were true enough by fractions to pass in better company. Instead I said, because ladies may arrange flowers in their own drawing rooms for admiration and nothing else. Because if a gentlewoman earns by design, half the ton calls it ingenuity, and the other half calls it trade, and both agree, she ought not to do it in public. Because my father died leaving us more manners than money. Because flowers, unlike noblemen, never objected to being placed where they were useful. He was silent. That silence again. That thinking, measuring, building sort of silence. I began to feel it on my skin the way one feels weather before the rain actually comes down. At length he said, "Does your family know?" "My sister suspects. Mrs. Finch knows exactly enough to save us from starvation without ever being asked a direct question. The rest of London admires Mr. Culbury's arrangements and has never once thought to ask how Mr. Culbury enters a house or leaves it. Bess made a small contemptuous sound over the wire, and I loved her for it. Mr. St. Earth looked toward her. She is trustworthy. Bess answered before I could. I am expensive. His head turned back to me. There again that fractional almost smile. You keep useful staff. I keep staff who prefer wages to moral reflection. Wilkes carried in the last crate and set it down by the wall. Anything else, miss? I heard the word as Mr. St. Earth must hear it, openly, clearly. Finished, miss. There was the confirmation then, not in market instinct, in the room itself. No, Wilkes. Only remember the side lane for collection at 2. Wes, miss. He left. Bess, with the same genius for survival that had made her invaluable to me from the first week, said, I shall trim the damaged lilac in the back, and vanished through the inner door carrying the wire reel and all her understanding with her. That left the Earl and me alone among the buckets. He said, You ought not to have trusted me with this room. I did not, I said. You insisted on arriving in it. A pause. Then, very quietly, Do you think I mean to destroy you? The question was so direct that for a second I could not answer at all. Because the truth was more difficult than no and far uglier than yes. I think, I said carefully, that men in your position destroy things all the time without meaning to. Especially when those things cannot be publicly acknowledged without inconvenience. He looked at me a long moment. Then he said, That is not the same as malice. No, I said, only damage. There are words that, once spoken aloud in a workroom at dawn, alter every later bargain before it is made. I knew that. I could feel the room changing around them. Mr. St. Earth turned slowly and rested one gloved hand on the edge of the worktable nearest him. He said, I have no intention of exposing you in the street. There it was. Not apology, not promise of safety, only one precise line drawn against immediate catastrophe. I crossed my arms. In the street, I repeated. His gaze did not shift. I am still deciding what to do elsewhere. And there it was, the true danger at last. He knew. He would not shout it. He had not yet chosen silence. My heart gave one hard traitorous beat that seemed to sound in the buckets and the glass and the wet stems all around us. Very well, I thought, so now at last we arrive at the expensive part. I moved to the nearest crate and cut the twine with a knife sharper than his conscience had any right to be. Then, your lordship, I said, not looking up, I suppose you had better see what exactly your decision will cost. He stood where he was. That, I think, was the first indication that he might prove more troublesome than the average gentleman, and less foolish than I had prayed. Most men, once admitted to the machinery behind elegance, rush at once to one of two responses. They either grow embarrassed on behalf of their sex and begin apologizing for society in broad useless phrases, or they become practical too suddenly and start laying hands on things they do not understand. The Earl of St. Earth did neither. He merely looked at the tables, at the buckets with their tied labels, at the half-finished Ormsby arrangement under muslin, at the ribbons sorted by price rather than color, at the damaged lilac, at the camellias waiting to be coaxed back into looking expensive enough for his mother's friends to admire without guessing how much of admiration is simply management. Then, after what felt like a very long while, he said, Show me. I set down the knife. What? The cost. There are moments when a person who's built her life on concealment ought to feel alarm at being taken literally. I ought, for instance, to have heard danger in his answer. I ought to have thought there, he means to discover every vulnerable point in the room and use it later like a solicitor with a private grudge. Instead, infuriatingly, some treacherous practical part of me thought only at last. Very well then, let him see. I pulled the muslin from the nearest arrangement. Lady Ormsby's dining table. 12 places. One long low sweep in white and pale green, because Lady Ormsby believed color a kind of moral lapse after supper. The outer line was still sound. The inner roses had begun to brown at the petal edges, because her coachman had forgotten the collection yesterday, and because she would, naturally, blame me when she saw them rather than the heat of her own staircase hall. "These go first," I said. "No delay. She dines at 8, receives at 7, and if they are not on her table by 6, I shall hear of it for a month." His gaze moved over the arrangement. "They look finished. They look finished to men." He looked at me. I hated that I nearly enjoyed saying it. I bent and turned one rose with my fingertips. Here bruised. Here beginning to open too wide. By candlelight it will look vulgar. And here. I touched a stem hidden under fern. He said, "Weak wiring. Bess did it yesterday in poor light. It will dip by evening, which means I must rebuild half the inner line before the thing leaves the room. And Lady Ormsby will never know." Of course not. If she knew how much labor stood between her and effortless taste, she would call it trade and dismiss me from the house. "You are already dismissed from the house. Mr. Culbury is invited in your place." There it was. Not accusation. Merely the simple structure of the problem set upright between us. "Yes," I said. "Which is why Mr. Culbury must continue to exist." I moved to the next table where the branches for Vallecourt lay in shallow tubs. Apple blossom forced too early, 1 crate of narcissus, 3 camellia hampers, and a quantity of green that would make the whole room look costly if placed high and sparingly and look funereal if placed low and thick. Flowers are not unlike families in that respect. Too much honesty at once and everything appears exhausted. "Your exhibition," I said, "begins in your conservatory and ends in the ballroom." Which is already a mistake, Bo. "How so?" "Because people ought to enter scent before they enter color. If they are hit with both at once, the room feels as if it wishes to impress them rather too violently. That is forgivable in a banker's wife, not in an old title trying to recover good opinion." He was still for a beat. Then, "Recover, bah. Surely you did not think I took the commission in innocent ignorance." "What do you know?" "That your mother's charitable exhibition is being spoken of as a necessary triumph rather than a pleasure. That some public embarrassment last autumn made your family suddenly eager to be useful at scale. That invitations went out too quickly, committee ladies were selected too carefully, and one does not engage an anonymous designer by personal visit before dawn unless one's patience with disappointment is already worn thin." He listened without visible offense. That was a new and unhelpful discovery. At length he said, "My younger brother made a speech at a county dinner that should never have left a private table. Political. Wes. Cruel. Rural. Worse. Stupid." I blinked. Not because noble families never produced stupid men. God knew they did. But because he had said it so flatly, with no reflex of brotherly defense and no flourish of martyrdom. Only fact. It made him seem both colder and more honest than was comfortable. "And society," I said, "has decided your family must now redeem itself by benevolence and tasteful bulbs, in essence. That is viciously efficient of them." "Yes." For a second, the room held only the drip of water from one of the cut stems onto the boards. Then I laughed. I did not mean to. I certainly did not mean to in front of him. Yet the laugh escaped anyway. Short and without elegance, because the whole thing was too exact to be borne in solemnity. His brother had talked badly at dinner, and now I was expected to save an earldom with hyacinths under a dead man's name while the earl himself stood in my workroom and asked excellent questions in outrageous boots. He did not laugh, but he did look at me as if the sound had altered some small calculation. "You find this amusing?" "I find it London," I said. "That is not the same thing." He accepted that with the same infuriating calm as everything else. "And if the exhibition fails?" I looked at the branches, at the room, at the market dirt drying in even crescents on the hem of my skirt. "Then your mother's subscriptions shrink. The ladies who now praise your useful seriousness begin murmuring that grief and scandal have unsettled the Vallecourts, more than was supposed. And by next week another house hosts a musicale, and everyone decides that perhaps one should not depend too heavily on noble reform when old blood has become uncertain." His eyes were on me. That is a great deal to read from flowers. "No," I said. "From women." There was that silence again, not empty. "Measuring," he said at last. And what if I expose you? There it was. Not hidden in the next hour, not dressed as concern, clean at last. I turned fully toward him. Then you lose me, Pi. That is not the same as losing the exhibition. No, I said. You also lose the exhibition. He did not object. Why? Because no one else does what you have seen here, I thought. Because every floristry shop in London can produce symmetrical nonsense by noon if paid. Because no one else understands that a charitable room must flatter both generosity and rank without looking either hungry or smug. Because your mother's committee chose Mr. Colbury precisely is because no one knows where he sleeps and therefore no one can condescend to him properly before hiring him. What I said was, because the work is mine. He took that in. Not the sentence only, the claim beneath it, under a false name. Yes. So if I am to trust the work, I must trust the woman I cannot publicly engage. Now, that was interesting. You are thinking like a man with a problem. I am a man with a problem. No, I said. You are a man with a room full of committee ladies and a mother who needs applause. I am the problem. He looked almost offended by the neatness of that and then decided, perhaps, that it was too accurate to challenge. He said, Very well. What do you require? There are sentences, one waits years to hear from the right sort of man, and then wishes, when they come, that they had chosen a less dangerous mouth. I crossed to the table, pulled one of the sketched layouts from under the weights, and flattened it between us. First, no more appearances at the market. Agreed. Second, if you must inspect the work, you inspect it where I say, and when no one of consequence is likely to see us together unless I choose otherwise. One might almost think you are dictating terms. I am. Do keep up. A brief pause. Then, continue. Third, your servants are told only that Mr. Colbury is difficult, old-fashioned, private, and never wishes to be received through principal rooms unless unavoidable. Ah, that last will be difficult. It will be impossible if you continue meeting me before dawn in public. I have agreed not to. Good. Let us all celebrate your progress. He should have found me unbearable. I would have found me unbearable. Yet again he merely listened, which was becoming intolerably effective. I tapped the plan. The rooms at Valacourt must be treated as 3 separate acts. Conservatory first impression, ballroom triumph, supper room relief. If your committee interferes with the sequence, they will have spent a fortune to look uncertain. My committee always interferes. Then control them. That sounds expensive. You are an earl. That is often expensive. I nearly smiled again. Nearly. Bess returned then from the back room with cut lilac in one hand and a coil of fresh wire in the other. She took one look at the table between us, and instantly understood that the balance in the room had altered. She asked, Do I continue with Lady Ormsby? Me, yes. Rebuild the inner roses and cut out every bloom that looks sentimental out. Then there will be nothing left. Precisely, I said. Lady Ormsby will be comforted. Bess snorted and went to work. Mr. St. Earth watched her hands for one moment. She knows the designs. She assists with execution. Does she know the name? Mine or his? His gaze came back to me. You divide yourself rather efficiently. That is because no one else has offered the service. He looked at the plan. And if I agree to all this, there it was, the real threshold. Not exposured. Not yet. Terms. I lowered my voice not because Bess would overhear. Bess had already forgotten us in favor of Lady Ormsby's roses, but because speaking the next part aloud seemed to make it more exact. If you agree, I said, then Mr. Colbury remains your designer in every public record connected to the exhibition. Bills, notes, committee queries, the lot, and privately. Privately you know the truth and have the privilege of never using it badly. That made him look up. Privilege. Yes. An unusual word for blackmail. I stared at him. Your lordship, if I were blackmailing you, I should begin with your conservatory roof and finish with your family's current desperation to look useful. To my astonishment, that won from him something nearly like amusement. Real enough this time to touch his eyes and vanish again. He said, Very well. Publicly, Mr. Colbury. Privately. He let the phrase rest and then finished it with maddening deliberation. Privately, All decisions pass through me. I went still. No, that was not what I had expected, and I disliked on the spot how much I disliked it. What? If I am to preserve the fiction, then I require control over where and how the work is seen. One public error, one improperly timed appearance, one committee lady catching the wrong tone between us, and the exhibition turns from redemption to scandal. My family cannot survive another season of being laughed at. Your family's survival is not improved by treating me like a clerk. He said, no. It is improved by my being able to answer for what is done under my roof. Heat climbed at once into my face. Under your roof. This work is mine. Yes. Then I answer for it, he said. You answer for design. I answer for exposure. There was just enough truth in that to make it hateful. I looked at the sketched rooms, the branches, the buckets, the whole absurd kingdom built under a false masculine hand, and understood all at once that he had found the precise place where my need and his met and bruised one another. He could not do the work. I could not safely receive the room. Therefore neither of us could proceed without swallowing the other in some small measure. I said, that is intolerable, Wes. Then why propose it? Because tolerable arrangements are usually lies. I could have thrown the plan at his head. Instead I said, and what do I gain in return for this offensive supervision? He answered at once, my silence. Full room access by my authority. Control of deliveries through my staff instead of committee ladies. And if anyone questions Mr. Culberry's absence or methods, they answer to me. I was silent now. Not because he had won, because I was counting, silence, access, staff routes, shielding from committee women, the right to move through Valacourt House, under his cover and at his direction. It was not freedom. No, but it was more than I had expected from an earl who had discovered his celebrated designer was a woman in muddy boots before dawn. And it was enough to save the commission. Bess cut 3 roses in swift succession behind me. I said, you make tyranny sound almost orderly. I make order sound necessary. That is a very male distinction. Possibly. I looked at him. Really looked this time, not as problem or threat or rank, but as the man now trying, in his own impossible manner, to build a structure both of us might stand inside without being crushed by it. It was intolerably inconvenient. Very well, I said at last. You may have your precious oversight. You may have your secrecy. I had it already. He said, no, quietly. You had concealment. This is something else. That landed harder than I cared to admit. He took up the room plan. We begin with the conservatory and cut the central height by 1/3. My head snapped up. What? The room is too ambitious. It is magnificent. It is crowded. It is lush. It is anxious. I stared at him. He placed one finger on the sketched entrance line. Your first room should not look as if it wants forgiveness. For one wild, furious second I was less offended than shocked. Because he was right, not entirely. Never entirely. But enough. I leaned over the table, my hand flattening beside his on the paper. Cut the central height and the eye will climb too fast to the roof line. Then redirect it. With what? He said, discipline. I should have despised him for that answer. Instead the room changed. Not romantically. God forbid. Practically. Creatively. Dangerously. Because for the first time, he had not merely bargained over my secret or his family's reputation. He had entered the work, and understood it. Bess looked up. She said, oh no. We both turned. She gave me a long-suffering look. That was the face you made when Lady Fenthorpe told you orchids were vulgar and you spent 6 hours proving her right in lilac. Mr. St. Earth's mouth moved. Not quite a smile. Enough. Enough, I said. Bess, if you value your wages. She said, I value my entertainment more, cheerfully, and went back to Lady Ormsby's roses. I looked at him across the plan, still furious, still trapped, and now, to my deep annoyance, interested. Very well, I said. Show me where you would redirect it. Show me where you would redirect it. The words were out before I could resent them properly. Mr. St. Earth did not waste the invitation. He took up the pencil lying beside the plan and, instead of seizing the page as though rank had taught him geometry, waited exactly long enough for me to refuse him. I did not. He drew one line. Only one. A diagonal pull from the conservatory entrance away from the central height and toward the side run of flowering quince I had intended merely as support. The alteration was slight enough to be insolent and intelligent enough to be dangerous. He said, "If the eye goes here first," tapping the new line once, "the roof matters less. The room appears longer, more deliberate, more controlled," I said. "Yes. You have a dreary soul ball." Frequently. I took the pencil from him and redrew the side structure higher by 2 inches. If I let the quince take the first look, then the narcissus must be grouped lower or the whole thing becomes a sermon. A sermon on what? Restraint, which no one attends a spring exhibition to admire. He watched my hand move over the plan. I should have disliked that too. Being watched while working is an intimacy more exhausting than many embraces, because one has nothing to hide behind except competence, and any flaw becomes a species of nakedness. Yet he watched without interrupting, which was somehow worse. He made no false noises of admiration, no easy comment meant to flatter. He only looked as if the answer mattered and he meant to understand it before he spoke again. He said, "That." After a moment. "His better." I glanced up. "You surrender quickly." "I surrender only when corrected." I almost laughed and would have despised myself for it, so I turned at once to Bess. "The Ormsby roses," she said, "saved from sentiment. Then wrap them. Wilkes must take them now." Bess did not move immediately. Her eyes went between us once, with the particular warness of a woman who has spent enough time in hired rooms to know, when power has shifted, and not yet decided whether the new arrangement will kill her wages or merely improve them. She asked, "Are we still going to Valacourt by the side entrance?" Mr. St. Earth answered before I could. "Yes." Bess looked at me. Well then, there it was. My first public diminishment under the new terms, and accomplished not by any dramatic act of betrayal, but by a man answering in my workroom as if my route had become his to confirm. "Yes," I said. "The side entrance." Bess nodded and set to work at once. She was too sensible to take offense on my behalf while flowers still waited to be wired. Mr. St. Earth picked up his gloves from the table. He said, "Your equipment follows in my second cart. The branches and larger stands go directly to the conservatory. You and your assistant arrive 20 minutes later through the garden court. My mother and the committee ladies will still be in the breakfast parlor then." I stared at him. "You arranged all that already?" "Yes." "1. Hen. This morning. You came to the market already having ordered my movement," he said. "I came having ordered the movement of rooms, carts, and servants because exhibitions are built on sequence, not hope. I ought to have been outraged. I was outraged." Unfortunately, he was also right. "You are insufferable," I said. "So I have been told." "Wes," said Bess from behind a wall of roses, but not usually by women who then keep listening. I turned on her. "If you wish to retain all your fingers, Bess." "She may keep them," said Mr. St. Earth. "I am beginning to find her useful." Bess's grin flashed and vanished at once as she bent over her work. Sensible girl. Never enjoy a lord too openly before the account is paid. I crossed to the wall hooks and took down my plain work pillows, the one respectable enough to pass through service courts and ugly enough to be forgotten afterward. I had scarcely put one sleeve into it when he said, "No." I froze. "No. No, Brown. Not at my house." I looked at him slowly. "You intend to govern my pillows now." "I intend to prevent the committee from mistaking you for the wrong level of servant." "That would save us all trouble." He said, "No. It would create the wrong kind." I could not believe we were discussing color in earnest while camellias waited, and London continued being wet outside. What precisely is wrong with Brown? Brown disappears. Excellent, no. You are not to disappear. The room held still. Bess stopped touching wire. Even the buckets seemed to listen. I felt heat come up so fast I despised my own blood. Mr. St. Earth, apparently aware at last that he had stepped 1 inch beyond utility into something the room could not safely carry, said more evenly, "If you disappear into the staff, no one can take instruction from you without notice. If you are too fine, they will question why. Therefore, He looked toward the hooks and selected, with appalling decisiveness, my dove, gray pelisse with the narrow dark braid, at the collar. That. I took the pelisse from his hand perhaps a shade more sharply than grace required. You choose women's clothing with unnerving confidence. I choose visible rank. It is not the same thing. No, I said. Only adjacent. I put it on. He was right naturally. The gray left me genteel enough to move among upper servants, poor relations, companions, and those useful feminine categories society sees without properly seeing. It would allow me to exist in Valacourt House without vanishing, and without becoming the sort of question a committee lady asked twice. I hated him for understanding it. When Bess had finished wrapping Ormsby's arrangement and Wilkes had gone, we left the workroom by separate routes exactly as he had first dictated. He did not offer his arm. I would have bitten him if he had. Instead he mounted his horse in the lane, while I took the smaller covered cart behind the flour hampers and the tools. Bess sat opposite me with wire tucked into her apron pocket, and one expressionless face that meant she was dying to speak, and would not do so until paid privacy returned. The journey to Valacourt House took 15 minutes, and most of my remaining composure. By the time we turned into the garden court, the sky had lifted fully into a pale rain-washed morning. Valacourt House itself stood in a broad square of clipped shrubbery and expensive stone, one of those London mansions determined to look established in a city where every second facade is pretending to older blood than it owns. It was handsome, I admit it. Not warm. Too symmetrical for warmth. But handsome in the way houses become when generations of money fear ridicule and therefore by proportion. We were taken not to the front but by the side garden door, exactly as arranged. A footman received us. Not one of the powdered exhibition ornaments from the front hall. A practical house footman in plain livery, which told me St. Earth had chosen his route with care. He said, Miss Colbury. There it was. Not Marianne. Not Mr. Colbury. Miss Colbury, the harmless limbo category by which a house might admit a lady not entirely countable without yet deciding what she cost. Wes. The Earl's instructions are that you are to be shown to the conservatory and that no committee person is to be admitted there until he comes himself. Well. I looked once at Mr. St. Earth, who had entered by another door and now stood just within the threshold removing his gloves. You issue instructions with unnerving speed. Yes. Do you always reorganize your own household in an hour? Only when necessary. The footman, to his credit, kept his face smooth and his eyes, respectfully, elsewhere. He would live long. We were shown through a narrow passage lined with garden statuary, waiting to be cleaned, then into the conservatory. The room was worse than I remembered and better than I feared. Glass on 3 sides, moisture already gathering despite the morning hour, tiled floor, central fountain, not currently running, and ironwork elegant enough to make poverty in any arrangement immediately visible. The roof did indeed sweat. Condensation tracked in narrow lines down 2 of the upper panes. Along the east wall stood a row of citrus tubs, and one large camellia tree that ought never to have been left where it was, because it interrupted the sightline and looked self-important. I said so at once. That must move. Mr. St. Earth looked at the tree. It belonged to my grandmother Bar. Then your grandmother had no sense of entrance. Bess made a choking sound that might have been a cough and definitely was not. He did not look offended. He only said, How far? Out entirely if you love me. 3 feet left if you insist on blood loyalty. His eyes came back to my face so quickly that, for one horrifying second, I heard my own words as he must have heard them. If you love me, God above. I turned at once to the nearest hamper. What I mean is, if you love proportion. Which I am beginning to doubt. Bess, wretch that she was, had gone very still. Mr. St. Earth said, after the briefest of pauses, 3 feet left. That was all. No amusement. No rescue. Only practical obedience so complete it made me feel more exposed than if he had laughed. The men came and moved the camellia tree. We set to work. And there, thank heaven, flowers at last restored the world to a shape I understood. Branches were unpacked. Buckets placed. Bess wired the side sweeps while I tested height against the roofline. Mr. St. Earth did not leave, which annoyed me, but he also did not interfere without cause. He carried 2 stands where I told him, relayed for more moss, and once, when a footman placed a tub too near the fountain line, corrected the position before I could cross the room and ruin everyone's day myself. He learned fast. That, too, was dangerous. At 9:30 a bell sounded somewhere deeper in the house. Mr. St. Earth straightened. The committee. I set down the branch in my hand. Already. They come early when they mean to feel indispensable. That is one of the great feminine gifts. He looked at me. I was told not to answer such statements before breakfast. I am impressed by your discipline. For the first time since entering the conservatory, he almost smiled openly. Then the sound of voices reached us. Female voices. More than one. Silk movement. A laugh too clear to belong to any woman who had ever lifted her own flower water. The committee had not merely arrived. They had advanced. I looked around the room. Half finished. Buckets still visible. 2 ladders out. Bess in her apron. Myself with sleeves turned back and one glove tucked into my belt. This was not a space into which charity ladies could be admitted, while a titled son looked on and the truth remained desirable. No, I said. Mr. St. Earth had heard them too. He crossed to the side door and closed it. Not enough. The voices came nearer. A servant was saying something about the breakfast parlor. One of the ladies was already objecting. We have no time, I said. If they come in now. Thee will not. How? He turned to me. All the dry self-command in him suddenly sharpened into something almost like command proper. You and Miss Hatherley take the East Service passage. Right in the lower potting room. I am not hiding in a potting room from women in ostrich feathers. Today you are. The voices were at the outer corridor now. I should have argued. I intended to argue. Instead I saw at once that he was right, again. There was no rote left but concealment dressed as sequence. And Mr. Colbury? I asked. Because the thing had to be said aloud at last, if only to prove we both understood the absurdity. He put one hand on the conservatory door latch. He said, Mr. Colbury has not yet arrived. There it was. Their first coordinated lie, clean as cut wire. Bess was already moving for the East Passage. I gathered my skirts, my dignity, and as much of the design as I could carry in a glance. At the doorway to the service corridor I looked back once. He had opened the conservatory door. A woman's voice said, St. Earth. We thought you had the famous Mr. Colbury here already. And Adrian Valacourt, Earl of St. Earth, standing among my unfinished branches, and my hidden work in his mother's sweating conservatory, answered with complete ease, Not yet. But I have every reason to expect. Chapter 2, Names in the Assembly Rooms. The lower potting room smelled of damp clay, bruised leaves, and indignity. It lay half below the conservatory level with one narrow grated window at pavement height, and shelves crowded by pots, twine, secateurs, cracked terracotta trays, and the sort of practical muddle great houses pretend not to possess while relying on it for all visible beauty. A wooden bench ran along one wall. The floor sloped gently toward a drain in the corner. Somewhere overhead, muted by glass and brick, ladies' voices rose and fell like decorative birds too well fed to be dangerous and too idle not to be. Bess set down the coil of wire she had carried with us and looked at me. She said, Well, this is glamorous. I pressed both hands flat to the workbench, because otherwise I might have begun pacing. And a pacing woman in a potting room is only a potted plant's poorer cousin. Do not begin. I have not begun. I am only admiring the advantages of high employment. To think, one day I too might hide from committee women under a false gentleman's name, while an earl lies for me in a conservatory. He is not lying for me. Bess's eyebrows rose. Of course not. He is lying for his mother's subscriptions, his family's dignity, and the continued illusion that titled people arrange beauty by blood rather than by women in aprons. She paused. You are included in the illusion, naturally. I straightened and reached for the nearest tray of moss simply to have something in my hands that could be abused without consequence. He is preserving his exhibition. Wes, said Bess. And you are preserving your neck. It is all extremely noble." Above us a burst of laughter sounded, followed by the unmistakable rhythm of female voices entering a room, determined to improve it merely by occupying air in it. I could not distinguish words. That almost made it worse. One imagines more accurately when language is denied. "How long," I said, mostly to the moss, "does it take 4 women to admire an unfinished conservatory and conclude they must change it?" "Less time than it takes you to be annoyed at the Earl for being useful." I looked up sharply. "I am not annoyed because he is useful, Di. No. I am annoyed because he is learning." Bess considered that. Then, "Yes, that is worse." It was. That was the trouble with Adrian Vallecourt. There, at last, I had named him properly to myself, and if the use of his Christian name in my own head felt too familiar, that was my affair and not one I intended to improve by dwelling on. The trouble with him, I thought again, was not that he had discovered me. It was that he had discovered me, and then immediately begun understanding the work. He had moved from threat to structure with indecent speed. Men of rank were not meant to do that. They were meant to be decorative obstacles, not intelligent ones. The service door at the far end opened. We both turned. Not a committee lady, thank heaven. Only a middle-aged woman in dark silk with a housekeeper's keys and the expression of someone who had been handed an untidy fact and meant to fold it neatly before noon. Her gaze went from me to Bess, then to the aprons, the wire, the cut stems on the bench, and finally settled into a kind of practical acceptance I trusted much more than approval. She said, "Miss Colbury." There it was again. Not Marianne, not Mr. Colbury, the useful compromise. "Wes. I am Mrs. Brawley, the housekeeper. His lordship asked that you have whatever the room requires." A pause. "Within reason." Bess made a sound suspiciously like a swallowed laugh. "What I require," I said, "is for the committee ladies to discover a sudden passion for breakfast cakes and remain at table until my conservatory can survive inspection." Mrs. Brawley's face did not change by much, but I thought she approved of the sentiment. She said, "They are presently very intent on discussing ribbons." "Ribbons?" "Yes. Lady Moresby believes the room should include more blue." I closed my eyes briefly. "Blue," I repeated. That was my own response. I opened them again and decided, at once, that I liked Mrs. Brawley as far as one may like a stranger holding the keys to a noble household. "Blue," I said, "would turn the whole scheme into a christening. That is what his lordship told her." Well, that was interesting. Bess, wretch, was watching my face. "What else?" I asked Mrs. Brawley. She also proposed a fountain arrangement involving swans. Swans? Yes. I set down the moss before I did violence to it. "Your lordship's mother," I said, "is she as bad?" "No." Mrs. Brawley considered. "Her ladyship likes admiration, but she has sense enough to prefer receiving it to inventing it." "Then there is hope for the family." "That depends on the branch." Again that almost invisible approval at the edge of her mouth. Yes, I definitely liked her. "Tell his lordship," I said, "that if one feathered creature enters that conservatory, I shall take my Narcissus and let the committee drown in blue ribbon." I believe he expected something like that. Of course he did. Mrs. Brawley stepped farther into the room then and lowered her voice. "You are to be moved upstairs in 10 minutes. The ladies will go from the conservatory to the breakfast parlor, and then to the ballroom. His lordship asks that you use the north service stair and enter through the small glass gallery behind the palms." Bess let out a low whistle. "He does make a campaign of it." Mrs. Brawley's eyes flicked to her, then back to me. "His lordship does not like to lose a room, once he has committed himself to it." I wondered whether that quality extended beyond rooms. I disliked myself for the curiosity. "Very well," I said. "We shall be ready." Mrs. Brawley gave one brief nod and withdrew. The door closed. Bess folded her arms. "Well, yes. You are not going to discuss the fact that the Earl of St. Earth has just had his housekeeper run military maneuvers for your sake." "It is not for my sake, it is for the room," she said, Wes, blandly. "And I am secretly an archbishop." I ignored her and went to the narrow window instead. Through the grate one could see only a strip of washed London morning, and the lower portion of one stone urn in the garden court. The absurdity of the situation descended on me all at once. Hidden in a potting room in Valacourt House, while titled ladies argued for blue ribbons overhead, waiting on the word of an earl who had known me half a morning and already rearranged his household around my deception with the calm of a general moving artillery. There was a soft knock. Before I could answer, the door opened and Adrian himself came in. Not fully, just enough to stand inside the room and shut out the corridor behind him. He had removed his coat. His cravat, while still offensively neat, had lost a shade of perfection. One could see from the set of his mouth that the committee had not improved his opinion of humanity. "Lady Moresby," I said, "there's a menace. She is only the first wave. That suggests more ga. There are always more." Bess, may every saint preserve her inconvenient timing, picked up a tray of cuttings and said, "I shall inspect the lower sink." As if the lower sink were a place requiring sustained philosophical attention. She vanished through the inner door and left us alone in the damp room with the pots and the drain, and my composure very much where it ought not to have been. Adrian looked at me. "Not at the room. Not at the bench. At me," he said. "That Pillis was the correct choice." I stared. "You came down here to discuss my Pillis." "No, bow." That almost smile, barely there. But since I was correct, it seemed wasteful not to note it. I ought to have been furious. Instead, to my annoyance, I was almost amused. "Your lordship," I said, "if you continue collecting victories at that rate, your family's reputation will recover by Easter gom. It may require Pentecost." I crossed my arms because otherwise I might have smiled outright, which would have been unforgivable in a potting room. Tell me the damage. The committee saw enough of the conservatory to begin having views, and not enough to make them useful. My mother dislikes blue but lacks the energy to oppose Lady Moresby before coffee. Lady Henshaw says the fountain ought to be dressed as a temple. Lady Val. I looked up sharply. Lay a distant connection only. She has opinions but no authority. That is the worst kind. Wes. And you. His gaze held mine for one beat longer than necessary. I have authority. The words were plain. The room changed around them anyway. I looked away first, toward the bench where trays of fern and narcissus waited like well-bred witnesses. "And how are you spending it?" I told them Mr. Culbury works only in near, completed rooms and reacts badly to feminine interference. I turned back to him. "You said, what?" "It was effective. It was outrageous." "Yes. And Mr. Culbury is now a monster. One of genius." I had no answer ready for that because the phrase struck too near the pulse for wit to arrive quickly enough. He went on, more seriously, "It buys you two things. First, fear. They will hesitate to approach a man who may insult them artistically. Second, mystique. If the room succeeds, the story becomes easier to manage." I did not know I had engaged a mythmaker. He said, "No. Only a man trying to keep 3 committee ladies from choosing swans." That was fair. I hated fairness in him almost as much as I hated accuracy. "Very well," I said. "No swans. What else?" He stepped closer to the workbench, though not so close as to narrow the room indecently. Merely close enough that the potting room, which had seemed absurd and even comic a moment before, now felt suddenly too small for anything but the practical matter at hand. "You will have 15 minutes in the conservatory before they enter the ballroom." 15.
Da. Yes.
That is barely enough time to save the room from blue. It is enough if you stop arguing with me. That will depend on your behavior. His eyes flicked once over the trays. "What do you need first?" There it was again. Not rank issuing preference. A man asking the question that mattered to the work. It did something inconvenient to the air in my lungs. 3 men to move the quince line before the palms are set. Fresh basins for the narcissus. And someone with a knife sharper than the one your gardeners have insulted me with already. He nodded once. "And after?" "After," I said, "you keep Lady Moresby out of the conservatory if you value your household's peace. That may be difficult. Then sacrifice your household." He almost smiled again. "Very well." The sound of voices passed overhead, a footman's tread in the corridor beyond, the house moving. The room waiting, he said. There is one more matter. Of course there was. What now? If anyone in the committee asks directly after Mr. Colbury, you are not to answer. I stared. I beg your pardon. You are not to answer. I should dearly like to know why. Because the first voice to define the fiction will control it. I opened my mouth. Shut it. Opened it again because infuriation had briefly interrupted reason. And you wish that first voice to be yours. Wes. The honesty of it was almost indecent. Why? Because I understand what is at stake now. There are answers that would be easier to hear if spoken more gently. This was not one of them. Gentleness would have spoiled it. He said it as fact, and because he did, I believed him more than I wanted to. And, if I object, you already have. That is not the same as being heard. He said no. Only noted. I should have slapped him, or laughed, or done something theatrical enough to restore the proper order of irritation. Instead I found myself simply looking at him in the damp half-light of the potting room and thinking, with complete alarm, that if he continued like this much longer he would cease being a problem I managed and become one I preferred. That would never do. A movement in the inner doorway announced Bess's reappearance. She had not, I am certain, inspected any sink in human history. Yet she came back composed and carrying a bundle of raffia as if civilization itself depended on it. She said, "The lower sink survives." Gravely. "How fortunate," I answered. Adrian stepped back by the necessary inch. He said, "There will be 3 men in the conservatory in 5 minutes. Mrs. Brawley will take you up." He turned for the door. At the threshold he stopped and looked back. Miss Colbury. There it was again. The useful dangerous in, between name. Yes. If the room succeeds, it will be because of your design. If it fails, I shall tell them it was Lady Moresby's swans. Bess made a scandalized sound. I, to my lasting annoyance, laughed. Properly. Briefly. Entirely against my own interests. His expression changed by that fraction I had already begun to know too well. Not satisfaction. Something quieter. Then he was gone. Bess set down the raffia bundle and gave me a long look. No. I lifted my chin. No what? No laughing in potting rooms with earls. I was not laughing with him. You were laughing at him. That is a critical distinction. Not to your face. It is not. Before I could dignify that with an answer, Mrs. Brawley returned to conduct us upstairs. The north service stair was narrow enough to force skirts and elbows into temporary intimacy with plaster. At the top, we passed along a small glass gallery, where frost had once been painted over the panes in a vine pattern, and now peeled in elegant little deaths from the edges. One could glimpse the conservatory below and, beyond that, the committee ladies being shepherded toward the ballroom by Adrian with the controlled patience of a man escorting ornamental explosives. He did not look up. Good. If he had, I might have felt watched again. We reached the conservatory. The 3 men were already there. The camellia tree stood moved by exactly 3 feet. Fresh basins waited. A newer knife lay on the worktable. The room smelled of wet leaves, earth, and expensive possibility. I stepped into it as into battle and found, to my disgust, that I felt steadier for knowing he had done exactly what he said he would. That, I thought as I seized the first Narcissus basin, was the true beginning of danger. Not that he knew. That he could now be trusted to act on it. For 12 blessed minutes no one of consequence entered. That in houses like Valacourt counts as abundance. The 3 men Mrs. Brawley had sent moved the quince line under my direction, though not without the slow alarm peculiar to male servants, ordered by one voice and corrected by another. They had clearly been told to obey me. They had also clearly been raised in a world where obedience sat more naturally on men in dark coats than on women with green stains on their gloves. To their credit, they adjusted faster than many ladies would have done. The camellia tree went left. The palms came forward by inches. The basins were changed. Bess cut the worst of the damaged lilac and made the survivors look intentional, which is a higher form of artistry than most noble hostesses ever guess. By the time the committee had exhausted the ballroom and turned their general devastation back toward us, the conservatory no longer looked half-born and panicked. It looked expensive measured, and 3 hours from perfection, which in my profession is practically triumph. I was on the ladder. That alone should tell you how poorly the next 10 minutes went. There is no elegant way for a gentlewoman to be discovered 8 feet in the air with wire between her teeth, and 1 foot braced on a rung, as if she were born to the trade. I had been adjusting the right hand Narcissus fall to soften the line Adrian had made me redirect toward the flowering quince, and because the adjustment mattered, and because perfection is always offended by witness, I did not hear the first approach until Lady Moresby herself said, with the clear carrying delight of a woman who enjoys interrupting useful work, "Well." I nearly swallowed the wire. Bess below me made a sound that might have been prayer or profanity. With her it is sometimes difficult to tell. I turned my head. There they were. Lady Moresby in lavender silk with a plume too young for her. Lady Henshaw, who looked as if she had once been handsome and never forgiven time for discovering alternatives. The distant Lady Vile, all polished curiosity and narrow bright eyes. Behind them 2 lesser ladies of committee rank, 1 companion nobody had thought to leave at home, and Adrian, who had clearly intended to stop them at the threshold and had failed by inches. His gaze went to me first, not to my face, to the ladder, then to the half-fixed Narcissus line, then to the committee. The whole calculation happened in him so quickly that had I not already learned the speed of his mind, I might have mistaken his stillness for delay. Lady Moresby looked me over from hem to hair and said, "You have women up ladders." I removed the wire from my mouth with what dignity remained available to me. "We have gravity, madam. It requires management." She laughed. Not because I had been amusing but because society women often laugh when something speaks back under them and they are uncertain whether to be offended. Adrian said, "Lady Moresby, I understood you wished first to see the ballroom draperies in proper light." She said, "I did." Then I remembered the swans. Of course she did. "There will be no swans," I said before I could stop myself. The silence that followed was not long. It only felt so because I was still on the ladder. Adrian said very evenly, "Miss Colbury has strong views on movement lines." There it was. The chosen fiction placed in the room by his voice. Miss Colbury. Not Marianne. Not Mr. Colbury. The useful middle shape. Enough gentility to keep me from being mistaken for a scullery maid. Enough vagueness to keep women like Lady Moresby from asking whether I received wages or merely opinions. Lady Henshaw tilted her head. "Miss Colbury." "Wes," said Adrian, Mr. Colbury's niece. I looked down at him. He did not look up. The liar. The useful liar. Lady Val's gaze sharpened with immediate pleasure. How novel. I had thought Mr. Colbury one of those impossible men who spring fully formed from nowhere with opinions on peonies. "I assure you," I said, climbing down because I would not be discussed from a rung like a decorative parrot. "He has required years of poor light and worse tempers to become impossible." That won me the first true ripple of amusement in the room and also, more dangerously, their full notice. There are moments when over-correction becomes its own sort of reveal. I knew that even as I did it, faced with sudden scrutiny, I should have curtsied properly, offered 2 decorative phrases about the weather, and vanished into the palms under the shelter of my borrowed kinship. Instead I spoke as I worked. Dryly and too quickly, because silence under those eyes would have made me feel like upholstery. It was a weakness. One I discovered, to my cost, that committee ladies find memorable. Lady Moresby said, "And what does Mr. Colbury make of women in his rooms?" "He avoids them whenever possible," I said. Adrian coughed once into his hand. Lady Henshaw smiled the smile of a woman who has identified a possible entertainment and means to improve it. "How severe?" "No," I said. "Only practical. Women like to move things after they have been made right." That was too much. I heard it at once. So did Bess, whose head bent over the fern tray in a position of such exaggerated absorption that it amounted almost to self-defense. So did Adrian. His eyes lifted then, finally, to my face. There was no reproach in them. Worse, there was warning. Quiet warning. The sort given not by a man policing a subordinate but by one who sees a cliff edge half a pace before you do. Lady Moresby's smile thinned. You are very free, Miss Colbury. I ought to have apologized, or softened, or laughed and called myself over fond of flowers before breakfast. Instead I heard my own voice answer, only when rooms are in danger, madam. Yes, exactly. Too much. Adrian stepped in before the silence could set. Lady Moresby, that is precisely why I have kept you from the conservatory until now. Miss Colbury is useful in direct proportion to how little she is interrupted. Lady Vale's eyes went from him to me and back again with indecent intelligence. She said, How interesting. You speak as if she directs the whole room. No one said anything. The conservatory itself did, however. Water dripped once from the upper pane into the citrus basin. The narcissus released their stronger scent now that the room had warmed. The quince line, curse Adrian's infernal instinct, had begun already to prove him right by pulling the eye exactly as he had said it would. At length I said, with all the false modesty I could gather on no notice. Oh, I only assist with the details. My uncle's principles are the true structure. Adrian did look at me then. Not long, not openly. One measured glance only. Yet in it lay an entire argument, too fast, too smooth, too defensive. He was right. Of course he was. The lie sounded prepared because it had been forced to arrive too quickly. Lady Henshaw said, And where is this redoubtable uncle now? At work elsewhere, said Adrian before I could answer. He refuses divided attention. Refuses it to us. Asked Lady Moresby, he said, to everyone. That at least they found flattering enough to ease the room. And Lady Vale wandered nearer the side sweep of quince and narcissus, close enough that I felt my whole body prepare for violence, if she touched one stem with her gloved hand. She said, Your uncle has taste. An inconvenient abundance of it, I answered. And you inherited it. Only the worst habits. Again, that dangerous edge of ladder from the room. Again, too much ease. One can survive notice or one can survive charm. To combine them under female scrutiny is usually fatal. Lady Henshaw looked toward Bess. And that young woman. My assistant, I said. Another niece. No, she belongs to herself. Bess dropped a single stem. Adrian said very clearly, Miss Hatherley oversees timing. Miss Colbury visual sequence. Mr. Colbury approves the whole, cleaned, ordered, re-signed. He was rebuilding the fiction, while I stood in it with my mouth already half through the wallpaper. I should have been grateful. Instead I resented him for hearing so quickly where I had gone wrong. Lady Moresby moved to the fountain line and peered into the basin as if committee authority included the right to inspect water itself. I still think blue would improve the center. No, Adrian and I said at once. Our voices struck together in the room. That was bad, very bad. The committee heard it. They heard the simultaneity, the certainty, the lack of pause between title and hired niece, between earl and useful woman, between authority and agreement. Lady Vale's eyes brightened exactly as I feared they would. Lady Moresby looked from him to me with the expression of someone discovering a new species of impertinence and trying to decide whether to introduce it socially or stamp on it first. Adrian said, Blue would cool the room. At the exact same moment I said, Blue would flatten the narcissus. We both stopped. Lady Henshaw smiled. How perfectly united you are. No one else laughed. Because we all understood the danger now. Adrian recovered first. He always did, he said. That is because the point is obvious. Yes, I added at once. Distressingly so. Lady Val bent her head as if admiring one of the camellia bowls, though she was in truth admiring the shape of the room with her mind. And Mr. Colbury trained you himself. The question was meant for me. The look with it was not. It went very slightly to Adrian. As though she had already begun arranging in her imagination the more interesting version of events. I answered too quickly again. He trained me to correct weakness wherever I see it. But there. Again. Another edge. Another phrase too full of myself, and too little of docility. Bess, behind the palms now, made a tiny scandalized sound that only I heard and perhaps Adrian, because his mouth tightened by a degree. Lady Moresby said, How fortunate for St. Earth. Lady Val said nothing. Which was worse. She walked slowly along the redirect line Adrian had drawn on the plan, and now made real in quince and narcissus. Her eyes traveled the room exactly as his had done in the market structure, sequence, weak points, social effect. I disliked her at once for competence in the wrong service. At length she said, "This is not how hired men usually arrange London rooms." I felt the air go thin. No answer came quickly enough. Adrian said, "That is why I hired him." Lady Vale looked back at him. She said, "No," gently, "I think it may be why you kept her." There it was. Not accusation, recognition, not yet a scandal. Worse. A private suspicion spoken just softly enough to force the room to decide whether it had heard it. I felt heat rise under my skin so violently I thought for one revolting second I might truly faint in the conservatory and become a story for life. Bess straightened behind the palms. Lady Moresby, too dense to grasp the whole shape, but keen enough to enjoy discomfort, looked delighted. Lady Henshaw went still. Adrian said, "Lady Vale." Only that. Yet the tone in it was so measured, so exact in warning, that even she paused. Then he did the most dangerous thing yet. He crossed the room to the side table, lifted one of the rejected sketches lying there, and held it toward her. He said, "You are right that the room is not ordinary. That is because Mr. Colbury's eye is not ordinary, and because Miss Colbury is the only person in London who can execute his designs without ruining them. If you would like the exhibition opened before midnight tomorrow, I suggest you let excellence remain unattributed for one more day." Ah, the lie was excellent. So excellent that for a sickening moment I wanted to believe it myself. Not the uncle. Never the uncle. But the acknowledgement folded inside the lie like silk around a knife. The only person in London who can execute his designs without ruining them. Lady Vale took the sketch. Examined it. Examined me. I saw the decision happen in her face. Not surrender. Assessment. She was deciding whether exposing us now offered greater pleasure than waiting to see what else the pattern might reveal. At last she smiled. She said, "Very well. One more day. One more day." Mercy from women like her is only deferred appetite. Lady Moresby, oblivious to most of the knife work in the room, said, "Then I still want to see the ballroom." Adrian bowed very slightly. "As you please." He moved to open the door for them. As they passed, Lady Henshaw let her skirts brush the edge of the worktable, and said in a voice low enough to count as civility, and high enough to ensure I heard it, "Do be careful, Miss Colbury. Houses often enjoy clever women until they begin to look indispensable." Then she was gone with the rest, silk and scent and appetite together. The conservatory door closed behind them. The room breathed out. "Bess, put down the fern tray," she said. "I dislike every titled person in England." "That is too broad," I replied automatically. "No, it is economical." Adrian remained by the closed door for 1 second too long before turning back to us. His face had gone very still. Not anger. Calculation under strain. Lady Val's line still rang in my ears. "Why you kept her?" I said because sharpness was all that kept me from the more humiliating alternatives. "Your committee appears lively." He crossed the room. "Do not do that again." There it was. Not please. Not careful. Not concern dressed as courtesy. A command stripped to utility. I lifted my chin at once. "I beg your pardon?" The speed. The answers. The ease with them. "You speak as if you belong here." "I am building the room," he said. "Wes. No one must see that at once." Bess looked between us. She said, "This is where I vanish again," seized the nearest bucket, and disappeared with saintly timing through the service passage. That left him and me among the narcissus. I should have been furious with him. Indeed, I was. Yet beneath the fury something else moved, more dangerous for being quieter, the raw knowledge that he was right. "Lady Vale already suspects," I said. "Wes. Then your marvelous fiction is failing." "No." He came nearer. "It is narrowing." That was so exactly the sort of answer he would give that I despised myself for understanding it at once. "You speak of my life," I said, "as if it were a corridor arrangement. At present it is. How comforting." He said, "No, only accurate." The room seemed suddenly too warm. Not from the glass. From him. I had the absurd urge to move something, anything, just to break the line of his attention. Instead I gripped the back of the nearest chair until my glove creased under the pressure. What do you want me to do? I asked. Less. I laughed then. Ugly and brief. That is a very male instruction. Wes. And a useless one. No, a necessary one. Ah, he stopped a pace away, not touching distance. That would have been easier. This was the distance in which one still has room to retreat and therefore feels cowardice more acutely if one does. He said, Miss Colbury. There again. The name between names. If Lady Vale had been less curious, if Lady Henshaw less malicious, if Moresby less foolish, I would not say it. But the room is now thinner than it was an hour ago. You cannot afford wit every time you are pressed. My face burned. Do not instruct me on wit. I am instructing you on survival. That landed because it was true and because he knew exactly where to place the truth now. I looked away first. Toward the quince line. Toward the redirected opening. Toward anything but his face. Very quietly I said, You think I cannot do this? He said, I think, with maddening patience, that you have done it so long alone you do not know what parts now require silence from skill. That was worse than accusation. Much worse. Because it named not weakness but habit. And habits grown under pressure are the hardest things in the world to forgive in oneself. I swallowed. From the ballroom beyond came the softened drift of committee voices and the opening bars of some poor pianist being put through his paces before luncheon. The house had returned already to its performance while in the conservatory I stood being corrected by the one man whose correction I had not wanted and could not dismiss. At length I said, Very well. He did not move. Very well. I repeated sharper now because I hated the sound of compliance in my own mouth. I shall try to offend fewer ladies before dinner. That, finally, altered his face by a degree, not amusement. You need not be dull. How generous. Only strategic. Strategy, I said, his very trying before noon. For the first time since the committee left, something eased in him. I have observed. I looked at him then. Really looked. At the infuriating steadiness. At the restraint. At the fact that his first response to danger had been not to expose me, not to admire me, not even to pity me, but to begin building a structure around the danger fast enough to keep both his house and my secret standing one day longer. That was a deeply inconvenient quality in a man. Very well, I said again, and this time meant something slightly different by it. What next? He glanced toward the ballroom doors. He said, Next. I keep Lady Vale too occupied to think profitably until luncheon. You finish the conservatory. And after that... He stopped. After that what? His gaze came back to me. He said, After that. You and I must decide what story the house is telling. What story the house is telling. I ought to have answered at once that the house might tell whatever story it pleased so long as it kept my name out of it. That would have been tidy, defensive, entirely in character. Instead, because Lady Vale's eyes were still in the room though her person was not, because the conservatory smelled now of narcissus and danger in equal proportions, and because Adrian Valancourt had become maddeningly difficult to dismiss as merely one more noble obstacle in a good coat, I said the truer thing. At present, I said, the house is telling a very stupid story. His mouth altered by that fraction I already disliked knowing too well.
Yes.
It says you have engaged an impossible gentleman, hidden him like contraband, and then put his niece in the room as if women are a sort of apology for genius. That was efficient, not stupid. It was both. He did not argue. That increasingly was the worst of him. He wasted so little time protecting his pride that I was constantly left to mine alone. He said, The difficulty is no longer merely that Mr. Colbury exists. The difficulty is that Lady Vale has now seen a room obey you. I felt the words physically, not because they were insulting, because they were exact. Rooms have obeyed me for years, he said, Wes. But usually in houses where no one of rank chooses to look too closely at the mechanism. Here they have looked, and one of them was intelligent. An unfortunate accident. Wes, the conservatory had grown warmer while we argued. Or perhaps I had. The glass held light, in that treacherous way which makes London noon appear almost generous for half an hour, before becoming merely exhausting. The narcissus along the side line had begun to release the heavier part of their scent. The quince branches, curse him, now carried the room forward, exactly as his pencil line had promised. I turned away from that proof and began gathering the cut wire from the side table, because if one is being outmaneuvered it is best done with one's hands occupied. "Well," I said, "you are the strategist. What tale do you recommend?" He came farther into the room and laid one hand on the back of the chair nearest the fountain line. Not sitting, merely claiming the right to stand still while I moved around him, he said, "That depends on which danger you prefer. I am delighted already. One path keeps you hidden as much as possible. Miss Colbury remains only a female relation doing errands for a difficult uncle. I continue to receive Mr. Colbury's instructions through you and to defend his absences on personal authority alone. That sounds admirable." "It is weak." Of course it was. Why? Because it asks the House to accept too much invisible intelligence from a woman no one has been given reason to trust. Lady Vale will go looking for the uncle. Lady Henshaw will go looking for my motive. Lady Moresby will go looking for blue ribbon and stumble on both. I put down the wire more sharply than necessary. Then the second path. He watched me for one beat. "The second path makes you visible." There it was. The word itself. No embroidery. I folded my arms because a woman ought to meet that sort of proposal wearing at least the appearance of resistance. In what capacity? Not as designer. Obviously. As my mother's practical assistant in the exhibition rooms. A distant connection, if necessary. Someone whose eye I trust because she has long served Mr. Colbury in execution and room sequence. I stared at him. "You would openly defer to me?"
Yes.
"That is idiotic," he said. "No, it is costly." Again, the man thought in prices even when speaking of scandal, and I was beginning to suspect he would continue to do so while half London burned down around him, if the accounting required it. "You cannot publicly defer to me," I said. "Not repeatedly. Not if you expect society to continue believing in your own intelligence. I expect society to believe I am exacting enough to value useful competence where I find it." From a woman. "Wes, you say that as if it were ordinary," he said. "No, I say it as if it were noticeable. That is the point." I went very still. Not because I had not understood him, because I had. If I remained invisible, suspicion would sharpen around the absent uncle and the woman who seemed to speak too much for him. If I became visible in a safer, narrower role, then his deference could be made to look like practical reliance instead of illicit fascination or deeper fraud. But the price of that safety would be exactly what no prudent gentlewoman with hidden trade should want. To be seen. Not as the truth and never that. Worse, as the acceptable lesser version. I said, "You make a prison sound almost airy." He did not answer at once. "That is not what I intend. No." I laughed once, briefly. "You intend to take the one part of this arrangement I have managed for 3 years and replace it with another kind of performance. How flattering." He took the blow without visible injury. "It would be performance either way." "Wes," I said. "But one of them pays me." That landed. I saw it. Not guilt, which would have annoyed me. Comprehension sharpened by something harder. He said. "And the other keeps the first from being destroyed before the exhibition opens." I turned away from him and crossed to the line of palms, checking the soil though they did not require checking. Anything to be doing while my thoughts rearranged themselves into less humiliating order. Bess returned just then from the side passage carrying fresh wire, 2 new basins, and the expression of a woman who had heard enough through one door to know exactly what sort of trouble had ripened while she was away. She said, "Well." I did not answer. "Adrian did," he said. "Well, Miss Colbury and I are discussing how much she ought to be seen." Bess set down the basins. "That seems obvious." I looked at her sharply. "To whom?" she said. "To anyone who possesses eyes and a wage. If you vanish every time quality appears in a room, people will hunt for the ghost. If you remain and do something useful with a tray in your hand, they will call you efficient and grow bored." Adrian looked at me. "I hated them both a little then," he said. "That is a very rough summary of my position." Bess replied, "It is a better one." I ought perhaps to have reminded her whose wages she drew. Instead I said, "And if they do not grow bored?" She said, "Then they will at least gossip in the right direction. About him favoring you. Not about whether your uncle exists. There are moments when assistants become insufferable only because they are right faster than one has yet managed to be." Adrian said, "Exactly." I turned on him. "Do not say exactly to my own assistant in my own room. It is my mother's conservatory. And my line of narcissus." He accepted that with the same maddening ease as everything else. Bess, seeing that the room had become too brittle for continued commentary, if she wished to die with all her limbs, took up the cuttings basket and moved toward the far side bench. "I shall become invisible again," she announced. "Do call if anyone requires more truth than they can handle." When she was gone far enough not to be forced into the next exchange, Adrian said, "There is one further advantage. God preserve me from strategic men and their further advantages. You would gain access. I have access now. No, you have permission to enter through servants' passages and hidden galleries." "That is not the same thing." I said nothing, because it was not. He went on. "If you are publicly attached to the exhibition as Miss Colbury, then you may move through the principal rooms at need. Inspect lines. Correct placements. Receive delivery questions. Redirect staff. Be seen speaking to me without every conversation becoming impossible." Only most conversations. Yes, I should have been able to dismiss it. I truly should. Yet my whole trade had been built on partial access, on moving through houses as something adjacent to real authority, and never quite acknowledged by it. The thought of crossing a ballroom in daylight, of correcting a room's balance through the front rather than from behind a screen, of being allowed, even falsely and under narrowed name, to stand where the work actually happened. No, dangerous, unacceptable, seductive. I hated that he knew enough now to offer it. "You are very sly for a man who claims to prefer exactness." It is exactness. I am describing what this costs and what it buys. I set one palm flat against the conservatory table. "And what else does it buy?" He looked at me. Not quickly. Fully. "It buys me the right to trust your presence publicly." The sentence entered the room without ornament and made it impossible for me to pretend, even to myself, that this was only about logistics anymore. I said, "Because anything else would have been surrender?" "That sounds alarmingly like confidence." He said, "Only structure." I gave him a look. "That is a lie." Yes. The honesty of the admission left me for a moment entirely without weapons. Outside the conservatory, somewhere in the ballroom, the pianist began again, this time on a brighter air. The notes reached us softened by doors and glass, as if merriment itself had been required to remove its boots before entering. A servant crossed the gallery beyond with folded cloths. The house moved on. Adrian said, "There is still the matter of the immediate afternoon." I dragged my mind back to it by force. Yes. The committee returns at 2 with the subscription list and 2 additional patrons. My mother wishes to take them through the ballroom first and the conservatory second. If you are to remain hidden, you must work from the service court and let all visible questions come through me. Which will look odd. Yes. And if I do not remain hidden? Then you appear in the ballroom with a basket, a list, and enough authority to adjust candles, flowers, and staff positions without challenging my mother's dignity. I stared at him. "You have already imagined the basket." "Yes." "Have you imagined the list as well?" "Yes." "Of course you have." He reached into the inside pocket of his coat and produced a folded paper. I could only look at it. "No." "Yes." "Did you write me a role?" "I wrote the room a solution." "That is worse." "It is also useful." I took the paper from him with all the suspicion due a man who had begun handing me my own future in folded increments. The list was real enough to make me dislike him on sight. Flower placements by room. Timing marks. Service routes. Notes to upper servants and footmen. 3 lines in a different hand, his no doubt. Identifying where Miss Colbury might be expected to stand, move and answer should a lady ask some decorative question beyond male patience. Beneath one line he had written, If challenged, defer to Saint Earth. If praised, defer to Mr. Colbury. If neither, keep moving. I read that twice. Then, against all dignity, a third time. You wrote this morning. Wes. 1. Between the market and breakfast off. You had not yet seen the room. I had seen enough. I looked up. You are appalling. He inclined his head slightly. I am thorough. That more than anything nearly made me smile again. I folded the paper once. Tight. And if I refuse, then I use the first path and we both spend the next 2 days watching Lady Vale hunt the wrong scent until she finds the right one. I breathed in. Narcissus, damp glass. Male infuriation. Bess, without turning, said from the far bench, take the basket. I closed my eyes briefly. Have you formed an alliance behind my back? She said, no. Only in front of your face. Adrian waited. That was the final insult. He simply waited, as though the answer mattered enough to him that he would not hurry it, and knew enough of me already not to press further while I was counting the cost. Very well, I opened my eyes. On conditions. He did not move, but something in him settled. Wes, you do not invent additional cousins for me. No. You do not allow Lady Moresby or any other hen-minded creature to use me as a decorative extension of your mother's taste. No. You do not speak for me where the work is concerned. A room is actually in danger. A pause. That is less simple. Which is why I make it a condition. He took that in. Very well. And if this whole arrangement collapses in scandal, I said, folding the list into my belt, I shall say with perfect sincerity that it was entirely your invention. At that finally, he smiled. Properly, not broadly. Not carelessly. Enough to alter his whole face by an inch and ruin the next 10 seconds of my composure. He said, I shall bear it. The room had no business changing because of a smile. Yet it did. I turned away at once and picked up the nearest basket. Then let us proceed to my social degradation. Bess came back with the fresh wire and took in the basket, the folded list now at my waist, and my expression, which I can only hope was more severe than heated. She said, well, we have become visible. No, I said. We have become strategic. Adrian moved toward the ballroom door. He said, 2 of the clock. You enter by the side passage, not before. Mrs. Brawley will place you. And if Lady Vale speaks to me, answer plainly and half a pace less quickly. I glared. That is excellent advice, said Bess. You should hate him for it. I did. That was, unfortunately, no longer the whole of the matter. By 2:30 I had become a woman with a basket. There are degradations one expects in life and degradations one does not foresee until an earl places a folded list at one's waist and a housekeeper presses into one's hands a willow basket filled with spare ribbon, stem shears, wax twine, and 3 emergency camellias in damp moss. I entered the ballroom by the side passage as instructed. Neither servant nor guest, neither family nor tradeswoman, and discovered at once that the position Adrian had invented for me was exactly as hateful as it was useful. Everyone saw me. No one knew what to call what they saw. The ballroom at Valacourt House had the misfortune of being handsome in the wrong season. Too much gilt for spring. Too many candles set in wall branches that would throw heat down on delicate flowers by evening. A polished floor determined to double whatever foolishness moved across it. We had softened the room with pale arrangements at the mantel, table end bowls, and one longer piece along the musicians' gallery that was meant to carry freshness upward without making the whole room smell like a greenhouse in labor. At present, in afternoon light, it looked promising. By evening, under candles and dinner traffic, it would become either luminous or tragic. Lady Moresby was already there. Of course she was. She stood near the central table with Lady Henshaw, Lady Vale, and 2 new patronesses I had not yet had the ill fortune to classify, discussing subscription cards and the placement of the ladies' charity catalogues, as if the English poor would be personally injured should the catalogues lean too far east of the candelabra. Adrian saw me enter and, without any outward sign, shifted 1/2 step to the left. That was all, yet it opened the room. A servant with the table placements approached him at once. He took the paper, glanced once at it, then turned slightly and said, In the hearing of the nearest footman and of every committee eye in the vicinity, Miss Colbury, if you please. The room listened. I crossed to him. Not too quickly. Half a pace less quickly, as commanded. I hated that the instruction helped. He handed me the placement sheet. The center line. Only that. Nothing more. But because the paper passed from his hand to mine before all present, the fiction altered. No longer merely the niece. No longer merely the shadowy female appendage to an absent genius. A woman trusted with the room's practical line. Lady Vale saw it at once. Naturally. I bent over the central table and let my basket rest against the chair leg while I studied the line as, if the room and not the eyes in it required my full concentration. Which, unfortunately, was true. The silver rose branches at the center were too close to the candle marks by nearly 2 inches. The outer camellia bowls had been shifted inward, likely by some footman with a horror of symmetry imperfectly met. Worst of all, one of the side arrangements had already begun to warm at the petal edge, because the damp ballroom held afternoon heat from the west windows even before the candles were lit. I said, "The line must open." Adrian answered at once, "Do it." There it was again. Public trust, clean as glass and nearly as dangerous. Lady Moresby said, "Must it?" I did not look up. Yes. Why? Because if it remains closed, the candelabra will trap the heat and the roses will turn by supper. Lady Henshaw laughed softly. How apocalyptic. I straightened then and met her eye. No, Lady Henshaw. Merely botanical. Adrian took the nearest chair back himself and gestured for the footman to shift the side bowls. Not to his mother. Not to Lady Moresby. To me. Or rather to the work through me, which in practice is much the same thing. The room changed as it moved. Opened. Breathed. One of the new patronesses said, "How very convenient Mr. Colbury's niece is." A Lady Vale answered before I could. "Is she not?" The words were smooth enough to count as praise and sharp enough to mark me for later handling. I turned away from her and corrected the central roses. The next hour proceeded in that fashion, 1,000 tiny humiliations stitched into one larger strategic success. I was asked for practical judgments by servants and ignored by ladies until the judgment proved right, at which point I was suddenly visible again. Adrian continued the role he had chosen with unnerving discipline. He did not hover. He did not rescue. He simply made it impossible for the house to proceed without acknowledging my use. Mrs. Brawley, once she understood the arrangement, supported it with the grave efficiency of a woman too old to be troubled by novelty when the room still needed governing. By 5 of the clock the ballroom and conservatory were both ready for the rehearsal dinner. At 5:30 the room began to die. Not all at once. That would have been easier. A petal here. A droop there. The sort of early failure that looks trivial until one understands flowers, heat, and catastrophe well enough to recognize the first inch of disaster as the only warning likely to be offered. I saw it in the side camellias first. The candles were not yet lit, but the upper servants had closed the west shutters too late, and the trapped warmth from the glass and bodies had settled across the ballroom in a soft, invisible weight. The roses on the central line would hold. The camellias would not. Worse, the narcissus scent from the conservatory had begun to drift into the ballroom through the connecting doors in a way that promised not freshness by nightfall, but sweetness turned indecent. I was at the musicians' gallery adjusting the top arrangement when I caught the smell and knew. "Oh no," I said. Bess below looked up sharply. "What?" "Everything." That is not an exaggeration. I came down from the steps so fast Mrs. Brawley, who was carrying a tray of place cards past the doorway, stopped dead and did not even ask why. One learns, when the right sort of woman is moving quickly in a room, not to be stupid enough to delay her with questions. "The side doors," I said to her, "open both to the east corridor." "Not the front, the east." She handed the place cards to a footman and said only, "At once." Bess was already at my side. "The camellias." "Wes, and the scent line. We must break the ballroom from the conservatory before the heat carries both together." She took one look at the nearest side bowl and swore under her breath with admirable theological range. At that precise moment, As if the house had decided a subtler failure might go unappreciated, one of the footmen lit the first candelabrum. Warmth leaped. Lady Moresby, entering with Adrian's mother and the first rehearsal guests behind them, said, "How beautiful." Then stopped. Not because she had yet understood the full danger. Because she had seen me seize the nearest camellia bowl off the side table with both hands like a woman removing evidence. Before the magistrate arrived, the rehearsal guests came in a drift of silk, black coats, ribbons, jewels, and easy expectation. Not the full exhibition audience. Worse in some ways. Family connections. Committee husbands. Women who would notice and remember. Enough of them to turn a domestic stumble into a season's opinion by next morning. Adrian entered with them. He saw me. Saw the bowl in my hands. Saw Bess already stripping the sideline of weakening blooms. Saw Mrs. Brawley ordering the east doors opened. He crossed the room at once. "What is it?" "The ballroom is too warm. The conservatory is breathing narcissus into it, and your sideline will look faintly deceased by the fish." He did not ask whether I was certain. "What do you need?" There are questions that save whole evenings. Every candle on the west side delayed by 10 minutes. The conservatory doors half shut once the first guests passed through. These side bowls removed and rebuilt in the antechamber. And space. How much? 2 rooms worth. He turned at once to the nearest footman. "Delay the west candles. Mrs. Brawley's orders govern the side doors. No one enters the antechamber unless I send them there personally." There it was. Not unless Lady Moresby asks. Not unless my mother prefers it. No. Unless I send them. The nearest guests had heard enough to notice. Perhaps not the botany. Certainly the authority. Lady Vale, from the doorway, said, "Saint Earth, what on earth?" He answered without taking his eyes from me, "The room is being corrected." Then, to me again, "Go." No time remained for resentment. Which was fortunate because the instruction worked. Bess and I flew. The antechamber off the ballroom was small, gilt, overheated, and usually employed for nothing more strenuous than marital speculation and inconvenient cousins. Tonight it became surgery. We stripped the failing side bowls to structure, cut out every weakening camellia, broke the narcissus carry with citrus leaf and plain greenery, and rebuilt the whole damn line lower and sharper so the ballroom would read cooler than it was. Mrs. Brawley sent fresh basins without being asked. A footman I had not yet learned to trust brought more moss, and then, seeing my face, had the sense to vanish without further contribution. Through the half-open door I could hear the room beyond. Lauder. Glass. Adrian's voice once, easy and pitched for company. Lady Moresby's higher tone. His mother asking some gentleman whether he found the conservatory improved. The ordinary noises of an evening determined to look effortless while, 2 doors away, Bess and I rebuilt its pretensions bloom by bloom. "Hand me the wire," I said. "You said that like a death sentence." "It may become one." Bess handed it over. "Your Earl is buying you time." "He is not my Earl," she said. "No, only the one standing between this room and society." I did not answer because the bowl in my hands required both thought and anger. At one point Adrian himself came to the door. Not inside. That too I noticed. He remained on the threshold. "How long?" "8 minutes if your guests can continue pretending your mother's committee is not a form of punishment." "Thee can." "And Lady Val." His face altered by that degree I now understood meant trouble had begun but not yet won. "She has noticed." "Oh, of course she has." "She asked why I had not sent for Mr. Colbury." I looked up. "And what did you say?" "That he trusts only one person with his emergency corrections." The room held still for one horrified second. Bess said, "Well." I said, "You said what?" He met my stare evenly. It was the strongest available answer. "It was madness," he said. "It was effective." It so calmly that I nearly threw the wire at him. Instead I hissed, "You have just made me indispensable in public." "Yes." As if that were a harmless condition. "Duh," he said. "No, only a necessary one." "How long now?" I could have killed him. 6 minutes. He inclined his head, and was gone again before I could decide whether to strangle him or admire the speed of his retreat. Bess looked at me over the half-built bowl. "He is either a genius or the death of you." Both is not impossible. There now, that sounded warmer than hatred. Bess, I am wiring. We finished in 5. The rebuilt bowls went back out under the hands of 2 footmen and Mrs. Brawley herself, because by then the room had ceased pretending I was optional. I followed with the last corrected line and entered the ballroom through the side arch just as the west candles were finally lit. The room held. That is the only phrase for it. Not flourished. Not dazzled. Held. The air remained lighter. The camellias no longer looked on the edge of sentimental death. The conservatory scent stayed where it belonged. The redirected line Adrian had first insisted upon now made the ballroom feel intentional rather than overheated. Guests turned back from conversation to look, and because what they saw made sense, no one at first realized how close the whole evening had come to becoming a cautionary tale. Then Lady Vale crossed directly to me. Of course she did. She was too intelligent to attack during visible failure. Better to wait until the room succeeded, and then ask whom one ought to thank for it. She said, Miss Colbury. Her voice was all civility. I held the empty basket in my hand like a shield. Lady Val, how fortunate that Mr. Colbury trusts you with emergencies. There it was. Not inquiry. Placement. She was setting the pin exactly where it would hold the specimen best. Before I could answer, Adrian appeared at my shoulder. Not touching. Not close enough to be accused of intimacy. Close enough that the entire room, if it looked, would understand I stood under his active regard. He said, Lady Vale, Miss Colbury has just saved my ballroom. I advise gratitude before analysis. That landed harder than anything else he could have done. Not because he praised me, because he did so plainly. Lady Vale's eyes moved from it to me and back again. Ah, there, they said, there you are. She said, I am all gratitude. Analysis is merely habit. So unfortunate. I said, when habits grow visible. Her smile sharpened. Yes. We stood in it. Then Adrian did the most ruinous thing yet. He held out his hand to me, not ceremoniously, not romantically, not even elegantly. Practically. Like a man asking for the tool he required next. He said, the revised placements. I knew at once what he was doing. Giving the room a script. If he took papers from me before witnesses. If he listened to my corrections as part of the evening's practical conduct. Then Lady Vale's cleverer suspicions had to contend not merely with mystery, but with a visible established role. I gave him the folded placement sheet from my basket. He took it, glanced once at the marked changes, and said, before Lady Vale, before his mother now, approaching with 2 guests, before every watching eye in that dreadful successful room, as Miss Colbury says. The words entered the ballroom like a dropped glass. Not loudly, cleanly. Every line in me went cold. His mother looked from him to me, surprised not by the existence of a practical female appendage that London forgives when useful, but by the weight he had just publicly given me. Lady Moresby heard it too, and blinked like a hen unexpectedly shown arithmetic. Even the guests nearest the side arch seemed to feel the room alter without quite yet understanding why. Lady Val did understand. Her eyes brightened. There, at last, was the new route. Not merely who was Mr. Colbury. Not merely why did the Earl trust the niece. No. Why did the Earl of St. Earth take instruction from Miss Colbury as if she were the authority? I looked at Adrian. He knew exactly what he had done. And because the room was now beautiful and the evening saved and the scandal freshly born at the edge of success, he gave me the briefest of glances and, in it, no apology whatsoever. Only trust. Which was worse. Chapter 3 Lilies, Rain and Credit. By 8 of the clock the next morning, Lady Vale had already sent flowers. That is how one knows a woman means trouble in earnest. Not by what she says in a ballroom. Not by the look she gives a room after another woman has saved it. No, by the fact that she sends something charming to your worktable before breakfast, thereby announcing that she has remembered your name, your use, and the precise direction in which she means to become curious. The card lay atop a narrow box of pale hothouse violets when I entered the conservatory through the side court. For Miss Colbury, with admiration for last evening's rescue. I look forward to seeing what your uncle dares tonight. No signature beyond the initial V. No need of one. I stood under the dripping glass and read it twice, while rain ran in narrow, silver lines down the upper panes, and the conservatory gave off the damp and green breath of a room that had not slept properly. The exhibition opening was that evening. The charitable guests would begin arriving at 7. The principal morning shipment had been due at 7:30. It had not come. That, too, was how one knows a day means to be expensive. Bess, who had entered before me, and was already uncovering yesterday's preserved lines, to see what the night had done to them, looked over from the center stand. What is it? Letty Vale has remembered I exist, caw. That is unfortunate, yes. Deed she sign it. No go. Then she means to pretend kindness until luncheon and sharpen knives by supper. That was my reading also. I set the violets down on the far table, as far from my actual work as politeness would permit, and walked the room. The conservatory had held through the night better than I expected. Adrian's redirected quince line still carried the eye exactly where it ought. The narcissus scent had thinned. The palms remained obedient. The citrus tubs, however, had taken too much damp and needed shifting, or the leaves would spot by evening. Worse, condensation had gathered on the east panes in fat mean drops, and the tiled floor near the fountain line was cooler than it should have been for late spring. Cold underfoot and warmth under glass is a dangerous marriage, where flowers are concerned. It confuses them into dying with good manners. I touched the nearest camellia leaf. Cool, too cool. When did the rain begin? I asked. Before dawn, said Bess. Mrs. Brawley says it came in hard from the east and never properly stopped. The gardeners are swearing at the roofline. That explained part of it. What of the shipment? Not here. Wes. I had observed that much. She straightened and pushed back the hair escaping beneath her cap. One of the lower footmen said the first carrier came to the side court and was sent round again because the service gate had jammed in the wet. Then no one saw him. I closed my eyes briefly. A jammed service gate. London rain. Hotho stock in transit. Excellent. We were now only one missed wheel and one dead horse from complete ruin. The inner conservatory door opened. Adrian came in without a hat and with rain on the shoulders of his coat. Not damp. Rain. Enough of it to show he had been outside, rather than merely under another roof complaining of weather like a gentleman. His dark hair, usually too well behaved for my peace of mind, had taken a liberty at the temple. He looked more tired than yesterday, and no less exact for it, he said. Still no cart. No cart, I answered. He saw the violets, the card, his gaze altered by a degree. Letty Val, Wes. He crossed to the table, read the card without touching it, and said, You should have thrown them out. That would suggest alarm. Are you not alarmed? Certainly. But I dislike giving flowers the satisfaction. That won from him the briefest of exhalations, not quite laughter and not yet ease. You are impossible before 9. I improve only after noon. He looked around the conservatory. The east line is sweating again. Wes. And the shipment. Missing. He nodded once. No surprise. Only the quick internal alignment of one more inconvenience with the rest. 2 things at once then. 3, I said. Letty Vale. Missing stock. And if the weather holds, your roof means to make saints of mood by dinner. He took that in, then turned toward the servant's door and called for Brawley with enough force to carry and not enough to sound like anxiety. Useful man. Infuriatingly useful. Bess, who had long ago made her peace with the fact that titled men in crisis sound almost exactly like decent foremen with better vowels, said, If the first shipment is spoiled, we cannot build the west stair line as planned. I know. And the opening bowls will need cutting down. Yes. And if the second shipment is late. I looked at her. If you continue that sentence, I shall dismiss you into marriage. She considered. Adrian said. Then I shall stop. Do not. Finish it. Bess looked between us and decided, correctly, that my temper was less dangerous than his need for complete information. She said, And if the second shipment is late, we shall have enough for the conservatory and the supper room, but not enough height for the ballroom opening. There, the true bone of it, not flowers in general. Height. The exhibition's first sightline depended on the upper rise of white blossom and pale green branchwork in the ballroom entrance. Without it, the opening impression flattened. The whole evening would still be pretty. Pretty as death. Adrian came farther into the room. What can be substituted? Nothing proper, I said. Improper, then. I looked at him. Your lordship, I admire this sudden breadth of character. But there are limits even to scandal. List them anyway. Before I could answer, Mrs. Brawley arrived at the side door with a groom behind her, and both of them wearing rain as if they had negotiated with it personally and lost. She said, "The first cart has been found, my lord." Good. Then, from the set of her mouth bad, he asked, "Wire?" Bess said, "Wheel broken by the lower mews turn. Half the crates took water before they were covered again. The driver says the road pool caught the axle." Under her breath. Excellent. I did not correct the word. It suited the occasion. Adrian said, "What survived?" Mrs. Brawley looked at the groom, who answered with the careful dread of a man already aware that flowers may now outrank his immortal soul. "The white roses are soft, sir. The first lilac crate is gone flat. 2 hampers of narcissus held, I think. The green mostly held. The flowering branches." He swallowed. Not as God intended. I leaned one hand against the worktable because suddenly the room seemed to move very slightly under me. "Bring everything in," I said. The groom blinked. "Everything, miss." "Yes, everything, even the things not as God intended." Adrian glanced at me once, not because I had taken command, because he was already adjusting his own. He asked, "To the side court?" "No. Here. The floor." "I do not care for the floor." Mrs. Brawley, bless her practical bones, had already turned. She said, "To the conservatory, to the groom. All of it. Use the north carts, not the front." He vanished. Bess was moving too, clearing the lower tables, dragging basins, making room for the ruined and not, yet, ruined alike. There is no more honest labor than rescue work before good stock has had time to turn fully corpse, like an impossible. Adrian stayed where he was. That too, I noticed. Not idle, not in the way. Waiting.
What?
I asked. "You told me once the room should enter with scent before color." "Yes. The white roses are soft and the branches are dead on one side. Then the ballroom line changes. There are very few sensations less pleasant than being reminded of one's own principles at the exact moment they begin to collapse." "Yes," I said. "Roulette London has developed a moral conscience and intends to stop raining before noon." He ignored that, as was often his healthiest instinct. "What does the room become instead?" There it was again. Not whether we fail, not what we have lost, what the room becomes instead. I wanted, with complete violence, to kiss him or strangle him. Both would have been unhelpful. Before I could answer, the first damaged crates came in. The groom had not exaggerated. The white roses were ruined for height, their outer petals gone soft and translucent with that particularly insulting sort of water damage which makes expensive blooms look not tragic but tired. The lilac had taken a beating at one side. The forcing branches had snapped in 2 places and bruised in 4 more. The narcissus held, thank heaven, but only enough to sharpen the misery of the losses surrounding them. Bess lifted one rose and let it drop back into the crate. "Dead by supper." "Half dead now," I said. Adrian crouched beside the broken branch crate. That startled me more than the flowers had. Earls are not meant to crouch at damaged stock before breakfast. They are meant to call for men who do so in their place. Yet there he was, one hand on the crate edge, looking not offended by the indignity but as attentive as if his own pulse depended on the answer. He asked, "Can the branches be cut lower?" "Yes. And then all height goes to hell." "Can hell be arranged elegantly?" I looked at him. No, truly looked. Rain still darkened his coat. His gloves were off. One cuff had taken green from the conservatory table yesterday and had not yet been properly brushed. He was, I realized all at once, less afraid of looking ridiculous in labor than most women of my acquaintance were of looking sensible at all. "Yes," I said slowly. "Sometimes." "Then do that." The words should have annoyed me. Instead they struck where the work lived. I turned back to the crates. "Very well. We abandon the white rye." Bess froze. "Nari, listen." We abandon it. The idea was arriving even as I spoke it. Ugly and right and not at all what I had intended for Valacourt House when I first sketched its rooms. If the branches cannot carry height, then we stop promising ascent. The room goes lower, denser, more fragrant. Not airy spring. Forced spring after rain. Conservatory first, ballroom answering it rather than trying to outshine it. But Bess stared at me. That is a different exhibition. Adrian said, Wes. Very quietly, but not a weaker one. I looked at him. Curse him. No, I said. Only more dangerous. Mrs. Brawley had returned in time to hear the last part. Dangerous in what way? In the way all good rooms are dangerous, I said. They make people feel something before they have decided whether to approve. That won me the smallest shift in Adrian's expression. Not satisfaction, recognition. He stood. What do you need? The question was beginning to undo me by habit alone. More green from your glasshouses if there is any. Every unspotted camellia in the side room. No candles lit in the ballroom before 6. No one entering here for the next hour unless I call for them. And I looked at the broken branches again. Bess said, a second market run. There will be nothing left worth paying for at this hour, Ga. Not worth paying for, I said. Worth cutting. Adrian did not ask what that meant. We're shirkyard gardeners, private sellers. The old market women who keep back odd lots and bad stems no grand florist will touch because they are too curved or too small or the wrong shade of white. I was already moving, already sorting the ruined roses from the salvageable, already rebuilding the evening in my head around less perfect materials. Adrian said, we take the broken beauty and make it look deliberate. We. I stopped. Yes. No. Yes. You are an earl. That remains true. You cannot run churchyard gardens with me in the rain collecting bent stems like a criminal florist. I can if no one sees me. Someone always sees. Then they will see urgency. I straightened slowly. This is not your work, he said. No. Only my exhibition. There it was, neatly done again. Not stealing the center. Refusing the distance. Bess looked from him to me and, with the invaluable tact of a woman long accustomed to storms not of her own making, began separating roses with her back mostly turned. She said, I can manage the salvage here. To the air. If someone else feels compelled to behave recklessly in trade districts. I ignored her. Adrian was still looking at me. The room had shrunk. Not in romance, in pressure. We had no time for any softer name. If you come, I said, you obey. You carry what I hand you. Yes. You do not ask prices aloud like a gentleman who thinks money an interesting anecdote. No. And if Lady Vale learns of this, thus she learns nothing useful. That answer was so exact and so impossible that for one vile second I nearly smiled again. Instead I seized the market basket from the side shelf. Mrs. Brawley said, my lord, your mother will. He said, my mother. Taking his hat from the peg by the door, will be told that the weather has made me industrious, da. Bess muttered, may heaven preserve us from industrious noblemen. I thrust the basket at him. If you crush one stem, I shall put you on the floor with the lesser footman. He took it. Not ceremoniously. Practically. As if he had been waiting all morning for the insult. Wes, Miss Calbury. And there, with ruined roses in the crates, rain still on the glass, Lady Val's violets poisoning my worktable, and the whole exhibition changing shape under my hands, I understood that the danger between us had passed the simple stage of secrets and rooms. He was becoming part of the work, which was infinitely worse. Rain changes London smells before it changes anything else. Stone first. Then horse. Then soot gone slick. Then damp leaves, wet rope, bruised greenery, and the old cold breath of church walls. By the time Adrian and I reached the Mews Lane behind St. George's, the basket in his hand was dark with wet at the rim, and the hem of my grey pelisse had ceased pretending it belonged to a lady of any description. He had obeyed so far. That, on its own, was disconcerting. No complaint over the rain. No attempt to reclaim command merely because we had left his own house. No questions of the idle male sort that begin with "Are you sure?" and end in one standing foolishly while another works. He carried the basket, kept pace, and when I turned left into a lane too narrow for dignity, and too muddy for fashion. He turned left as if earls did such things daily, and ought, perhaps, to have done them more often. "We begin," I said, "with Mrs. Phipps." "Who is Mrs. Phipps?" "A woman with 2 forcing frames, 1 dead husband, and better taste than half your committee." "She sounds expensive." "She is. Which is why you are not to open your mouth near her purse." His head turned slightly. "My purse?" "Yes." I thought the basket might count as sacrifice enough for one morning. "No, silence is the dearer commodity." He made that almost laugh again. "Worse in rain than indoors somehow. More human. Less manageable." Mrs. Phipps lived and traded behind the Mews gate in a former coach shed with one side knocked out for light. At least, knocked out was the charitable term. The glass roof had been patched so many times that the whole structure looked held together by conviction and old gossip. She was there, naturally, in an apron over widow's black, sleeves rolled, pruning wet lilac into buckets as if the weather had personally insulted her, and she intended to retaliate branch by branch. She looked up when we entered. She said, "Miss Colbury," and then her eyes moved to Adrian, to the basket, to the rain on his coat, and sharpened at once. "You have brought a gentleman. I have brought a pair of hands." Mrs. Phipps considered him. "I charge differently for those." Adrian inclined his head. "Then I shall strive to be cheap." That won him the first crack in her face that might, in another woman, have become a smile. She said, "We'll see. What is dead?" "White height," I said. "Soft roses. Crushed lilac. I need cut white and green that can pass for design instead of rescue." Mrs. Phipps nodded once and jerked her chin toward the back frame. "I have mock orange not yet open enough to disgrace itself. 1 run of white stock gone crooked at the lower stems, and enough silver green to cool a bishop. The rest depends on your conscience. I left it in Covent Garden." "Good." Her gaze flicked again to Adrian. "And he carries. Can he cut?" Adrian said, "Wes." "No," I said at the same time. Mrs. Phipps looked from one to the other and made up her mind in the correct direction. She said, "You," to Adrian, handing him a pair of shears. "Come along and prove the lady wrong." I ought perhaps to have intervened. Instead, I followed them through the broken glass door into the rear frame, where the air turned warm, damp, and green enough to make breathing feel like theft. The stock had indeed gone, crooked along the lower stems where the pots had crowded one another under glass. Ugly for the front. Perfect for me. Mock orange stood along the wall, not fully blown, the promise of scent still tight in the white stars. Silver green artemisia box, and pale fern had been cut and laid in bundles on the bricks. Mrs. Phipps pointed with her knife. "Not the top heads. The side rise. We use the crooked line, not the proud one. If you strip too much leaf, I will put you out." Adrian looked at the stems, then at me. "The crooked line. Yes. That sounds familiar. It should. Much of beauty depends on knowing which flaw can be promoted into character." Mrs. Phipps barked a laugh. "Theer. Keep that one. She talks nonsense, but it is marketable. He cut. Badly at first. Too clean through the visible stem and not enough attention to what the eye reads after the cut. I corrected him twice, and on the third attempt he altered the angle properly. Useful man. Infuriatingly quick. Rain tapped on the patched glass above us while we worked through the stock and mock orange, building in the basket a lower, sharper room than the one I had intended yesterday. White no longer as airy rise but as clustered weather. Spring after being handled by London. Mrs. Phipps wrapped the stems in damp paper and named the sum. I named a lesser one. She named a still more offensive one in reply. I paid the first. Adrian looked at me. Not because of the haggling. Because of the purse. It was my smaller one. Plain black leather. Thin enough now that one did not need delicate fingers to know it. I closed it before his gaze had finished its insultingly accurate count. "We go," I said. Mrs. Phipps took the coins, then said, in the tone of a woman who had decided not to permit pride full management of a morning, "The rest by Thursday, Miss Colbury." I had my hand on the basket. Adrian's hand was already beneath the weight of it. For one instant I considered pretending I had not heard her. Then I said, "Wes." Mrs. Phipps nodded. "Not kind, not unkind. Merely exact. Outside in the lane, Adrian said nothing for 6 steps. 7. On the 8th he said, "The rest." It was a phrase. No. It was rain. No. I stopped in the middle of the lane and looked at him. You must not ask me questions in that tone. In what tone? The one that expects truth merely because it has become convenient to you. Rain slid off the brim of his hat in a clean line. I do not find it convenient. No, only available. He held my gaze. Is there a difference? That answer, more than the question, made me turn away and keep walking. We crossed the churchyard by the side path, because the front gate was muddy beyond redemption, and because the sexton's widow, Mrs. Crane, kept the trimming keys in the rear lodge, where respectable ladies had less chance of seeing one among wet hedges. She met us with a shawl over her cap, and a look of permanent martyrdom which, in my experience, usually concealed a decent instinct for bargaining. She said, more white, before I spoke. You always want white when men are paying. Not men, I said. Wests. Worse. She led us to the side walk where rain had bent the younger hawthorn, and left half the early blossom too bruised for church use, but still salvageable for a room dim enough to flatter itself. Along the wall grew wet ivy, pale box, and one row of ladies' smock gone slightly wild because the curate's wife disliked practical flowers and preferred them devotional. Not the open sprays, I said to Adrian. The half-turned ones. And keep the thorns longer than you think. They give discipline under softer things, he said. That, cutting as instructed, sounds almost moral. It is botanical. No, it is you. I nearly slipped on the wet stones. Mrs. Crane, who heard only enough to suspect amusement and resent being outside it, sniffed and went to cut more ivy herself. He worked better now. Fast, too. He learned the weight of the shears, and the lie of stems in the hand, as though his body preferred competence to ignorance even in matters entirely beneath his station. I hated how much I noticed that. Hated more how useful it was. We cut in rain until the basket smelled of wet hawthorn, bruised green, and the first sharp sweetness of mock orange beginning to wake. At the lodge door Mrs. Crane named her price. I paid half, she said. The rest when the Earl's people settle. I said nothing quickly enough. Adrian heard it. Of course he did. Mrs. Crane, who had no reverence for rank not physically before her, only added, I do not run a charitable roof. Miss, you will be paid, I said. You always say so, and I always do. She looked at me a moment longer, then took the coin. She said, Yes, that part is true. We were halfway back through the churchyard before Adrian spoke. You pay everyone late. I stopped so suddenly the basket pulled against his grip. No, oh. The word came like a slap. He turned toward me fully. No, I said. I pay them after. There is a difference. Rain ran down the U behind him in black lines. You owe Phipps. Crane expects Vallecourt's settlement. The house carriage horse was not in the stable yard this morning. I stared. You inspect other people's stables as a diversion. The empty stall was visible from the side court. Heat rose instantly, and not from weather. That horse went to grass. Yes. Temporarily. Yes. The repeated yes from him at moments like these ought to be outlawed. You think me a bankrupt milliner? No. Then what precisely do you think? He was quiet long enough that I nearly walked away and made him carry the damn basket alone. At last he said, I think this commission matters to you more than reputation. The churchyard seemed suddenly to narrow around us. That, of all the possible answers, was the one I had least wanted and most feared. I laughed once. Reputation pays no butcher. There it was. Not pretty. Not intended. Entirely true. His face did not change by much, but something in him listened harder. We should go, I said, and seized the basket handle from him though the weight was all wrong for one hand. He did not let go at once. For one stupid second, we stood in the rain holding the same basket full of wet white salvage and pretending, both of us, that the strain in the room belonged only to the flowers. Then he released it. We took the shorter lane back, the basket between us now rather than in either one's set of hands. It was an awkward arrangement, practical, unsatisfactory, familiar in all the wrong ways. Water ran over the stones and into my half boots. And my gloves had gone cold through. His coat hem was flecked with mud. By the time Valacourt's side court came into view, I felt as though the whole of London had been reduced to wet stems. Debt, and the impossible man walking 2 feet from my elbow. Mrs. Brawley met us at the conservatory door. She said, "You are seen, at once." That cut through everything. Adrian asked, "By whom?" "Only one of the upper footmen and Lady Vale from the breakfast parlor window." "She could not see what you carried." "Only that you returned together from the side lane in weather no one sensible chooses." Of course she had. Lady Vale missed little and enjoyed all of it. Adrian looked at the basket between us. "How long before she acts on it?" Mrs. Brawley considered. "Not long if she is bored. Longer if she is entertained. That is not useful." "It is exact." I could have embraced her. Instead I said, "Good. We are all exact this morning." Bess opened the conservatory door from within, took one look at us together with the basket between us, and said, "Well."
Yes,
I said, "You may save commentary for old age." Then I had best begin hoarding it. Though we carried the salvage inside, the room smelled different at once when the hawthorn and mock orange came out of the basket. Wetter, wilder. Less curated and therefore, perversely, more expensive in effect. The old plan was dead. Good. Let it die. I set to work with Bess at once, rebuilding the west opening line lower and sharper, threading white through silver, green, and thorn, breaking the expected noble spring into something the room had not known it wanted. Adrian stayed. Not in the center. Not out of the way either. He stripped leaves where I told him, cut wire to length, and once, when I reached too quickly for the upper stand and overbalanced on the wet tile, steadied the base with one hand before the whole thing went into the fountain. "I had it," I said. "Wes, must you always be right while helping? It seems the least offensive version." I glared at him. Bess, who was wiring Hawthorne into the sideline with murderous efficiency, said, "Do stop flirting over the mock orange. It lowers the profession." Both of us turned toward her. "We are not flirting," I said. "No," said Adrian at the same moment. Bess did not even look up. Exactly. The room had no business becoming warmer at that sentence. Yet it did. I cut the next stem too short. Damn it. Adrian held out the next branch without comment. Useful man. Dangerous man. We worked in that strained practical silence for several more minutes before he said, low enough that only I heard, "How much is the commission?" I kept my eyes on the stems. You are not paying it personally." That was not the question. "No, Marianne." There it was. My name in his mouth at last and in the conservatory light with no market mud or workroom darkness to half hide it. I ought to have ignored him. Instead I answered, "'Nuff," I said. "'Nuff to carry the house through the quarter if the bills are paid on time, and enough to stop my sister from being sacrificed to some appalling prudent match in Hertfordshire because we can no longer afford not to smile at him." The words hung in the warm, wet air between the cut branches. He said nothing at once. When he did, his voice had changed, not softened, more dangerous than that, more exact because now it knew. He said, "Then it does not fail." I looked up. "No," I said. "It does not." And there, among the salvaged white and the rain on the panes and Lady Vale's unseen curiosity already moving through the house, the exhibition ceased to be merely his family's redemption or my season's best commission. It became bread. Which meant he understood at last why I had built a man to sell flowers and why I would do worse than that before letting the room collapse. Bread. The word did not leave the conservatory, yet it changed every object in it. The broken white branches were no longer merely a damaged opening line. The commission was no longer merely the best of the season, the cleverest, the most visible, the one that might have made Mr. Colbury's name ring a little farther among women who congratulated themselves on son taste while never once imagining where it had slept the night before. No, it was bread. Rent. Coal. The difference between my sister choosing a future and having one chosen over her with a solicitor's smile. Adrian understood it now. I knew the exact moment he did, because he stopped looking at the room as if it were only a room and began looking at every missing stem as if it had become measurable in hunger. He said, "That side line. touching the revised plan with one finger. How much white does it still require? Too much. Specifics. I named the stems mock orange, hawthorn. Stock. Late camellia heads if the side room held any unspotted. One narrow run of pale green to cool the return, without making the whole line look ecclesiastical. He listened as if I were dictating battlefield numbers. When I had finished, he said, the upper glasshouse. I blinked. What? There is an upper glasshouse behind the west wall. My grandmother kept early camellias there when London bored her. My mother uses it only for guests she intends to flatter. He looked toward the rain-blurred glass. If anything in the house still holds white amend this room, it will be there. I stared at him. You have not mentioned a glasshouse all morning. You have not asked. That is because noble houses habitually conceal useful things until the moment drama improves them. He said, that may be true. But this one is now useful. He turned toward the side door and called for Brawley. Mrs. Brawley appeared with the speed of a woman who had already decided the day was not to be trusted and meant, therefore, never to be far from its center. My lord. The upper glasshouse. Keys. Her brows moved very slightly. Her ladyship keeps it. I know. She does not care to have the rarer pots disturbed. I know that as well. And Lady Moresby is presently taking chocolate with her in the blue morning room. For the first time all day. He shut his eyes briefly. That alone should have told me enough about the nature of aristocratic warfare. He asked, when does my mother leave the morning room? Not before 3. Unless someone bores her badly enough. Bess, clipping bruised leaves with unnecessary force, said, I volunteer. Neither. Other than dignified that with a reply. Adrian looked at me. Not at the room. At me. If the upper glasshouse is opened, what survives there? That depends on what your mother calls rare and what the weather has spared. That is not an answer. No, I said. Only the only one available until the key appears. Mrs. Brawley remained perfectly still, one hand over her belt of keys, and I saw the shape of the next cost before anyone spoke it aloud. The key belonged to his mother. Not to the house, to his mother. This was not simply a matter of opening another room. It was family authority, personal preference, old female ownership, and his decision whether to spend one against the other in public daylight. He knew I saw it. Good. Let him feel for once what it meant to choose beauty against comfort under witness. He said. Very well, then we do not wait. Mrs. Brawley's eyes lifted to his face. My lord, you have the household key to the west path. Yes. The lock can be reached from the outside. Yes. Then we use the west path. There it was. Not permission begged. Not a son waiting upon maternal humor. A line crossed cleanly. Mrs. Brawley did not approve. I saw that. But she approved less of losing rooms than of upsetting household sentiment, and in that she and I were sisters by temperament if by nothing else. She said, as you please. He turned to me. Come. The word was not a request. It was also, annoyingly, not an order, merely the obvious shape of what followed. I handed Bess the partly rebuilt west line. If I am not back in 10 minutes, do not let anyone touch the ballroom entrance. That includes titled men. Specially titled men. Adrian, already at the door, said. I heard that, Wes. I replied. Think of it as instruction. He waited. Again that infuriating willingness to wait where another man would have made a useless point of going first. We took the west path. Vallecourt's rear garden had one of those deliberate noble arrangements meant to look as if nature had been encouraged rather than corrected. Gravel sweep. Clipped shrubs. One long lawn wet now with rain. The upper glasshouse stood beyond the west wall, partly concealed by espaliered pear trees and a half-circle of laurel too old to be beautiful and too expensive to remove. It was locked, as Brawley had said, from the path side. The iron had reddened slightly at the hinge. Little used then. Good. Neglect preserves what admiration ruins. Brawley opened it. Warmth met us at once. Damp. Green, expensive warmth. The sort that makes one understand, with fresh bitterness, how much easier beauty becomes when men may buy heat in winter and concealment in glass. Inside stood ranks of camellias. 3 white azaleas, 2 tubs of myrtle, a stand of forced white stock finer than anything we had salvaged from the city. And along the back bench a quantity of pale, trailing stephanotis, not yet in full glory but near enough. The whole room smelled of wet leaf, old money, and the private tastes of women who never imagine anyone else must pay for their indulgences. My whole body reacted before my manners could.
Oh,
It was only one syllable. Adrian heard the hunger in it anyway.
what? These?
I said, going straight to the stock, then the azaleas, then back again because choice itself had become suddenly vicious, are not merely useful. These are the room. He watched me move among the benches. How much? Enough to save the ballroom entrance and cool the side return. I touched one stock stem and felt the quality of it under my fingers. Dense, straight, scent held tighter than the market lot by better care and better glass. Your mother will hate us. She will survive. Will I? That depends how quickly you cut. I laughed then despite everything, once and without grace, because he had by now become so impossible that even his practicality could sometimes rescue a moment from solemnity. Mrs. Brawley said, "My lord, her ladyship will not be pleased." He took up the shears from the bench. "No. Nor, I suspect, Lady Moresby. No. I should mention that Lady Vale has not left the blue morning room either." At that, he actually paused. Then they may all be displeased together. It will save time." That was not a noble answer. It was, however, an excellent one. I looked at him. "You mean to cut your mother's private stock for my room? For the exhibition? Duh." "No," I said. "Let us not become decorative at such a moment. For my room." He met my eyes over the shears. "Wes." The air between us changed. Not with tenderness. Tenderness would have ruined the work. With cost. Open cost. Chosen. I turned back to the benches because if I had gone on looking at him, I might have forgotten how to speak usefully. "These first," I said, handing him a line of stock. "Not the front heads. Lower. Clean at the second leaf. The azaleas after. Leave the myrtle unless the side return still looks hot when we test it." He cut where I told him. Brawley, seeing no hope now of preserving maternal peace, took the third pair of shears from the shelf and joined us. That, more than anything, turned the operation from scandal to campaign. Housekeeper Earl, anonymous room woman, all three stripping white stock under rain, dark glass while committee ladies took chocolate indoors, believing the day still belonged to them. At one point I said, "Not that stem." Adrian stopped half an inch above it.
Why?
"It rises too proud." His mouth altered. "That is a floral objection. Heat is the only sort I offer before 4. He cut the lower stem instead. Useful man. Dangerous man. We worked quickly enough that my hands ceased being cold and became merely busy. Brawley wrapped the cut stock in damp cloths. Adrian carried the first armful to the door, while I sorted the azalea blooms by strength of white, keeping back the richer cream for the ballroom where candlelight would turn it to gold if properly surrounded and vulgarity if left alone. The west path gate opened. We all looked up. Lady Valacourt stood there, not grandly quietly. A woman in expensive morning silk, and excellent restraint with a chocolate cup still in one hand, and a face too well bred to show shock before servants. Which meant she was, no doubt, furious enough to boil silver. She said, "My dear Adrian, how industrious." There it was. The first witness cost. He straightened with a bundle of stock in his arms. "Mother." Her gaze moved to the cut benches. To me. To Brawley. To the open shears. To the damp cloths. To the room itself, which had clearly never before in its cultivated life expected to become subject to triage. Mrs. Valacourt turned to me last. "Miss Colbury." I curtsied. "My lady. You appear to have discovered my quieter indulgences. I discovered only what the ballroom needed, my lady. Very stupid. Too direct. Yet I had no smoother version in me." While her son stood beside me carrying half her white stock like a gardener promoted by accident. She took a sip of chocolate. "And, does my ballroom often make demands upon my private rooms?" Adrian said, "Only when your public ones are in danger." Not his cleverest intervention. His truest. His mother looked at him for a long moment. Not angry in the easy maternal way. Assessing. Recalculating. The sort of look women like her turn on sons when they wish to know whether some female inconvenience has become something more expensive. And are they?
Yes.
She looked toward me again. Then at the cut benches. Then at Brawley, who had the wisdom to study a cloth she had already folded. Finally Mrs. Valancourt said, "Take the stephanotis as well. The right-hand row. The left is weaker." I blinked. Adrian did not. He only said, "Thank you." "Do not thank me. If Lady Moresby sees the room fade by evening, she will say I planned it without proper supervision, and I refuse that accusation in my own house." Her eyes flicked once to me. "Miss Colbury, when the line is rebuilt, I should like to see it before the committee returns." "Wes, my lady." She turned to go, then stopped. "One more thing." Of course there was. "Mother. If Lady Vale asks where I have spent my stock, tell her only that I finally found a practical use for sentiment." Then she left us. Silence held for one beat. Then Brawley said, "Well, Wes," I answered. Adrian looked almost humanly relieved. "That went better than expected. Your standards for maternal ease are alarming. They were formed early." I cut the stephanotis before the moment could turn into anything more dangerous than work. By the time we returned to the conservatory with the extra stock, the house had shifted again. News travels strangely under good roofs. It does not run, it settles. A changed route here, a cut bench there. A footman seeing his master carry blooms through the west path, and a housekeeper not object. By the time we crossed the side court, 3 different servants had already looked at Adrian, and then at me, and then politely elsewhere with the sort of care that means the household has begun building its own private legend. Bess saw the stock and swore outright. "Where did you raid Paradise?" I said. Adrian set down the wrapped stems. "My mother's glasshouse." Bess stared at him. "Willingly." "No," I said. "Only strategically. That appears to be today's religion. We rebuilt. And this time the room moved with us. The better stock changed everything. Lower, yes. Less airy. More intimate. The opening line became no longer spring making an entrance, but spring surviving weather, and becoming more expensive in the process. The white no longer rose in a proud noble sweep. It gathered, drew the room inward, made the eye linger lower and the scent come later. It was riskier, far better. A room for people who wished to be impressed before they knew why. At one point Adrian handed me the stephanotis without being asked. At another, I corrected his placement by touch alone, moving his hand an inch on the stem because words would have cost time and the room had no patience left for speech. We both noticed it. Neither of us said anything. The first true witness to the cost came not from his mother, who had at least the decency to understand rooms, but from his younger sister, Lady Imogen Valancourt, who appeared in the conservatory doorway at precisely the wrong moment with 2 cards in her hand, and stopped dead upon seeing her brother standing beside me, with green on his cuff and my basket at his feet. She said, "Adrian." He did not look up from the stand he was steadying.
Yes. What are you doing?
"Working. That is new." I nearly laughed. Lady Imogen was perhaps 20 and beautifully dressed for an afternoon in which her only intended labor had clearly been to look pleased by charity. She took in the revised line, the cut stock, my stained gloves, Bess at the side bench, and Brawley now directing a footman where to place the cooled basins. Her gaze returned to me and sharpened. "You are Miss Colbury, Wes. And my brother is obeying you." "No," said Adrian at the same instant. I said, "Only when he is intelligent." Lady Imogen blinked once. Then, to my everlasting surprise, smiled. She said, "I see." No woman has ever said "I see" in such a way that it meant safety. She came farther into the room. "Mother is pretending not to know what Lady Vale suspects, and Lady Moresby has decided the weather is anti-English." Her eyes rested for a moment on Adrian's green cuff. "If you mean to save us all, you had better do it before the committee returns with husbands." That was not hostility. Worse. Recognition with amusement. Adrian said, "Womagen, what? It is true." She turned to me. "She Miss Colbury, if you need the side arch cleared, I can keep Vale and Moresby in the portrait gallery for 10 minutes by saying there is an unfortunate Reynolds with a bad waistcoat." Bess made a tiny choking sound over the wire. I said, before politeness could get in the way. There is no Reynolds alive or dead who could do us greater service. Lady Imogen's smile widened. Good. Then I shall insult the arts on your behalf. She left with both guest cards and the air of a young woman who had just discovered a better entertainment than luncheon. When she was gone, I became abruptly aware that Adrian was looking at me. What? I said. She likes very few people. How trying for them. Wes, do not sound proud. I have no use for your family's approval as a decorative species. He said, no. Only as cover. Again, no ornament. No sentimental nonsense. Just the fact laid where it belonged. And because it belonged there, because his mother had yielded stock. His sister had volunteered obstruction. Brawley had become military. And the servants had begun watching him carry Bloom and stand where I placed him. I understood the price more fully than I had in the Glasshouse. He was not merely helping my room. He was spending his own house on it. That is not a cost men like him are often taught to pay in daylight. The rebuilt opening line finally held. I stepped back. Bess did the same. Brawley, from the side, gave one of her narrow nods. Adrian remained where he was for a second longer, seeing the room as it had become and not, perhaps, yet fully reckoning what it had cost him to get it there. He said, it is better. Yes. More dangerous. Yes. A pause. Then, low enough that only I heard, good. The word went through me like the first clean note of music in a room too long full of weather. Outside. Somewhere deeper in the house, I heard Lady Vale laugh. Anne knew with complete certainty that the evening had not yet finished charging us. By 7 of the clock the rooms had begun lying beautifully. That is the highest form of success in London. The first carriage rolled into the front sweep, just as the west sky cleared enough to give the upper windows one last pale wash, before evening took the house entirely into candlelight. By then the conservatory had ceased smelling of rescue and begun smelling like intention. The ballroom opening held in white and silver, green without looking starved. The supper room, which had seemed an afterthought at noon, now offered relief instead of apology. One by one the principal lines of the exhibition settled into the exact species of elegance that makes guests think, how effortless. While 4 people in the side passage would cheerfully have murdered them for the word. I stood in the small glass gallery behind the conservatory and watched the first arrivals through the panes. A dowager in violet satin. 2 committee husbands already looking bored. A clergyman's wife determined to be impressed by virtue if not by flowers. Lady Moresby floating in lavender and self-approval. Lady Vale in pearl grey, her eyes as bright and attentive as ever. Mrs. Valacourt at the conservatory threshold receiving them all, with the serene air of a woman who had never once in her life cut her own stock in the rain. Adrian stood half a pace behind his mother, not on display, not hidden either. His coat was perfect again. His green stained cuff had been changed. Nothing visible remained of the man who had carried baskets through wet lanes that morning except, perhaps, the look in his face when guests first crossed into the conservatory, and the room did precisely what it had been rebuilt to do. They stopped. That is always the first true victory. Not praise. Not exclamations. The involuntary pause. Breath altered. Step checked. The body admitting before the mind has yet dressed itself in opinion that the room has won. Lady Moresby actually put one hand to her bosom. She said, "Oh." Lady Henshaw, who could have found fault with paradise if the fruit were arranged too generously, only looked upward through the lowered white line and said, "Well." Lady Vale said nothing at all. She moved slowly into the room, letting the eye take the opening, the delayed scent, the white gathered rather than flung, the cooler side return, the pale green discipline holding the whole thing away from sentiment. Her gaze traveled exactly as mine had hoped. Good. Let her intelligence suffer. Beside me in the gallery, Bess let out a small breath through her teeth. "They're nowed," she murmured. "Caught." "Yes." "That was expensive." "Wes." She glanced at me. "You keep saying yes today as if you have borrowed it from him." I ignored that because it was uncomfortably close to true. Below, Mrs. Valacourt was speaking. "Well, he wanted spring after rain." She was saying to some committee husband who would by tomorrow claim to have understood the concept at once. Freshness with memory, not childish prettiness. I looked sharply toward her. Freshness with memory. Not my phrase, not hers either. Adrian's perhaps. From some exchange in the final half hour while I had been rebuilding the supper room bowls. Or the room's phrase now, taken into her mouth, because success makes everyone a poet at once. Either way, she had understood enough to speak it publicly, and that meant the house had begun absorbing the truth of what we had made. Bess heard it too. She said, "Well, her ladyship has swallowed the room entire. Let her. It saves explanation." Bess said, "No. It saves theft." That landed. I looked down again. Adrian had not moved. But at that instant, perhaps feeling my attention or perhaps only taking the same pulse of the room I was, he lifted his eyes toward the gallery. Not to Bess. To me no signal. No smile. Only the brief exact meeting of one gaze with another over a conservatory now full of impressed people, damp glass, and borrowed social triumph. Yet in it lay everything the day had cost us both: wet lanes, cut stock, his mother's glasshouse, Lady Vale's violets, his family's watchfulness, my commission, my need, his choice to spend his own house against the room's success. Then a guest approached him, and the glance was gone. The exhibition opened properly after that. Guests moved from conservatory to ballroom to supper room in the order we had forced upon the house by labor and deceit. The subscription tables filled. Ladies praised what they had nearly ruined. Men who thought flowers a form of decorative weather began using words like atmosphere and architecture with the grave satisfaction of fools who discover intelligence only once a room makes them pay attention. Twice I was required in the ballroom to correct a placement publicly, basket in hand and expression suitably composed. Once in the supper room, Mrs. Valacourt herself asked whether the side candles should be lowered, as Miss Colberry advised earlier, and did so before 3 women who would repeat the phrase in at least 6 houses by the end of the week. Visible now, then. Not fully, never safely, but visibly enough that the role Adrian had built around me was beginning to hold. That should have comforted me. It did not, because Lady Vale still watched. She did not linger foolishly at my elbow. She had too much intelligence for that. No. She let the evening move around her, praised the right things, subscribed the right sum, stood exactly long enough in each room to be seen admiring it, and only twice came near enough to me for her presence to feel like pressure rather than coincidence. The first time in the ballroom, she said only, "Your uncle improves by weather." At the second, in the supper room, she stood beside the lower camellia bowls, and said to no one in particular, "One always knows when a room has been saved by the same hand that first endangered it. The correction is too elegant to be ordinary." Then she smiled and moved on before I could decide whether the remark was bait or diagnosis. By 9:30 the opening crush had thinned into circulation rather than attack. The house breathed more easily. The rooms held. Even Lady Moresby had ceased seeking places to add blue. I was in the service corridor between ballroom and supper room, replacing one dying flower head in the corner arrangement, when Adrian came upon me there. Not dramatically. He simply appeared at the turn. The way he always did now, as if the house had quietly accepted that he must be found wherever the practical heart of the evening beat fastest. He said, "It is holding, Wes. The subscription exceeded my mother's expectation in the first hour. That is because the committee ladies can now admire themselves as saviors without being humiliated by ugly flowers." That sounds ungenerous. It is mathematically true. He leaned one shoulder against the passage wall. That, more than standing opposite me, altered the space. He looked tired. Not badly. More honestly. The kind of tiredness that comes after holding one's house upright under witness, and discovering it may survive. He said, "Thank you. There are thanks one can dismiss and thanks one cannot, because the speaker has paid too much to make them pretty." This was the latter kind. I clipped the dying head and put the shears down before answering. "You have been thanking me by structure all day. Words are unnecessary." "I am being wasteful. Then, Wes. The corridor held the faint mixed scent of supper room lilies, ballroom candles, and conservatory damp. Somewhere beyond the green baize door a footman laughed, and then suppressed it into serviceable quiet. Nearer, in the room beside us, china touched china with small expensive sounds. Adrian's gaze dropped to my hands. The gloves were ruined, green at the fingers, damp at one seam, cut across the right thumb where the wire had slipped. Not serious, visible enough, he said. You have not stopped since dawn. Nor have you. That is different. No. Only titled. His mouth altered by that now familiar degree. At another hour, in another season, with another sort of woman, perhaps the moment might have turned lighter then. Mine did not. The day was too fully inside us both, he said. My mother asked who had rebuilt the room. There. I looked up at once. And I told her the truth she could bear. That was such a perfectly Vallecourt answer that I almost laughed and did not. What truth is that? That no man could have done it half so well, and that no committee woman would have done it half so quickly. I stared at him. She accepted this. She is still deciding what she thinks of it. And you? He did not answer at once. The silence between us shifted. Less defensive than before. More dangerous because neither of us had the strength left for certain forms of evasion. He said, What I think, at last, is that I have spent years mistaking visible authority for the only kind worth trusting. No answer came quickly enough. Perhaps none respectable existed. He went on more quietly. And that tonight my house is standing partly because a woman I was meant to overlook refused to be decorative. The words entered me like heat after cold rain. Not because they were flattering. Because they were exact in the place I had most wanted and least expected him to understand. I looked away first, toward the half-open service door. Do not say things in corridors, I said. Why not? Because they remain there. He almost smiled. That sounds like a designer's superstition. It is a survivalist's fact. He pushed off the wall then, not leaving, only standing nearer than before. Too near for the corridor. Not near enough to touch. Which was worse. Before I could correct the distance with wit or movement, footsteps sounded at the far end. A man entered from the gallery side carrying a long florist's crate under one arm and offense in his entire body. Mr. Fenton. I knew him at once and would have preferred cholera. He supplied half the season's bouquets for women too stupid to know the difference between fullness and expense, and had hated Mr. Colbury by reputation for 2 years because 3 of his best committee patronesses now spoke of rooms instead of flowers. After employing me, he was clever enough to resent what he could not copy and vulgar enough to call it style theft if anyone else succeeded first. He stopped when he saw us. Not because Adrian was there. Because I was. His gaze took in the corridor, my stained gloves, the shears on the side table, Adrian too near, and the half-corrected arrangement at my elbow. He said, Well. There it was again. That syllable was becoming a curse on my life. Adrian's face changed at once. Not theatrically. Into colder order. Mr. Fenton. My lord. Fenton bowed badly because men of his sort bow only with the spine. I came to see whether the last side pieces had been placed to Lady Henshaw's satisfaction. I did not know the exhibition had acquired an overseer. But he looked straight at me on the last word. I am Miss Colbury, I said. So I hear. His tone said much more. Adrian stepped half a pace forward. The side pieces were altered by my authority. Fenton ignored him. That too was dangerous, he said. Funny thing, to me. I have seen that hand before. Every line in me went cold. I said. Hands are common. Not all of them bind stock with waxed reverse wire and cut white lines from the underside to make them read cooler under candles. He glanced toward the supper room. Very particular trick, that. Saw it last year at Lady Penrith's supper. And before that at Ormsby in spring. Strange for a gentleman who never appears in person. The corridor narrowed to the width of a knife. Adrian said, Mr. Fenton. This time the warning in it was unmistakable. Fenton looked at him and smiled. My lord, I am only admiring consistency. One likes to know who truly stands behind excellence. There it was. Not rumor now. Pattern recognition. Not ladies speculating over violets. a tradesman with professional memory, standing 3 feet from me and naming the exact method by which Mr. Colbury had made his reputation. He knew, perhaps not everything enough. I could feel Adrian measuring the man, the corridor, the open doors, the listening possibilities beyond them. Fenton had chosen his ground well. Too near the rooms for direct violence. Too private for easy public correction. Too professional to be dismissed as merely jealous without leaving a taste. I said. Because someone had to break the stillness before it became ownership. Then you should admire more quietly, Mr. Fenton. It becomes you best. He smiled wider. He said, No. I think questions become me best tonight. Adrian moved then, not toward him violently, worse, calmly. One precise step that placed him between Fenton's appetite and the door to the public rooms. He said, Then you may bring them to me. Fenton's gaze went from him to me and back again. Ah, it said. There you are. He bowed. Better this time because the room had become worth respecting. As you please. My lord. Then he went past us into the gallery with his empty crate and all his new information. I stood absolutely still until the sound of his tread had gone. Only then did I say, He knows. Adrian did not soften the truth. Yes. The corridor seemed suddenly colder than the rain had ever been. How much? Enough. There was no need to ask more. We both understood the mathematics of the thing. Fenton knew the hand, the technique, the reputation route, and now the visible role of Miss Colbury under Valacourt protection. That was no longer gossip. That was a line toward proof. From the supper room beyond came a burst of laughter. The exhibition still stood. The rooms still held. The house still glowed under candles and charitable vanity. And in the narrow service corridor between them, the next danger had just acquired a name, a memory, and a professional grievance. Adrian said very quietly, This changes matters. I said, Wes. It did. It changed them entirely. Chapter 4, A Name They Can Use. The exhibition did not fail. That was the most offensive part. It glowed. It charmed. It extracted admiration from women who had nearly ruined it and subscriptions from men who would by morning claim to have understood its intention from the first step into the conservatory. The rooms held. The scent held. The white line at the ballroom entrance remained cool under candles. Even Lady Moresby, after one final inquiry about whether the supper room might not bear just one touch of blue, gave herself up to praising the very restraint she had spent the last day trying to murder. And all the while, beneath the candles and subscription ledgers and polished satisfaction, one fact moved through my body like a second pulse. Fenton knew. Not enough to denounce me publicly that instant. No, he was too professional for stupidity. He had exactly enough to become dangerous memory, technique, resentment, and the sight of Adrian taking my side corridor seriously enough to answer for it. I returned to the ballroom because what else was there to do? Collapse artistically against the palms. London has no patience with women who ruin rooms by feeling in them. So I took up my basket again, corrected one dying spray near the musicians' gallery, answered a question from a duchess's companion about whether white stock always smelled quite so melancholy, and smiled with my mouth while my mind counted how quickly a clever florist could turn suspicion into saleable information. At 10:30 the opening crowd began to soften into smaller knots of conversation and departure. The true charitable work was finished. What remained was supper, speculation, and those final elegant circuits by which people assure one another they have been both generous and discerning in the same evening. Mrs. Valacourt stood near the conservatory threshold accepting praise, as if she had bred the camellias herself out of principle. Adrian was with a baronet's widow whose money, no doubt, made her sanctimony worth bearing. Lady Vale was nowhere visible, which I disliked more than if she had been at my elbow all night. I found Bess in the side passage collecting the dead. That is what one calls the basket of fallen heads, bruised leaves, spent stems, and little beautiful failures that any successful room leaves behind it. The public thinks an arrangement either stands or does not. They never consider the quiet cemetery of what it costs to keep standing. She said, Well, without looking up, I am waiting to be ruined with excellent candlelight. That sounds dramatic. It is practical. Bess snipped the head off a camellia already going at the edge. Do you think he will speak tonight? Fenton. I steadied the side bowl while she cut. No. Tonight he wants profit from knowing. Speaking would only cheapen it. So tomorrow, bah, yes. Or tonight to someone useful. Wes. She looked up then. Lady Val. Wes. Bess made a face. That one smiles like a woman sorting knives. There was no answer to that because it was perfect. A footman passed the open passage mouth with a tray of glasses, and did not so much as glance toward us. Good. Let the house continue pretending practical women in side corridors were part of the architecture. Bess said more quietly. And him. There was no need to ask which him. He knows as much as I do, I said. That is not what I asked. No. Of course not. I looked down at the dead camellia in my hand. He is thinking. Bess let out a breath through her nose. That is usually how your real troubles begin. Gone. Yes. We finished the side bowl in silence. The room beyond continued to glow. Lauder drifted in from the supper room, lighter now, a little looser with champagne, and the relief of a successful opening. I could almost have believed, for one cruel second, that the evening might yet end as evenings are meant to do with tired feet, too much scent in one's hair, and no more lasting injury than wilted flowers and overpraised hostessing. Then Mrs. Brawley appeared in the passage. Miss Colbury. There it was. The useful name. I had come to hate it almost as much as I needed it. Wes. She looked once toward the ballroom before stepping fully into the side passage. Mr. Fenton has not left the house. Cold slid through me with indecent speed. Where is he? In the little library off the blue morning room. Lady Vale is with him. Bess swore softly. I did not. I had gone past swearing and into that colder region where language becomes expensive. How long? Not long. Long enough. Mrs. Brawley's face remained as composed as ever, but I had begun to know the degrees by which her restraint altered. She was not merely informing me. She was already counting the consequences. So was I. Adrian knows. She did not blink at my use of his Christian name. Bless her for that. A lesser woman would have heard it too clearly. No, miss. His lordship is still detained by Lady Elling and Mr. Pierce in the conservatory. Good, I said at once. Both women looked at me. I corrected myself. Bess said, no, not good. Only I do not want him spoken to by a doorway full of fools. That sounded like concern. I am concerned for the house. Of course. Mrs. Brawley, with more mercy than either of us deserved, said only, what are your wishes? My wishes. A ridiculous phrase under the circumstances. What I wished was that Fenton had never seen a waxed reverse wire in his life. What I wished was that Lady Vale had been born stupid. What I wished was that noble houses might simply admire beauty without needing to discover whether it came from appropriate male hands. What I said was, I need to hear them. Bess looked up sharply. No, bah. Yes. No. That is exactly how women get stories attached to them. By listening behind screens like guilty widows in novels. I do not intend to weep behind a screen. Only to know how badly I am priced. Mrs. Brawley said. The little library has a service door into the old map passage. I looked at her. You are a sinner, she said. I am a housekeeper. It is nearly the same profession. Bess set down the basket with a thump. If you are going to do this, I am coming. No. Wes. No, she said. Wes. Flatly, rising now and wiping her hands on her apron. If I let you go alone, you will stand in some shadow, hear one sentence too many, and stride out to die with dignity. I know your face when it has ideas. I opened my mouth. Mrs. Brawley said. She should come. I hated them both. Which meant, of course, that they were right. The old map passage lay behind the blue morning room. Narrow and unheated, lined with rolled estate maps and family prints. No one had wanted hung in principal places, but no one had quite the courage to throw out. It smelled of dust, old paper, and the cold particular decide, spaces in rich houses, not neglect, exactly, but disused by people too comfortable to notice what waits just beyond their better rooms. Mrs. Brawley led us by a service stair and left us at the turn, she said. The second door. If they raise their voices. The latch does not fit fully. Then she went back to the public rooms, because some women understand at once where they are more useful and have no vanity about it. Another reason I liked her. Bess and I moved down the passage in near darkness. The second door stood just as she had said, the latch not fully taken, a line of warm library light at the edge. Through it came voices, softened by wood and dust but clear enough to make out where one listened carefully. Lady Vale first. Not enough merely to suspect. If you are wrong, you make yourself ridiculous. Fenton answered lower. I am not wrong. No, I know the hand. The room correction tonight proves it. A pause. Then Lady Vale. The Earl's behavior proves something as well. My whole body went still. Fenton gave a short breath that might have been a laugh. That he prefers her. That he is spending credit on her. There it was. Not romance. Credit. She had seen more than I wanted and in exactly the right language to make it profitable. Fenton said. Then the niece story is a sham. Of course it is. The question is whether the absent uncle exists at all. Bess's fingers closed once on my sleeve in the dark. Lady Vale went on. If he does not, then the exhibition rests on a false presentation to every patroness in the room, which would ruin her. Perhaps, Dobbs. A rustle of silk. I pictured her crossing one ankle over the other in that small handsome library, smiling at the prospect as women smile at a hand of cards not yet turned. Or perhaps it would ruin him more, if he is found to have known from the beginning. Fenton was quiet a beat too long. Then, that depends what he bought by keeping her. I shut my eyes briefly. There was the true obscenity of it, spoken plain, not merely that I was false, that I was kept. Beside me, Bess made a tiny furious sound in her throat. Lady Vale said, Do not be vulgar, it narrows the field. I am practical, Ba, she said. No, and I could hear the smile in it. You are a florist. Under any other circumstances I might have admired her for that. Fenton did not answer at once. Then, very well. If I am to be elevated, let us say the Earl has attached himself to a woman whose usefulness exceeds her announced station, and whose anonymous gentleman appears only on cards and bills. Yes. And if that gentleman proves smoke. Another pause. Then Fenton, very carefully. Then the room credit belongs to her. Which means every house in London that has engaged Mr. Colbury has been receiving a woman under false masculine representation. Lady Vale said, almost softly, Wes. The word sat in the crack beneath the door like poison. Not because it was new. Because hearing someone else build the shape of your life into a neat little instrument of harm is always more humiliating than discovering the shape yourself. Fenton said. That would ruin her. Lady Vale answered, only if told without tact. I almost laughed aloud in the dark. Tact. The word people use when they mean arrange damage. Fenton asked, and what would tact look like? A plausible male authority. I felt Bess's grip tighten on my sleeve again. Through the crack of light I saw a shadow move, Lady Vale pacing perhaps or turning in her chair. She said, if a gentleman relation can be produced. Elderly, inconvenient. Private, perhaps slightly difficult in health or temper. Then, Miss Colbury becomes merely what she appears useful female execution. The scandal dies. The exhibition remains admirable. St. Earth's reputation for exactness survives. And everyone owes a little gratitude to the person who prevented uglier discussion. There it was. The price. A male authority, not truth, never that. A name they could use, Fenton said, and if no such relation appears. Lady Vale's answer came at once. Then I think the Earl must choose whether he prefers one ruined woman or a roomful of witnesses. Silence followed that. I could hear the fire in the library. A log shifting. Glass touched lightly on wood. The whole house seemed, for one suspended instant, to wait with me in the dusty dark among its rolled maps and discarded ancestors. Then Fenton said, You mean to offer him the gentler path? I mean, said Lady Vale, to see whether he is as practical as he thinks. Bess drew in breath to speak, no doubt to call Lady Vale a creature best drowned in her own tea. And I put my hand over her wrist in the dark before she could undo us both. We had heard enough. More than enough. I moved back soundlessly into the passage and only, when the turn had taken us fully out of earshot, did I let my own breath go. Bess turned on me at once, A plausible male authority. Wes. I will kill her. No. Wes. No. She is too silk-lined to die usefully. We stood in the passage with dust and old paper and my humiliation still hot in the air between us. A plausible male authority. Of course. Of course that was where cleverness led. Not exposure first. Protection, but protection shaped like theft. Save the rural. Save the subscriptions. Save the season. All by putting a man where I stood and calling the arrangement tact. Bess said, quieter now. Do you think he will do it? There was only one him in question. I did not answer at once. Because I knew Adrian Valancourt too well now to lie to myself. He would see the shape in it. See exactly how it solved the immediate scandal. See how it kept Lady Vale from tearing open the exhibition, in public. See, too, how it stole the room from me with a gloved hand and called the theft prudence. As I said at last. Bess looked at me. You sound certain.
Wes.
Then why are you standing here and not running? I turned back toward the ballroom passage where the light from the public rooms lay warm on the floorboards, and the whole expensive evening still moved under candles, as if nothing had shifted beneath it. Because, I said, and felt the coldness of the truth as I spoke it, I need to hear him offer it. I did not have long to wait. That, perhaps, was the most honest part of the whole thing. We went back by the service stair because Bess, wiser than prophets and far ruder, refused to let me walk through the public rooms with my face arranged as it then was. At the lower landing she caught my sleeve. She said, if you break anything important, make sure it belongs to a rich family. I am striving for restraint. You are not built for it. No, I said. Only trapped by it. She looked at me once hard, then vanished toward the side passage to retrieve the dead basket and cover our absence with useful motion. Bless her. If ever I become a duchess, I shall still trust her more than most bishops. I crossed the back hall alone. The exhibition had entered its softer late stage by then. Carriages were beginning to arrive for departures rather than arrivals. The first circle of guests had gone. The room still glowed, but the evening had tilted from triumph into aftertaste. Servants moved more quickly. Lauder came thinner. The sort of women who remain late at charitable openings are either sincerely admiring or professionally curious. The second sort are always more dangerous after 10. I found Adrian in the conservatory. Of course I did. Not in the library with Lady Vale, where any direct answer might have been forced of him under witness. Not in the ballroom, where his mother still held court. In the conservatory. Among the room that had begun all of it, as if the house itself had decided there was one place left where an honest injury might still be committed without chandeliers. He stood by the fountain line with one hand in his pocket and the other on the back of a chair, looking at the lower white sweep as though it had just spoken to him, and not kindly. The room had begun to show the first signs of night's expense. A petal here. Tired narcissus there. Nothing the guests would call failure. Everything that, to me, meant the evening was living on credit. He looked up when I entered. There you are. The calm of it nearly undid me. Wes, I said, here I am. How fortunate for us both. Duh. Something in his face altered at once, not because of the words. Because of their temperature. He straightened. What is it? I laughed once. A short ugly sound. That is a charming question from a man who has likely just been offered a solution to my existence. The conservatory changed. No dramatic flicker of candle. No dropped glass. Only the subtle, decisive cold of one person understanding that the other knows more than was intended. He said, after one beat too many, you heard. Wes. There was no point in pretending not to have done it. So I crossed the room and stood where the lower white line turned the eye toward the fountain. Lady Vale's path. Adrian's path. My path. Everything in the house had become a line of sight and leverage at once. He said, she is clever. Do not praise her now. I was not. No. I turned to him. What would you call it then? Admiration for the elegance with which she proposes replacing me by a man. His eyes held mine. That is not what she proposed. The lie, or perhaps worse the narrowing, made me cold all through. She proposed a plausible male authority, I said. An elderly relation, difficult in health or temper, private enough to be believed and useless enough not to interfere. She proposed it because she has understood exactly what London will accept. Not my room, not my hand, not my work, but the right sort of mail wrapper tied around all three and labeled tact. I took a breath that did not help. And you, being practical, have of course seen at once that she is right. He did not answer immediately. That silence again. That measuring, structure building, infernal masculine silence that made every pause feel like carpentry done on one's bones. He said, "Wes?" At last. There it was then. Not shock, not misunderstanding, not my fear outrunning his thought. Simply yes. I looked at him and felt, very distinctly, the moment in which anger ceases to be flare and becomes form. "You are astonishing," I said quietly. "That is not what no." I lifted one hand before he could continue. "Do not improve it yet. Let me look at it in the condition you first offered it. It is so much cleaner that way." He came one step nearer, not close enough to touch. Never that. But enough to turn explanation from abstract to personal. "Marianne, do not use my name to sweeten theft." That landed. I saw it. "Good," he said more carefully now. "If no relation is produced, Lady Vale and Fenton will go hunting. Not only through the exhibition. Backward. Through every room you ever saved under Colbury's name. Through patron lists, servants, floorvants, accounts, routes. If they find no plausible gentleman, they do not merely ruin this opening. They ruin the structure that has fed you for 3 years." I looked at him. "And, you think I do not know that?" "I think you know it, and still hear only the insult first." The accuracy of that made me want to strike him with the nearest camellia bowl, and then apologize to the bowl. "Wes," I said, "I hear the insult first." It was very clearly spoken. Do forgive my feminine lack of legal sequence. His jaw altered by a degree. The rest of him remained intolerably composed. "This is not about insult. No." I laughed again, lower now. "A woman builds the room, saves the room, carries half the damned house on her back through rain and broken stock. And the answer offered at the first real threat is not how to keep her standing, but which man might best be set above her to make the standing socially edible. If that is not insult, then your family's idea of gratitude is very richly bred." He said, "Mine. There, at last. Some heat. Some yes, yours. Do not hide behind Lady Val's silk and Fenton's trade resentment, as if you had not already begun arranging it in your own head before I entered the room." He did not deny it. Of course he did not deny it. He said, "I began arranging survival, the male version of it, the only one London will not tear apart by Friday." That should have silenced me. It did not. It only made me colder. "So there it is," I said. "Not even you believe the room can stand under my name for 48 hours. He answered too quickly. "That is not true." No." His voice had gone lower. "I believe the room can stand. I do not believe society will let you stand beside it without first trying to strip it from you, and call the stripping propriety." For one dangerous second I nearly believed him enough to soften. Then Lady Vale's voice returned in memory a plausible male authority. "No. You speak," I said, "as if the violence in this arrangement lies only outside you." The words hit harder than I expected. He went very still. "What do you mean?" "I mean," I said, each word now sharp enough to cut something cleanly open, "that Lady Vale and Fenton would do openly what you mean to do elegantly. They would say the hand must be made male to be safe. You would say it must be made male to be strategic. The result remains a man where I stand. That is not the same thing. It is to the room." The conservatory held the sentence and would not ease it. Outside the glass, rain had thinned into a fine dark mist over the lawn. The late guests beyond the doors still laughed and moved and admired themselves under the flowers. Somewhere in the ballroom the final musicians were packing away. Hartwell had taught me long ago that the cruelest decisions are often made while silver is still being cleared and candles still burning. Adrian looked toward the sideline, then back at me. He said, "I have an uncle." The words entered the room so plainly that for a moment I thought I had imagined them. "What?" "My mother's half-brother. Horace Ion, retired. Botanist by obsession if not by accomplishment. Lives in Bath and dislikes nearly everyone equally enough to be credible. I simply stared at him. He said, "There," with effort now visible under the calm, "is the practical version. Since you wanted it stripped of sentiment." I felt as though the whole room had tilted 1 degree left. "You had him ready." "No." "How long, then?" He did not answer. "Too long." "You had him ready," I repeated. He said, "No," more sharply. "I had him available, because once I heard Lady Val's shape for the danger. I looked for the nearest wall before the fire spread." "That is beautiful," I said. "You make replacement sound protective." His voice went flatter. "It is protective." "For whom?" "For you." I looked at him and understood suddenly exactly how men like him survive their own moral comfort. Not by lying badly. By naming injury as shelter and calling women irrational if they hear the bruise under the blanket. "For me," I said softly. "Not for the exhibition. Not for your mother's subscriptions. Not for your own reputation, now visibly tied to Miss Culberry's extraordinary usefulness. For me. Yes." The word landed like a slap. I walked away from him then, 3 strides only, to the far side of the fountain, because if I had remained where I was, I might have said something too wild to recover from. The fountain was still dry. We had never meant to run it. Water complicates scent and makes half the room think itself in a funeral parlor. I stood beside its cold stone lip and looked down at my reflection broken in the dark basin. Candlelight behind me. White flowers above. A woman in the middle made possible only by being strategically renamed. "I have spent 3 years," I said without turning, "building a false man because the true woman could not eat on admiration. I know exactly what disguise costs. Do not speak to me as if I require education in compromise." "Then hear the difference." I laughed. "Oh, yes. Let us hear the difference. It is one of your favorite forms." He came no nearer. I knew that without looking. His restraint had become one of the room's pressures now. "As much a fact as the scent or the glass," he said. "The difference is that this one can hold only until the exhibition closes." I turned then. "Only." "Yes. You think theft improved by a time limit becomes temporary inconvenience. I think a temporary shield is not the same as permanent erasure." "Do you?" "Yes." "Then you are less imaginative than I thought." "The conservatory went very quiet," he said, after a beat. "Explain that." There it was again. Not defense. Demand for exactness. "Very well. If your Uncle Horace appears tomorrow," I said. "Society breathes out. Mr. Culberry becomes real enough. Miss Culberry returns to being useful female execution. The room is admired. The scandal dies. And when it dies, what remains? Not the momentary shield. The new habit. The new story. The new little satisfied arrangement by which everyone may say, 'How fortunate there was a gentleman after all.'" I folded my arms hard against myself. "That is not temporary. That is installation." For the first time since I entered, something in his face gave way from calm into something more human and therefore more dangerous. "That is not what I want." "No," I said. "Only what you would accept." We looked at one another across the white line and the dry fountain, and the evening's dying grandeur. I saw then that he was tired in the way only moral arithmetic can make a man not sleepy, not frayed, but worn thin by seeing 2 harms clearly and having to choose which one can be carried without becoming contemptible. "Good. Let him feel some of it," he said, very quietly. "I would accept it, because the alternative may destroy what feeds you. And I would refuse it because the price is my own disappearance in daylight." There was no answer to that which did not wound one of us too visibly, so of course, he chose the practical wound. "If the alternative is ruin—" "Do not finish that sentence," I said. He stopped. "If the alternative is ruin," I said myself, "then let me choose how much of me survives it. There. There at last. Not wit. Not heat. The center of it, spoken plain." Something changed in his face when I said it. Not softened. More terrible than that. He understood me too well. "And if you choose badly." The question was quiet, almost intimate in its directness. I hated it with a violence out of all proportion to the volume. "Then I shall have the comfort," I said, "of being the author of my own destruction instead of the beneficiary of your arrangements." He flinched, only inwardly. A half-inch, perhaps, at the mouth. But I saw it. I had wanted to wound him. That was the first ugly fact. The second was that I had. A wiser woman would have stopped there. I was not wise. I was hurt and angry and standing in a room built by my own hands and preserved tonight by labor I had paid for with humiliation all day. "So yes," I said. "Bring your uncle if you wish. Set him above the room. Let him be difficult and male and suitably absent. Let society thank him for what my hands have done. It will be only one more version of the arrangement I was born to, will it not? A gentleman receives the name. A woman keeps the room standing." The sentence was too much. I heard it as I said it. So did he. His voice, when it came, had gone very low indeed. "You think so little of me?" I looked at him. No. That was the trouble. I thought far too much of him, and that was why this hurt in the exact places it did. But I was still angry enough to choose cruelty rather than honesty. "I think," I said, "exactly as much as tonight has taught me." Silence after that. Real silence. Not the thinking kind. The kind that follows a break and knows itself. Then he said, "Very well." I went cold. "Very well." He crossed to the side table and took up the folded list of next morning's exhibition sequence. Not because he needed it. Because he needed something in his hand that was not me or this room, or the entire impossible tangle of what had just passed between us. He said, "I will send to Bath in the morning." There it was. Not threat. Decision. "Good," I said. The word nearly tore my throat. He bowed. Not deeply. Not with social flourish. Precisely. As if to restore the measure between us because the rest had gone so badly out of it. "Miss Colbury." The use of the name then was worse than if he had struck me. I did not answer. He left me in the conservatory with the dry fountain, the lowered white line, and the sudden knowledge that the most elegant injuries are the ones delivered by men who still believe themselves protective while they perform them. Only when the door shut did I realize my hands were shaking. Bess found me there 5 minutes later and took one look at my face. She said, "Oh no." "Wes," I answered. That was all I could manage. Bess shut the conservatory door with her heel and crossed the room in 3 strides. She said, "If you say one noble word about practicality, I shall put you bodily into the citrus tubs." I laughed. Not because anything was amusing. Because the alternative was far too near tears, and I would sooner have drowned in Mrs. Valacourt's dry fountain than cry over a man who thought himself merciful while arranging my extinction in polished terms. That seems extreme. No. This is extreme. She took my hands and looked at them. "You are shaking." "I am not." "You are." I pulled them back. "It will stop." "No, it will not. Not if you stand in here breathing narcissus and rage." She glanced toward the closed door through which Adrian had gone. "Did he truly say Bath?" "Wes." "Oh, excellent. Let us add distance and a plausible botanist to the injury." I sat down because my knees had begun to feel less like a part of me than an afterthought, and because the room, which had held all evening under my command, now seemed perversely eager to tilt. Bess crouched before me with the abrupt, competent tenderness of a woman who had no patience with sentiment and more loyalty than most blood relations. She said, "You cannot let him do it." That is comforting. I had been waiting for instruction. "I am serious." So am I." She sat back on her heels. "Then stop speaking like that." "Like what?" "Like a woman who has already turned herself into the tragic lesson of the thing." I looked at her. "I do not recall inviting moral counsel from my assistant." She said, "No. You only hired it." That nearly undid me again. I turned my face away and looked toward the white line we had saved at such cost. Still beautiful. Still expensive. Still holding. The room had no business remaining so lovely while the terms beneath it had gone so rotten. Bess said more quietly, "He is wrong. He may even know he is wrong."
"West."
"That is not the same as wishing to hurt you." I laughed once under my breath.
"No,"
I said. "Only the same as being willing to." There was a knock at the side door. Bess rose at once, all softness gone from her face. "Good girl." Mrs. Brawley entered. She said, "The last guests are leaving the ballroom." Her eyes went to me, then away with merciful speed. "His lordship asks whether you will speak with him in the West Gallery before the family retires." Bess made a sound low in her throat. I said, "No." Mrs. Brawley did not move. Not because she meant to challenge me. Because she was old enough to know that quick refusals and final refusals are not always the same thing. After a moment she said, "As you please. I was also asked to say that he has not yet written to Bath." Bess looked at me. I looked at Mrs. Brawley. "Not yet." "No, miss." There it was. The slender miserable thread of delay. Not reprieve, worse. Choice returned. "Where is the West Gallery?" I asked. Bess swore softly. Mrs. Brawley told me. It ran above the little winter salon on the west side of the house, half lined in family miniatures and half forgotten, because no one sane preferred a narrow upstairs gallery to better lit rooms below, unless they wished not to be seen in them. Which, naturally, made it ideal for the sort of truth men like Adrian Vallecourt discovered only after doing damage in more practical spaces. Bess said, "You do not owe him conversation." "No," I said. "But I may owe myself hearing whether he means to be cruel in full or only by method. That is not a healthy instinct." "It is mine," Mrs. Brawley said. "If I may, miss." We both looked at her. There are men who wound because they like power and men who wound because they think cost and safety are the same thing. The second sort are harder to live with and easier to regret. She paused. "He looks very much like the second sort tonight." "That is not encouraging." She said, "No. Only perhaps useful." I went. The West Gallery was colder than the rest of the house and dimmer too, lit only by 2 wall lamps and the spill of light through the half-open salon doors below. Rain traced the tall window at the end in soft shifting lines. Along one wall hung miniatures of dead Vallecourts, whose mouths all looked as though they disapproved of pleasure in principle and of their descendants in particular. The floorboards answered too clearly underfoot for any real privacy. Good. Let the house hear some of it. Adrian stood by the end window. He had taken off his coat. His cravat remained exact, which annoyed me. One hand rested on the sill. The other held nothing. Better. If he had come armed with letters or terms or some folded mail solution, I might have turned around at once and spared us both the next 20 minutes. When he heard my step, he turned. For a moment neither of us spoke. Then I said, "You wish to continue arranging me?" His face altered. "Not much," he said. "I wished not to leave it where we left it." "That is the same thing." "No." I came farther into the gallery and stopped where the light from the nearer lamp fell on me and not on him. Petty, perhaps. But I had no wish to stand in shadow while he delivered another well-bred injury. "You had a proposal," I said. "You made it. You had a practical justification. You gave it. What remains? You heard only half of it." I stared. That is an extraordinary complaint from a man who opened with disappearance and called it shelter. He took that without visible defense. He said, "What remains?" More quietly. "Is that I do not know how to keep you standing without giving society a shape it can survive." The sentence was too honest to be handsome and too ugly to be pardonable. I folded my arms. "There is the whole of you, I think. Not how to keep the work standing, not how to keep the room, how to keep society from choking on me. No. No. No." He came one step nearer. "Not enough. Never enough. How to keep society from taking you apart before the work has any chance at all to continue. That is not your decision." I know. The quickness of that answer disarmed me for half a second, and made the next wave of anger worse, because it had no easy pride to push against. "Then why do you speak as if my survival had become your province?" He was quiet long enough that I almost regretted the question. Almost. At last he said, "Because somewhere between the market and tonight I ceased being able to treat you as a room problem." There are sentences one should not hear in dim galleries from tired men. One already wants too much. I said, "Because safety lay only in sharpness now. That is a pity. You are better at room problems." His mouth moved by a fraction. Not smile. Heard acknowledged and put to use. He said, "Yes. I know." Rain sounded at the end window. Down below, a door shut, then another. The house was putting itself to bed around us while we stood among dead faces and tried not to lie. He said, "Marianne, if Lady Vale and Fenton move first, They do not merely threaten your name. They threaten every household that has employed you, every patroness who prefers mystery, while it flatters and outrage when it complicates her. They drag you backward through 3 years of work until no room you built belongs to you anymore, but only to the fraud they discovered. And your answer, I said, is to make the fraud male enough to be forgiven. My answer is to stop them before they begin. At what price? I know the price. No. I stepped closer without intending to. You know the public price. The social one. You know what rooms will say and what names will survive on cards. You do not know the price to me. Then, tell me. The words came so fast and so plainly that I nearly missed them. I looked at him. For one dangerous instant I considered choosing the easier cruelty. Something light. Something sharp. Something that would let him think himself perceptive, while keeping the center untouched. But we had gone past lighter wounds. We both knew it. You want me to tell you the price? I said, very well. The price is that I have spent 3 years allowing men to exist where I had worked, because that was the bargain with bread. It was ugly and useful and mine. Your plan asks me to accept the same bargain, not from hunger now but from you. From the one man who has actually seen what the room is when my hands are in it and still says, yes, better place a gentleman on top. His face changed then. Not outwardly much, yet I saw the line of the thing land in him fully at last. That is not fair. No, I said. It is not. Fair would have been if your practical genius had thought of one plan that did not begin with my own erasure. He took another step. Now, we were too close for the gallery. Good. Let it become improper. The room had ceased deserving better. I thought of survival. I know. Men adore survival when it asks women to shrink first. That is not what I am asking. It is exactly what you are asking. My voice shook once and I hated that he heard it. Only elegantly. Only temporarily. Only until the room is safe. Only until the papers settle. Only until London's stomach adjusts. There is always an only. And after each only a little more of the woman is gone, and everyone calls the arrangement civilized. He did not answer. He looked as if he wished to and knew any answer would arrive too late. I went on because stopping now would have been worse. If you had met me 3 years ago, you would have thought it sensible too. Clever, even. Of course the hand must be hidden. Of course the name must be borrowed. Of course the room may be built by a woman, so long as some man's coat hangs in the vestibule before it. I know all the arguments. I invented half of them. I let out a breath that was almost a laugh and entirely miserable. Do you not see? I could bear the lie when I chose it. I cannot bear you choosing it for me. That did it. The silence after that was no longer quarrel. It was exposure. Adrian said, very low. I blinked. No, I did not see it. He took one more step, then stopped as if the rest of him had remembered the gallery too late. Not like that. The lamp flame moved once in the draught from the window. The miniatures on the wall looked on with all their tiny ancestral disapproval. He said, one I heard Lady Vale's solution. I thought only how to keep them from tearing you open in public. I thought speed, shape, plausibility. I thought what a man in my place is trained to think, when a house is under threat. His gaze held mine and did not permit escape. I did not think what it would be to hear that answer from me. There are apologies one wants dressed better. This was not one of them. It was too raw for Polish. That, I said, is because men are not required to imagine it. No. And now. The word came out thinner than I wished. Now. He looked at me so steadily that for a second I forgot the gallery, the rain, the house, the entire year. He said, now. I cannot think of it without wanting to break my own plan apart with my hands. Something in me answered that before sense could interfere. I hated the answer. He saw it. Of course he saw it. That was the second terrible thing about him. Not merely that he understood rooms, that once he had begun to understand me, he understood too quickly. You should go, I said. No. The word landed between us like a hand. Do not make this worse. I am trying not to, but that is not reassuring. It is the truth. We were standing much too close now for anything prudent to survive. I became acutely aware of details I had no right to notice. The damp at his cuff where he must have touched the sill, the faint scent of candle smoke and rain left in his coat, the line of tiredness beside his mouth, the fact that his hands, held very still at his sides, were hands I had seen carrying baskets and cutting stock and steadying rooms. He said, "This is not about the room anymore." The gallery seemed to tilt. "No," I said, because there was no point in the smaller lie now. "It is not." We stood in the truth of that for one suspended beat. Then he said, quieter still, "If it were only the exhibition, I would have sent to Bath already. There are confessions that open a wound and there are confessions that tell you where it has been all along. This was the second kind." I could not answer. He went on, each word costing him visibly now. "Good. Let it. I have been telling myself since the market that I meant only to keep the room from collapse. Then the room became the house, and the house became your work, and your work became bread, and somewhere in the middle of all that I stopped being able to pretend that what I wanted was merely a safer fiction." The rain at the window sounded suddenly louder. I said, because I had to say something or die of hearing it, "That is an extremely ill-advised thing to say to a woman you are trying to place under another man's name." He flinched. "Yes. Good. Let the contradiction stand in his flesh too." "I know." "Do you?" "Yes." The force of it struck through everything else. Not because he argued. Because he had at last reached the part of himself where argument ended. "And still," I said. "And still. There was too much in that. Entire room's worth. I should have left. I know that. Any sensible woman with less exhaustion, less anger, and less need would have turned then and gone straight back to Bess, and the dead flower basket, and the safety of practical conversation. Instead I stayed exactly where I was, and let my own ruin take one more step of clear shape. Do you know?" I asked. "What is hateful about you?" At that, despite everything, one corner of his mouth moved. "I expect you are about to tell me." "Yes. You are earnest in the exact places other men are ornamental." The almost smile vanished. He said, "And what is hateful about you is that you make me understand exactly how much I have mistaken strategy for care." We looked at one another. No wit left. No room language. No committee ladies. No plausible uncles. No borrowed male wrappers. Only that. The worst of honesty when it arrives too late to save comfort and just early enough to make surrender impossible. I do not know which of us moved first. I only know that when he touched my face, it was with such care that for one treacherous second, everything Lady Vale had said, everything Fenton knew, every arrangement of men over women, every noble solution and practical theft in the world, seemed merely noise outside the gallery. Then I turned my head and his hand fell away. Not rejection. Not quite. Refusal of the moment. Which is worse, because it leaves all the feeling alive beneath it. "No," I said. His breath shifted. "Marianne." "No." I stepped back because if I did not then I would not at all. Not here. Not while you still mean to save me by making me disappear. The words cut him. I saw them do it. Again. "Good. Terrible." He said nothing. I think, because he knew there was nothing left to say in the gallery that would not either insult what had just happened or beg too cheaply for what could not yet be given. At last I said, more steadily, "If you bring your uncle into this, you do it over my objection and with full knowledge of what I will call it. And if I do not?" There it was. The true question stripped bare. I looked at him and knew the answer already, because it had been building beneath every arrangement, every correction, every dangerous useful glance, all through the last 2 days. "If you do not," I said, "then you must choose me in full daylight and bear what follows." The sentence stayed in the gallery like a struck note. He did not blink, did not soften, did not rescue himself into wit or rank or practicality. He only said, "Wes." The word almost undid me. I stepped back again. One more step and the moment would break enough to survive. "We shall see," I said. Then I left him standing in the west gallery with the rain at the window, and the family dead judging him from their little frames. And I understood before I reached the stair that whatever happened next, the room between us had already crossed too far to return to safety. I did not sleep. That was becoming a vulgar habit with me. By the time morning found the house, I had already risen, dressed, and sat through half an hour at the little writing table in my room, staring at the basket of dead flower heads Bess had insisted on leaving there as an educational object. Wilted camellia, one broken narcissus stem, a twist of waxed reverse wire, the remains of triumph, or the remains of strategy. It was difficult just then to tell the difference. Rain had gone in the night. The sky outside was pale and untrustworthy, the sort of London morning that pretends at cleanliness, while the gutters still remember everything. Somewhere in the yard below, the grooms were already at the horses. The exhibition rooms at Valacourt would need turning early, if the opening arrangements were to hold fresh through the second day of guests. Under any sane order of the world, I ought already to have been there. Instead, I sat with the dead flowers and thought of his hand at my face in the gallery and of the word yes, spoken when I told him what full daylight would require. That was the cruelest part. Not that I doubted he felt something. That I believed he did, and still could not tell whether feeling in a man like Adrian Valacourt made him braver or merely more inventive in his injuries. Bess came in without knocking, carrying tea and disapproval in equal quantities. She said, "Well, that word again. It pursued my life like mildew." "You may have a better vocabulary than nobility," I said, "or I shall dismiss you to the oranges." "You may dismiss me to the bishop, and I shall still say well when your face looks like that." She set down the tray and took in the room at once. "Have you decided whether to kill him or yourself?" "Nether. It lacks novelty." She poured the tea herself, which is how one knows true loyalty. No servant with proper caution meddles in a lady's cup, while she looks murderous unless long experience has taught her the risks and she remains anyway. I took the cup. She said, "He has not sent to Bath." I looked up sharply. "How do you know?" "Mrs. Brawley sent word before breakfast. The messenger stood ready. No letter went." She folded her arms. "So." The tea burned my tongue. "Good. I deserved some physical consequence before noon." "So he is still deciding," Bess said. "No. He is still hoping." That answer coming from her struck me harder than if it had come from anyone in silk. "Hoping for what?" "For you to rescue him from choosing." I put the cup down too quickly and tea struck the saucer. "That is unfair." "Wes," said Bess, "which is why it may be true." I stood up at once because sitting under her wisdom was intolerable. "There are flowers to cut." "There are always flowers to cut. There are not always earls trying to hand women to imaginary uncles." "I am very aware of that." She watched me cross to the window and back. "What will you do?" "There are questions which, if asked by the wrong person, invite deceit. By Bess they admitted only the truth." "I do not know." "You do." "No," she said. "Wes," very quietly now. "You know what you cannot live under, and that is usually the same thing." I should perhaps have thanked her. Instead, I stared at the dead camellia in the basket until its ruined edge blurred. By 8:30 I was at Valacourt House. Not because I had decided anything. Because flowers do not wait while women arrange their heartbreak. The side court admitted me as it had all week. The service passage smelled of beeswax, wet wool, and the first fresh cuttings from the lower kitchen garden. Mrs. Brawley met me at the conservatory door with no greeting at all, which I appreciated. Useless gentleness before a room in need is nearly always an insult. She said, "His lordship is in the little morning office. Mr. Fenton has sent word twice." That brought me fully awake. "What word?" "That if Mr. Colbury is to be made visible, it must be done before luncheon, as he has professional queries from two ladies whose names he did not supply." Her mouth changed by the smallest degree. "I believe one was Lady Vale, though he did not say so, of course. And the room. It waits." I entered the conservatory. The room held more honestly in morning light than it had any right to. The white line remained cool. The lowered opening still breathed properly. Last night's success had not been an illusion. That was almost enough to make the hurt worse. If the work had failed, I could have hated it cleanly and gone. Beauty surviving only complicated the question. Adrian came in by the inner door. He had not shaved yet or had shaved badly, which in him amounted almost to disarray. His coat was on, but not fully settled over the shoulders. He looked as if he had slept as little as I had and more usefully, which I resented. He stopped when he saw me. For one absurd second it seemed to me that the whole room tightened to hear which of us would speak first, and in what language. I chose clarity, because I had lost patience with every softer tool. Have you written to Bath? No greeting, no refuge. His gaze held mine. No. Why not? Because I meant to speak to you first. There it was again. Courtesy after injury. It should not have mattered. It did. You have spoken, I said. At length. No, he answered. I have explained. That is not the same. I folded my arms because if I did not, I might have done something humiliatingly unstrategic with my hands. Then continue. Explain why a man who knows exactly what the theft is called still means to consider committing it, but he looked away first. Not far. Toward the white line we had built. Toward the room. Good, let the work accuse him, he said. Fenton sent word before dawn. He means to call on Lady Moresby at 11 and Lady Henshaw after. Lady Vale will not wait for invitations. If nothing is done before then, the house loses the power to shape the story. The house, I repeated. How fortunate for the house. His face altered. Tiredness sharpened into something harsher. Do not do that. Do what? Make the room smaller than it is. I laughed without amusement. The room. You mean my life? I mean both. That stopped me because it was true and because I hated truth from him most when it was exactly placed. He came one step nearer. He said, I have not written. But Horace is possible. So is another route. There is an old packet of letters in my father's study from a retired botanist who once advised my grandmother. If the hand can be made useful and the man remained in Derbyshire or in his grave, the practical shape may hold. No. The word came before he had finished. Clean. Final. He did not stop at once. For a week only, perhaps less, enough to move the exhibition past the danger. No, oh. Now he stopped. The conservatory had gone very quiet around us. Brawley, somewhere beyond the side door, was giving orders to a footman in the tone of a woman who had decided hearing nothing was the safest form of tact. Good, I said, more steadily. You may invent an uncle, a half-dead botanist, or a saint on crutches if you choose. You may have him appear by note, by card, by old packet, by breath from the family vault. But if you do it over this room, you do it without me. His face changed at once. Marianne? No. Hear it before you begin arranging around it. If the next step in preserving Mr. Colbury is another man's hand laid over my work in public, then I am done. He was silent. Good. Let him be. I do not mean, I said, and heard in my own voice the effort it cost me to keep it from breaking, that I will threaten to resign and then stay on because the room looks anxious without me. I mean I am done. The conservatory may be left half-turned. The supper room may smell like money and damp citrus. Your mother may tell her committee that Miss Colbury was taken ill, or wicked, or abducted by dissenting florists. I do not care. But I will not stand under another gentleman's rescue and call it tact. He looked at me as if I had just struck something vital and not entirely mortal in him. You would leave now, Wes. On the morning after the opening, yes. Won the room still depend on you, yes. The third yes cost me most. I gave it anyway, because, I said, each word now so clear that they felt almost separate from me. If I stay after that, then everything you said in the gallery becomes true in the ugliest way. The room survives by me and is credited past me. The danger passes over my head because I bend. And you get to tell yourself you protected me while I disappear under your solution. No. If that is the choice. Then the room goes without me and whatever comes after comes honestly. He took another step. Much too close now. This is madness, Das. The commission matters to you. Yes. The house depends on it. Yes. And you would still throw it over. There was the shape of it in his mouth. Throw it over. As if I were reckless rather than simply unwilling to kneel under his carefully measured harm. I would rather lose the room, I said. Then let it teach me to accept you doing to me the polished version of what the world has already done all my life. Something in his face went white then. Not literally. Not enough for another eye to name it. Enough for mine, he said very low. I would not do that. You already are. The sentence landed with no room around it. He turned away from me then, 2 strides only, to the fountain line. One hand closed over the back of the nearest chair. Not for drama. For steadiness. I knew the difference by now. When he spoke again, the calm had gone from his voice and left something more exposed in its place. He said, I have been trying to keep one ruin from eating another. And I answered, I've been living inside that sentence for years. He looked back at me. There was no defense left in him then. Only the naked miserable fact of a man discovering that care and control had grown from the same root in him, and that I had seen it before he had. Good. Let him feel it. We stood there too long. Then, in the corridor beyond, a footman announced Lady Vale. The name passed through the side door like cold. That, perhaps, was the final mercy. Not because it improved anything. Because it forced decision out of feeling and back into time. Adrian looked toward the door. Then at me, he said, Do not go. The plainness of it nearly ruined me. But he had earned no gentler truth from me. If Lady Vale enters this house at 11 and leaves believing another man stands behind this room, I said, then I do go. Before luncheon, with my tools and my assistants and whatever remains of my own respect. I took one breath. That is the one plain thing I can still give you. He did not answer. He could not. The house had moved too fast around us. Mrs. Brawley appeared at the door. My lord. Lady Vale insists. Of course she did. Adrian straightened. The whole of him drew back into order so quickly it made my heart hurt with anger. He said, without looking away from me, Show her to the blue morning room. Mrs. Brawley hesitated the smallest fraction. Then, Wes, my lord. She went. I looked at him and knew all at once, with a certainty so clean it left no room for hope, that nothing more useful could be said between us before Lady Vale spoke, and the world arranged itself around whatever he did next. So I did the only thing left that was mine. I took off the work gloves, set them on the side table, and said, Very well, then I withdraw. The words seemed to sound in the room much longer than the syllables required. He stared at the gloves, then at me. You cannot mean. I mean exactly that. Marianne? No. My voice steadied as I heard it, which was both blessing and curse. Do not use my name now. Not if what answers it in you is still trying to save me by replacing me. His breath shifted once. I went on because stopping would have been surrender. Bess will collect my tools from the side passage. The unfinished placement notes may remain. The room itself may remain. But my hand leaves it. If you want your plausible authority, let him finish the exhibition. There are moments when a person in front of you discovers that what he had thought an argument was, in fact, an edge. This was one. He said, Half the side return is not reset. I know. The upper supper room line still needs cooling. Wes. My mother expects. I know. He took one step forward, not commanding now, not strategic, raw enough that I almost could not bear looking at him. I do not want this. No, I said softly. Only what causes it? The sentence hurt us both. Good, bad, true. Outside the rain began again. Just lightly at first, tracing the upper panes. The conservatory's smell changed by 1 degree. And the room we had built together last night and salvaged together this morning suddenly seemed to belong not to triumph but to aftermath. I turned for the side door. At the threshold I stopped and looked back once. He was still standing by the fountain line, one hand at his side, the other on the chair back, as if movement itself had become too costly for a moment. The room around him was not ruined. That was the point. Not ruined, half finished. Vulnerable, beautiful enough still that failure would now be visible in degrees rather than collapse. A more painful condition altogether. Tell Lady Vale, I said, that Miss Calbury was not equal to the weather. Then I left him there with the room, the cost, and the precise knowledge that in trying to protect me by means the world would accept, he had repeated the very pattern. I could no longer survive. Chapter 5. Credit in Full Light. I had never before discovered how much lighter a work basket feels when one has no intention of returning to the house for which it was packed. That is not a poetic observation, only a cruel one. Bess carried the larger crate. I carried the shears, the wire roll, my gloves left folded uselessly on Mrs. Valcourt's side table, and the remnants of a room I had chosen to abandon before luncheon. The side passage at Valcourt still smelled of damp stone, beeswax, and the green sweetness of arrangements not yet dead enough to admit failure. Behind me, somewhere in the conservatory, the house was already beginning to absorb the fact of my absence. A footman's tread hurried. A door opened and shut. Someone called for Brawley in a tone too high to belong to peace. Good, I thought. Then hated myself for the thought. Then hated him for making it possible. Bess said nothing until we reached the side court. Rain had come back in a thin London mist, not enough to soak it once, only enough to make every stone uncertain. The smaller cart stood where it had left us earlier, one wheel still muddy from the churchyard lane. Looks looked from me to the crates and then toward the house with the expression of a man who knew better than to ask questions, if he wished to keep all his wages inside the week. He said, "Back to the workroom, miss." Yes. That was all. No tremor in it. No ruin audible. I was proud of that for almost half a second, and then ashamed of the pride, because it meant I still had energy left for vanity after all. Bess climbed up opposite me, and only, when the cart had turned out of Valcourt's side court, and the house itself was partly hidden behind wet laurel, did she speak. "Well." I closed my eyes briefly. "I shall die pursued by that word," she said. "Wes. But not today if you can help it." "What now?" "There are times when a woman ought perhaps to say, 'I do not know.' It is honest and buys one a little merciful room." This was not one of them. Bess would smell uncertainty on me like wilt on roses and refuse to let me keep it. "We go back," I said. "We open the workroom. We separate what remains of Valcourt stock from ours. We return anything that can be returned without degradation. We cut the rest for smaller orders before spite ruins all value." Bess nodded. "Thier. That sounds like you." "I am still me," she said. "Yes." Very quietly. "Only more expensive." I looked away through the rain, streak-side curtain. London in wet morning is a city made mostly of backs of houses, of carts, of servants, of women going quickly, because standing still in weather costs too much. We passed the Mews turn where the first shipment had broken its axle, though not the wheel itself now. Only the memory of failure flattened into muddy water and ruts. A butcher's boy shouted at a dog. Two maids in pattens hurried under one umbrella too small for decency. No one in any of it cared that one room, in one noble house, had turned itself into the site of my final patience. That, too, was almost insulting. At the workroom, the first thing I did was count money. Not because I am romantic about hardship, because nothing improves by being ignored except noble sons and bad wallpaper. Mrs. Phipps's remainder. Mrs. Crane's balance. Willet's last quiet threat disguised as a receipt. Coal at the end of the week. Rent to the milliner's storage yard by Monday. If she meant to continue pretending not to know what sort of business lived in her rear rooms. I opened the smaller purse. Too light. I opened the household book one should have burned 2 winters ago and still had not, because figures are more useful than shame. Too many lines. Bess stood at the opposite table stripping salvaged green from the Valcourt side crates into piles marked ours, theirs, and dead. The room smelled of wet stock, bruised camellia, and the moral ugliness of arithmetic. At length she said, without looking up, "How much?" I turned one page, then another. "If Valcourt is lost entirely." "Yes." I did not answer immediately. Bess's hands kept moving, strip, sort. "At least enough," I said at last, to turn prudence into conversation. That made her stop. Meaning my sister becomes suddenly more marriageable to men I would otherwise poison. Bess swore once, flatly and with admirable sincerity. There was no point rebuking her. The room had gone beyond the delicate requirements of language. She asked, "Do you think he knows that?" The question struck before I could defend myself against it. "Which part?" "That you did not walk out because of vanity." That if you stay out, the commission goes. And if the commission goes, the next quarter pinches hard enough for people to begin having views about your household and your sister. She finally looked at me. Does he know it that plainly? I sat back in the chair. There it was again, the dreadful thing about Adrian Valancourt. Not whether he felt, whether he understood enough. Too much. Almost always too much. U.S., I said. And still. Wes. Bess let out a breath and went back to the green pile. Well, then he must suffer like a Christian. That was so close to what I wanted that I nearly laughed. Instead I rose and moved to the side shelf where the lower commissions lay awaiting afternoon attention. Lady Penrith's supper bowls for Friday. A morning arrangement for a solicitor's wife whose grief had very exact floral standards. 3 small rehearsal baskets for a music mistress who believed ferns made her pupils look gifted. Ordinary work. Good. Let ordinary work save me from thinking. I had just set the first Penrith bowl on the table when Annie arrived from home with a basket of mending and one expressionless face that meant news had walked before her and sat down in our kitchen. She said, "Miss, what is it?" "Mrs. Finch says the butcher has agreed to Monday, though not graciously. And Miss Beatrice told me to tell you she has not yet murdered Oliver Rivington, though the temptation has improved." I shut my eyes. That, more than any figure in the account book, made the morning briefly bearable. And Mrs. Finch. She says if you mean to be proud, be profitable off then. I could not help it. Only enough to hurt. "Wes," I said. "That is very like her." Annie set down the mending basket. "There is something else." Of course there was. From whom? Valancourt House. My whole body went still. She drew out a folded note. Not from a servant's pocket but from the inside of her basket under the napkin where she had clearly hidden it from rain and gossip alike. Good girl, I took it. The seal was not Adrian's. Worse. Mrs. Brawley's hand on the outside. Within, a single sheet. Miss Colbury. His lordship has not produced any gentleman authority, and has refused all proposed substitutes. The committee grows interested. Her ladyship grows quiet, which is more serious. Lady Vale remains. Mr. Fenton has returned. The side return is holding badly. If there is any value in your seeing what your absence now costs, you may choose accordingly. If not, I shall send the remainder of your tools by cart before dusk. E. Brawley. I read it twice. Not because the hand was difficult. Because the words had entered me more quickly than sense could arrange them. He has not produced any gentleman authority. He had refused. The relief was so sudden it made me sit down. Then, just as quickly, came the second blow. The side return is holding badly. Of course it was. The lower white line had been rebuilt by speed and force of will, not by sufficient hands or time. The side return on the supper room needed cooling by noon, or it would thicken in scent by evening and make the whole room feel close. I knew it as surely as I knew my own pulse, had known it when I left, had left it anyway. Annie said, "Miss," I looked up too slowly. "Nothing. That is not true." "No," I said. "It rarely is." Bess crossed the room and took the note from my hand before I could stop her. Another indignity of deep loyalty. She read it, jaw tightening line by line. She said, "Well, at last. He is not entirely damned." No. Apparently not. I should have felt vindicated. I did not. Vindication is a clean sensation, and there was nothing clean left in the matter. He had refused the false man. Good. He had done it after forcing me to the edge of leaving. Less good. The rooms were holding badly. Worst of all, Mrs. Brawley had understood exactly where to place the knife. If there is any value in your seeing what your absence now costs, absence, not just his, mine. Bess folded note once and set it on the table. She said, "Do not, at once, make the face you are making." What face? The one that says duty in a woman's voice and ruin in everyone else's. I stood. That room will turn by tonight. Yes. If the side return goes warm, the whole supper room sequence goes thick. Yes. You are not helping your case by agreeing. I am not helping your conscience by lying. Annie, who had no business being present for this, and all the right instincts to stay anyway, said, "Mrs. Finch also told me to tell you that housework and martyrdom are not the same labor." I looked at her. My household, I said, is getting insubordinate. Don't know, said Bess, only educated. The room held. On the table lay the smaller purse, the household book, Vallecourt's damaged remnants, Mrs. Brawley's note, and the whole miserable practical shape of my life. If I stayed away, I preserved my objection and lost the room, the commission, perhaps the quarter. If I returned too quickly, I risked making a fool of my own ultimatum, and proving Adrian right in the ugliest way, that beauty and bread would always drag me back over my own pride before noon. I hated him. I hated the room. I hated even more the part of me that still wanted, beneath everything else, to know what his face had looked like when he refused the uncle. Bess saw enough of that in me to become dangerous. She said, "Do not go back because of him. I would never be so stupid." "Good, then go back because of yourself." I stared. She folded her arms. He has made his choice for now. Fine, let him wear it. But the room is still your work and the money still your bread. If you mean to reclaim either, do not do it by sitting here counting lines and letting Lady Vale write the ending. There it was. Not forgiveness. Not surrenderation. A different thing. I looked at the note again. If there is any value in your seeing what your absence now costs, you may choose accordingly. Mrs. Brawley, may even reward her hidden sins, had left me exactly one avenue that did not smell of capitulation. Choice. Not because Adrian asked. Because the room still bore my hand and I had not yet consented to let it die under committee fingers. I reached for my shears. Bess let out a long breath. She said, "There you are. Do not look pleased. I am terrified. It is not the same." Annie brightened in that dangerous young servant way that means drama has turned suddenly into motion, and motion feels better than waiting in kitchens. "Shall I tell Mrs. Finch?" "No," I said at once, then reconsidered. "Yes, tell her I am not returning to Vallecourt House. I am going to collect my work." Bess grinned outright. She said, "That is much better." It was. It truly was. I took up the grey pillows again, the work basket, the account note, and the exact shape of my own temper newly corrected into usefulness. If I went back, it would not be as the woman he meant to protect by means that erased her. It would not be as the injured beloved in a gallery nor the martyr of an exhibition. It would be as the author of the room. Returned not for his peace, his plan, or his apology, but because beauty built with my hands was not to be left in the custody of people who thought it plausible. Male authority, the finest kind of tact. I tied my bonnet strings with fingers steadier than they had any right to be. "Comb," I said to Bess. She lifted the larger crate. She said, "Now that sounds promising." Vallecourt House looked worse in daylight. Not physically. Not poorer. Houses like that do not know how to look poor even when the people inside them deserve the education. No, it looked worse because the elegance of the previous evening had thinned into evidence. One saw more clearly by morning what had been carried by servants, by flowers, by lies, and by nerves. A room after triumph is like a beauty after fever. The color may remain, but one begins to understand what produced it. The side court admitted us with less ceremony than before. Good. I had not come for ceremony. Mrs. Brawley met us in the passage and, to my relief, did not immediately say anything designed to soothe. She took one look at the baskets in our hands and the expression on my face and said only, "The side return has gone warm. I know. And Lady Vale is still here." Of course, she is. She had chocolate again at 10. Mr. Fenton with her. Her ladyship has reached the stage of quiet in which the whole household begins wishing for thunder instead. I handed Annie's note back to Bess and took off my gloves, finger by finger. The movement felt curiously ceremonial, as if I were stripping not kid leather but the last stupid softness from my own mourning. "Where is he?" I asked. Mrs. Brawley did not need to ask which he. "In the blue morning room, with Lady Vale, Mr. Fenton, her ladyship, and Lady Imogen. I have not counted committee husbands because they improve nothing." Well, that was almost more than I had hoped. Not because I wished him pain, because pain under witness is the only sort men like Adrian Vallecourt cannot too easily reorganize into private virtue. If he meant to choose, let him choose where the walls might remember it. Take me to the supper room, I said. Mrs. Brawley blinked once. Not to the blue room. No. F. Lady Val. May go on drinking chocolate until hell freezes under silver, I said. The room first. Bess let out a small breath of approval behind me. The supper room was failing exactly as I had known it would. Not publicly yet. Not in the vulgar ways guests with no eye would have named. The side return had thickened under the warmed air from the adjoining gallery. One camellia bowl had gone slightly over sweet. The lower greenery no longer cooled the line as it should. To most women it would still have looked rich. To me it looked tired and just on the edge of admitting it. I crossed to the side return at once. Open the east shutters, I said to no one in particular. A footman in the doorway moved before Mrs. Brawley had to repeat it. Good. The house had learned enough of me to be useful. Bess set down the larger crate and surveyed the damage. It is not dead. No. Only offended. Yes. That, too, was London. Rooms die by offense long before they die by rot. I stripped the first warm blooms without mercy and rebuilt the side edge with the salvaged white from our morning haul. Cleaner. Less scent. My hands returned to themselves with the first cut. It is one of the few consolations of work that the body often remembers order before the mind does. Twine. Wire angle. Space. I could almost forget the blue morning room and the people gathered there if not for the fact that every board in the house seemed to hum with the question of what he was doing in it. Bess handed me the mock orange before I asked. That was friendship, Mrs. Brawley said from the doorway. He has not yielded. I did not look up. To whom? To Lady Vale. Or to her ladyship. Or to the practical gentleman he was offered from Derbyshire. The names and counties have changed 3 times. The answer has not. The bloom in my hand snapped. Not because I meant it to. Because the words struck at the exact weak place. I recovered at once and stripped the broken head cleanly enough to save the rest. What answer? Mrs. Brawley was too precise a woman to dramatize what could be quoted. He says no gentleman will stand between the room and the hand that made it. The whole supper room seemed to stop around me. Bess said, after a moment. Well, I nearly smiled despite everything and hated myself for the impulse. Do not begin, I said. I have not begun. I am only admiring the Earl's late education. I bent farther over the sideline, because if I had stood upright then, my face might have betrayed more than the room deserved to see. Mrs. Brawley continued. Lady Vale called the position rash. Mr. Fenton called it commercially theatrical. Her ladyship asked whether Adrian had taken leave of sequence. Lady Imogen said, and I quote exactly, that if men were going to do something unwise they might at least do it elegantly. I looked up at that. Lady Imogen said that.
Wes.
That girl will either be a joy or a plague, likely both. I finished the side return. The room cooled by degrees under my hands. Good. Let at least one thing in Valacourt obey sense today. Only then did I straighten. Now, I said, take me to the blue morning room. Mrs. Brawley looked at the repaired line, at my face, at Bess's, and gave one of her narrow decisive nods. As you please. The blue morning room had been designed, I think, by some ancestor who believed comfort and authority might be made to coexist, if only enough silk were involved. The walls were a pale costly blue with white panel moldings. The chairs were low and upholstered beyond all practical need. Morning light came in broad from the west windows, and made the room look more innocent than any room holding, Lady Vale, had a right to be. By the time Mrs. Brawley announced me, every eye inside had already turned toward the door. Adrian stood by the hearth. Not seated. Good, let him not take ease while the room was at war. His mother sat near the window with her chocolate untouched. Lady Vale was all pearl, grey composure on the long settee, one gloved hand over the other, as if she had been born calm and meant to be embalmed in it. Fenton stood with his back to the smaller bookcase, and the air of a man who resents good breeding most, when it excludes him from victory. Lady Imogen occupied a chair by the fire as if she were attending a performance no one had thought to charge for. When I entered, the whole arrangement altered by 1 degree. Not because of me, because now the absent subject had become a woman in the room, Lady Vale smiled. Miss Colbury, how industrious of you. I crossed the threshold fully. Lady Vale. How stationary of you. Lady Imogen made a very small sound of satisfaction into her teacup. Adrian's gaze had gone to me at once and not left. I felt it all the way down my spine. No rescue in it. No command, only a question held steady and not yet asked. Mrs. Valacourt said, Miss Colbury, you have returned. That, at least, was spoken as a fact and not a plea. I respected her for it. Yes, my lady. The supper room had taken offense. Has it recovered? It has resumed reason. Good. Lady Vale said. How convenient that Miss Colbury continues to move through the house as if the rooms and their crises belonged to her. I looked at her. They usually do by the time crisis begins. Fenton shifted, eager as a dog near blood. My lady and I were only discussing how best to preserve everyone's dignity. There are phrases which should permit one to strike a man legally. This was one. How happy for everyone, I said. Adrian said, I had feared dignity might be overlooked. Before either of them could improve the moment, Marianne. The use of my name in that room was its own violence. Lady Vale's eyes sharpened. Lady Imogen's brows rose. Mrs. Valacourt did not move at all, which was almost more noticeable. Fenton blinked once like a man suddenly unsure which part of the floor concealed the trapdoor. There. That, then, was one line crossed. I turned to Adrian. You wish to continue yesterday's injury in better chairs? No, excellent. Then we are all surprised. His mouth altered by a degree. Not smile. Tension kept under exacting guard. He said, I wished to end it. Lady Vale's fingers tightened slightly over one another. How very dramatic, she murmured. Adrian did not look at her. Good, he said, I have considered. To me, every available version of the gentleman's solution. I know. And rejected them. Wes! I thought you should hear that here, where it matters. There it was, not private after all. Not under shelter of a gallery. In the blue morning room before his mother, Lady Vale Fenton, and whatever gods supervise foolish courage in men bred too well for safety. Lady Vale said, My lord, if you mean to perform virtue, I advise a smaller audience. He turned to her then, he said no. A larger one might be better. A silence, real silence. Not polite. Not social. The sort that comes when a room realizes someone has stopped playing the game it was built for. Fenton recovered first, naturally. Adrian said, Saint Earth? No one disputes Miss Colbury's usefulness. The question is merely how to regularize perception before people begin asking unfortunate questions. Then let them ask fortunate ones instead. Fenton stared. Lady Vale gave a soft laugh. And what fortunate question do you propose, exactly? Whether the London season is ready to applaud paid female expertise under its own name. He said. Wes. No ornament. No hesitation. Only yes. The room changed. I had thought, perhaps, that I was ready for him to say it. I was not. Hearing a thing in one's hope and hearing it aloud before witnesses are entirely different violences. Lady Vale's smile vanished. She said, My dear Saint Earth, more sharply now, you cannot possibly mean to drag your own house into that experiment. He said, I do not drag my house anywhere. It has already been there since the moment Miss Colbury saved my exhibition while the rest of us discussed ribbons and contingencies. Lady Imogen looked at her brother with something dangerously like pride. Mrs. Valacourt remained still enough to frighten me. Fenton's face had gone mean with disbelief. He said, You would give the room to her publicly. Adrian's gaze slid to him then, and for the first time since I had known him there was no effort at all in the coldness. He said, No. I would acknowledge that it was never mine to give. That landed like a physical blow. Not only on Fenton, on me, on the room, on every arrangement in which I had ever hidden and every man's name under which I had been made legible. Lady Vale said, You are being absurd. Possibly. And your mother. At that, at last. Mrs. Valacourt set down her untouched chocolate. She said, My son, us this morning exhausted me, disobeyed my better caution, stripped my upper glasshouse, and offended one of my most reliable committee women. I see little point in asking now whether he is absurd. Her eyes moved to me. The question is whether he is correct. The room turned to me then. That, perhaps, was the most terrible moment of all. Not hostility. Not rescue. Demand. Pure demand for the truth under my own name and in broad daylight, with no plausible uncle to swallow the weight of it for me. I looked at Mrs. Valancourt. Then at Adrian. Then at the room itself, blue and silk, lined and built for women to speak delicately in while others arranged the harder facts behind doors. Why, said, my voice did not shake. Thank God for small mercies. Yes, I said again, because the first was not enough for what had to be done. Mr. Colbury has been my name for work. The rooms have been mine. The designs have been mine. The corrections, the installations, the market routes, the suppliers, the side passages, the whole of it. I looked at Fenton. If you know the hand, Mr. Fenton, it is because you have been looking at it for years without imagining it belonged to a woman. Fenton went red. Good. Lady Vale said. On the deception. I turned to her. Yes, I said. The deception also belonged to me. I made it because London buys male difficulty more readily than female authority, and because flowers, unfortunately, do not feed households on principle alone. There are moments when one hears one's own life set out in a room and understands, too late for elegance, what scale of risk one has just accepted. This was one. Adrian spoke then. Miss Colbury will complete the exhibition under her own name. Lady Vale looked at him with real anger now, which improved her. And what precisely do you suppose follows that? Applause. He said no. Questions then answers. How noble. Fenton said no. Only overdue. Then every house in London that engaged Mr. Colbury has been deceived. Bah. Yes, I said before Adrian could. By the quality of its own assumptions. His mouth opened. Shut. Lady Imogen laughed outright. Mrs. Valancourt, to my astonishment, did not rebuke her. Instead, she looked at me across the blue morning room and said, If this goes badly, it goes badly in my house first. I should like that noted. I bent my head. Yes, my lady. Good. Then I prefer it not go badly. That, from her, was practical blessing. Lady Vale rose. For the first time all morning she seemed less silk than blade. Adrian said, You are making a spectacle of yourselves. No. That was the alternative. She stared at him. Then at me. You think the room will protect you? No, I said. But it may at least accuse you if you try to pretend you never saw it built. I think, was the moment I lost her forever. Excellent. She picked up her gloves from the side table. Then I shall leave you to your modernity. Lady Imogen said sweetly. Do mind the side return when you go. It has only just been cooled. Lady Vale did not look back. Fenton lingered a fatal second too long, he said. You are mad. To Adrian, possibly, and commercially suicidal. No, I said. Only slower than you. He went out, after Lady Vale, with as much dignity as a man can carry after being professionally outrun by a woman in someone else's morning room. The door shut. Silence remained. Mrs. Valancourt stood. She said, Well, that was worse than ribbons. Then she left too, not with approval, not with surrender, but with the look of a woman who had decided history. Once invited into her house, might as well be made to use the front entrance rather than the tradesman's court. Lady Imogen paused at the door and looked from Adrian to me and back again. She said, I assume. Adrian said, Someone is now going to do something catastrophically honest. Imogen. She smiled. Yes, I thought so. Then, to me, do not let him become noble in apology. It never suits him. And she too was gone. That left the room to the two of us. Blue walls, untouched chocolate, the smell of rain drying on wool, every other witness removed by accident or by blood. I did not move, neither did he. At length I said, Well. He closed his eyes once. God help us. That answer, so exactly placed, nearly broke the last of my anger into laughter. Nearly. Instead I crossed to the small writing table by the window and laid both hands on it, because I needed wood under my palms more than I needed grace. You have done it, yes. Without your uncle. Yes. Without your botanist. Yes. You should be congratulated on choosing daylight over theft. He flinched at that. Good. Let him. He said. I should not. No, I answered. Only perhaps not yet be murdered. For the first time since I entered, the line of his mouth changed. Not into eased. Into something more naked. Mary Ann. Och. There it was again, my name now in a room where he had spent his own credit on it publicly. A dangerous sound. I looked up.
What?
I was wrong. No defense, no architecture. No practical shading. Simply that. I had wanted an apology. Ad wanted it sharply and cleanly enough that I could either accept or reject it and move the room on. What I had not expected was how little strength I would have for hearing it once it came. About what? I asked, because one should make men earn precision. About what protection was when offered from me. There was no answer ready. He took one step closer. I thought speed and shape and plausibility were care. I thought if I built the right wall quickly enough, the world could strike the wall instead of you. His hands at his sides were very still. Too still. I did not see that asking you to stand behind another man after all this was only a finer version of the harm. I saw it in the gallery and still understood too slowly. His gaze did not leave mine. I am sorry. The room was very quiet. No one interrupted. No committee lady coughed. No servant crossed the corridor. Even the house seemed, for once, to know when not to interfere. I said, because I had to say something or surrender to all the wrong softnesses at once. That was less terrible than your first attempt. A sound escaped him then. Not laughter. Relief wounded into something like it. I improve under criticism. Wes, I said, you are infuriating that way. He came no nearer. Good if he had. I might have forgotten for one reckless second how much remained unfinished between us and in the house. The exhibition is not yet done, I said. Lettyvale will not keep still.
No. Fen will not either. No.
Then if I remain, I said very carefully, I remain on terms. His attention sharpened at once. Yes. There. That was better. Work. Terms. Structure chosen, not imposed. I let one breath out slowly. First, no more uncles, botanists, dead correspondents, or any other male ghosts are to stand anywhere near my room, my hand, or my name. Yes. Second, if anyone asks who made the exhibition, you answer plainly. Yes. Third, if plain answers cost you patronage, invitations, committee women, or some other noble vitamin on which your kind appear to feed, you do not later discover resentment under the carpet and call it sacrifice. For the first time that morning he almost smiled. I believe that was more than one term. Quote was all the same term in better breeding, he said. Wes. I held his gaze. There it was. The expensive one. Wes. If I return to the room now, it is not because you have persuaded me. It is because the work is mine, and I mean to finish what bears my hand before London begins inventing its own endings. He answered without delay. Wes. The word sounded different now, no less exact, less armored. I picked up the work gloves from the side table where some earlier, angrier version of me had not yet laid them, put them on finger by finger. The leather felt cold. He watched. Of course he watched. At the door I stopped. Not because of him. Because one last thing remained unpaid. Adrian. His face altered at the name and then steadied. Wes. This is not forgiveness. I know. No. Listen properly. I turned fully back to him. It is not forgiveness, and it is not sentiment. And it is not the beginning of some noble understanding in which both our difficulties become decorative, because truth has at last been spoken over tea. The blue room held the words like glass. It is merely the fact that you chose daylight this morning. The rest must still be earned. He looked at me for a long moment. Then, very quietly, was. There again. That word. This time I let it stand. When I opened the door, the house beyond was already moving faster. News never sleeps long under a titled roof. Somewhere down the corridor a maid stopped talking as the latch turned. Somewhere farther off I heard Lady Moresby's voice rising with the excitement of one who suspects scandal in respectable dress. Good. Let the house shift. Let it learn new routes. I stepped into the corridor. Behind me, Adrian remained in the blue morning room for 1 second and then followed. And because he followed not ahead, not above, and not to hide me under any quieter fiction, but behind me and in full sight of the house, I knew the second part of the day had already begun. The house knew before the corridor had finished carrying us. That is the trouble with service passages, polished floors, and women in silk who believe themselves discreet. News under a noble roof does not spread like fire. It settles like scent. One maid sees a door open. One footman hears a Christian name where a title ought to stand. One committee lady leaves a room too quickly, and another does not leave it quickly enough. By the time Adrian and I reached the conservatory, the whole west side of the house had already begun the delicate labor of pretending not to notice what it had absolutely noticed. Good. I had no further use for invisibility. Mrs. Brawley was waiting at the conservatory threshold with the look of a woman who had once again been proven correct in all her worst expectations and intended to make the best of it before luncheon. She asked. "Well, no, uncle," I said. Her face did not alter, but something in the room relaxed by 1 degree. She said, "Good. Then we may continue with the flowers instead of the dead." Bess, who had been repositioning the cooled side, returned in the supper room, while I was in the blue morning room deciding whether to ruin my own life more elegantly or less, looked up from the low table and took in the fact that Adrian had followed me and not the reverse. She read enough in that alone to say nothing at all for nearly 3 full seconds. Then, "Wes," I said, "you are both dreadful this morning." "Wes." That one from Adrian this time, the faintest movement at the corner of his mouth. I chose to ignore it, because the conservatory had entered the less theatrical and more expensive stage of any second-day opening maintenance. The flowers had survived the night and the first round of gossip. Now they had to survive recognition. I crossed at once to the lower white sweep. The side return I had repaired before leaving still held beautifully. Better than it deserved. The stephanotis from his mother's upper glasshouse had opened by 1/2 degree and now cooled the line exactly as I had hoped. The mock orange sat right. The lower stalk required only 1 turn of stem to restore the room's first reading. Good, the house would not shame me immediately by the flowers at least. Adrian said behind me, "What first?" There it was again, not command, not suggestion. The question of a man who had, by now, learned exactly how much it cost him to ask it and no longer meant to stop. "The catalogue tables," I said. Mrs. Brawley blinked once. Bess, who knew me too well, grinned outright. Adrian said, "Excellent. You intend to do it before the afternoon crowd, Wes." His mother had said the first day was the real opening. That was nonsense. The true opening of anything that means to survive London occurs on the second day, when the first admiration has already become rumor, and everyone returns to see whether the thing improves or merely endures. If the second day held, the exhibition became a season's event. If not, the first night shrank into anecdote. So, of course, the second day was the only day on which my name could be made useful. Lady Vale and Fenton had already carried suspicion outward. The house was already breathing it. If Adrian meant what he had said, and if I meant what I had answered, then there remained only one tolerable rota, not private correction, not side passage explanation, but visible claim before rumor finished assigning me back under some man's pocket. Mrs. Brawley said, "Her ladyship will not enjoy being surprised." "No," I said, "but she may at least enjoy being surprised correctly." Adrian looked at me. "You mean to alter the catalogue itself, Wes? The printed headings are already set. Then we alter them by hand." Bess laughed in the back of her throat. "No, that will be wonderfully vulgar," I said. "Only legible." The charitable catalogue lay in 2 neat stacks on the central table of the little receiving room off the conservatory, cream paper, black print, then ribbon marker. Every page designed to flatter donations and family names while making flowers seemed to have arranged themselves out of grateful sentiment. Under the exhibition heading the room credit read, simply, "Arrangements by Mr. Colbury." There it was. 3 words. A man I had built, a room I had made, and a false simplicity sturdy enough to feed me until it no longer could. I took up the first catalogue and looked at Adrian. "Ink," I said. He did not hesitate. Brawley. She had a pen ink and a flat writing board brought in less than 2 minutes. Useful house. Dangerous house. I rather admired it even while wishing everyone in it periodic misery. Bess took 1 catalogue and crossed out the line with brutal satisfaction. She said, "There. I feel improved already. I took the next. No flourish. No ornamental correction. Clean line through Mr. Colbury. Beneath it, in my own hand, precise enough to be read at a glance and resented at leisure, floral design and room direction, by Miss Marianne Colbury. I looked at the words. My own name on the page beneath the room. Not borrowed. Not passed sideways under some nephew'ish fiction. Not prettied into vagueness. The sensation was not triumph. It was terror so clean it felt almost like light. Adrian took the next catalogue. I watched him write the same correction in his own hand beneath mine. Mrs. Brawley, behind us, said nothing. Bess, for once, said nothing either. Even the servants at the far door understood enough to step more quietly, while the new truth was being laid into paper. After the sixth catalogue, Adrian said, "There are 80. Wes. We shall be here until winter." "No," I said. "Only until luncheon if you stop making your letters so respectable." He looked at his own correction. What is wrong with respectable letters? They read like a man trying not to be implicated. That is unkind. It is, accurate. That finally earned me the briefest of almost smiles. Good. Let him suffer under my style, if he meant to stand under my name. We worked through the stack. Not romantically. Not in some charming alignment of hands over paper, as foolish women like Lady Moresby would have preferred, if they had known enough to imagine it. No, we worked as all true things are worked under pressure. Too quickly, shoulder to shoulder, with ink on the fingers and the knowledge that every altered catalogue shifted the scale of the afternoon by 1 inch. By the 20th, the house had noticed. A footman came to ask whether the revised copy should replace the first stack in the receiving room or the side display first. Mrs. Brawley answered before I could, "Both," and looked at me as if to say, "Do not falter now, because servants grow more loyal to clear danger than to uncertain safety." By the 30th, Lady Imogen wandered in carrying her gloves and read one correction upside down from across the table. She said, "Well," I closed my eyes briefly. "It is a family disease then." "What?" "The word or the tendency." She came nearer, read the line properly, and looked at Adrian. "Mother will say this is theatrical," he said, "then she may be pleased." "It is at least not dull." Lady Imogen's smile sharpened. "To think I leave one room for 20 minutes and my brother discovers courage in the catalogue." She turned to me. "Do you require witnesses or only better ink?" "Better ink would save more lives." "I shall see what may be spared from the household accounts. One ought to spend on history, if one must have it in one's drawing rooms." Then she was gone again, light as if the whole thing delighted her. Which, to be fair, it probably did. By the 40th catalogue, Adrian's mother arrived, not in indignation, in stillness. That was much worse. Mrs. Valacourt stood in the receiving-room doorway with her gloves in one hand, and her expression arranged into the sort of calm only women of her age and class can produce when deciding whether to treat an event as disaster or infrastructure. Her eyes moved from the corrected stack to my ink-stained fingers, to Adrian's, to the line on the page. She came farther in, she said, "So." No one answered at once. Then I did, because if I meant to have my name printed in ink and watched by servants, I could at least stand upright while its consequences entered. "So." Her gaze rested on me. "You write a better hand than most men who have signed my dinner cards." "Thank you, my lady." It was not praise. "No," I said. "Only legibility." That, to my relief, won me the faintest alteration at the edge of her mouth. Not approval. Something more practical. She took up one of the corrected catalogues and read it through to the line. Read it again. Then looked at Adrian. "You understand that by 4 of the clock half the women in this room will have decided whether they find this vulgar, courageous, modern, doomed, or entertaining?" "Yes." "And the men?" Adrian did not even glance up from the catalogue he was correcting. "The men will pretend they had always assumed rooms were made by someone." Mrs. Valacourt actually laughed. Only once. Briefly. But genuinely enough to change the air. She said, "Very well. Then if we are to be vulgar, let us not be timid." She laid the catalogue down. A. Brawley, remove the old cards from the front receiving table. Imogen may distribute the corrected ones in the conservatory, where no one can pretend not to have seen them. And the little chalkboard by the subscription list, what has it written there now? Mrs. Brawley answered. Opening program and donor acknowledgements, my lady. Good. Below it, write the exhibition credit in full and in a hand no one may mistake for apology. My pulse actually stumbled. She looked at me. Miss Colbury, if your name is to be in my house, it may at least stand where people must behave themselves before reading it. There are moments when gratitude would be too small and speech too theatrical. I bent my head instead. Yes, my lady. She gave one sharp nod. Then, because no noble mother can resist at least one species of correction, when history passes through her front rooms, she said to Adrian, your C is cramped. It suggests guilt. Make it broader and left. Bess, who had heard every word while pretending to sort ribbons by urgency, said, I should like her on my side in a knife fight. You may not have her, I said. That seems selfish. Adrian, without looking up, said, the C was not cramped. It was entirely cramped, I replied. Mrs. Brawley said, Yes, my lord. He looked up then, actually affronted. 3 women and 1 housekeeper regarding a man's letter form with professional censure is perhaps the finest leveling force in England. Had the circumstances been less dangerous, I might have enjoyed it more. By the time the catalogues were done, the room had shifted again. No longer the hush of scandal merely anticipated. The sharper, stranger charge of scandal half claimed. The servants now handled the corrected copies, with a respect that belonged less to the paper than to the fact that the household had witnessed the change happen under the Earl's hand and his mother's sanction. No one can entirely stop a house from talking, but one may teach it what tone to use. By noon Valancourt had chosen. Bess delivered the front stack herself. I went with Mrs. Brawley to the little chalkboard in the receiving room. She handed me the chalk. She said, Your hand. Her ladyship was clear. Errata. Today's exhibition floral design and room direction by Miss Marianne Colbury. The chalk broke on the final Y. That felt correct. I replaced it and stepped back. There. No uncle. No gentleman authority. No shadow coat in the vestibule. Just the room and the hand that made it laid into the house, in chalk broad enough for every caller to see before admiration could comfortably forget where it ought to land. Mrs. Brawley studied the board. She said, Well. I laughed then, a little helplessly. That word again. She replied, Wes. But this time it means the house has decided. Outside in the conservatory I heard the first arrivals for the afternoon round. Too early. Of course. Women who fear missing the best part of novelty always arrive before the flowers are ready for them. Through the open receiving room door I could see Lady Imogen already in motion, the corrected catalogues in her hands and the look of a young woman preparing to distribute scandal-like communion. Bess reappeared, she said. The front bell. Twice. Lady Moresby first, which is comic. Lady Val's carriage behind. There it was. The true opening. I looked once at the chalkboard, once at the catalogues, once at Adrian standing in the receiving room doorway with ink still on one finger and his face gone very still in the way I had come to understand meant readiness rather than fear. What now? I asked. He looked at the board. Then at me, he said. Now, we stand where they can see us. And because the afternoon had at last reached the point where hiding would only make lesser people feel justified, I wiped my fingers clean of chalk on the already ruined edge of my work apron, lifted my head, and went to meet the room in full daylight. Lady Moresby read the chalkboard first. Not because she was the cleverest. Because she always entered a room looking for the nearest flat surface on which her own opinion might be reflected. She swept into the receiving room with lavender silk, one overburdened plume, and the expression of a woman prepared to be pleased so long as she could claim afterward to have expected it. Her eyes went at once to the board beside the subscription table. She stopped. Actually stopped. That was promising. Behind her came Lady Henshaw, 2 patronesses, a widow with a charitable conscience and excellent emeralds, and then, after the smallest and most useful delay, Lady Val. I stood where Adrian had told me to stand. Not behind the palms. Not in the side passage. In the receiving room itself. half a pace from the conservatory threshold, where every guest entering for the afternoon must pass first through the corrected catalogues, the chalkboard, and me. No basket. That had been Adrian's decision, and to my own surprise I had allowed it. No basket, he had said in the final minute before the bell. No shears in your hand. No object by which they may mistake you for an extension of service. He had looked at me then in that exacting, unbearable way of his. If they mean to see you, let them see you. And so there I was, dove-gray pillis, work stripped from my gloves and still visible in the small cut across one thumb. No basket. No tray. No excuse. Lady Moresby turned from the board to Adrian at once. She said, "My dear Saint Earth, what is this?" He stood to my right by the little table of corrected catalogues, one hand resting lightly on the stack, as if they were merely another practical object and not, in fact, small paper grenades laid neatly out for society to pick up of its own free will. He said, "The exhibition credit." Lady Henshaw had reached the board by then. She read it once, twice, and then looked directly at me with that cool, dangerous intelligence of hers. "Miss Marianne Colbury."
Yes,
I said. There is a particular sensation to saying one's full name aloud in a room where it had long been denied proper citizenship. It does not feel triumphant. Not at first. It feels like stepping without knowing whether the floor has been put down correctly. Lady Vale arrived beside them. Of course she did not look at the board first. She looked at me, then at Adrian, then at the board, and because she was too clever to reward anyone by showing surprise in its first natural form, she only said, very softly, "Aye." There it was again. The syllable of the damned. Lady Moresby said, "But where is Mr. Colbury?" Adrian answered at once. "Unnecessary, that landed." I felt the room hear it. Lady Moresby blinked. Lady Henshaw's mouth moved by the smallest degree. Lady Vale's fingers tightened once around the folded catalogue she had just taken from the table. The widow in emeralds, who cared more for decency than for intrigue, and therefore was perhaps the most dangerous sort of witness, said to me, "Then you are the designer. Not persistent, not niece, not young lady attached to the arrangements. The designer." "Wes," I said. The word came cleanly. No apology attached. No throat cleared before it. No little feminine softening of the edges. I had not known until that moment how badly I needed to say it without decoration. The widow's eyes flicked to the room beyond me. "How remarkable." "No," said Adrian. "Only overdue." Lady Vale turned to him then. "You mean to stand by this publicly?" There was no point in pretending not to hear the accusation under the silk of it. He said, "Wes. And to place your family's exhibition under a revelation of this sort on the second day." His gaze did not waver. "Oh, it was under her hand from the first. I have merely corrected the card." Behind Lady Vale, two newer arrivals had stopped within earshot while pretending to study the conservatory line. Good. Let them. Rooms like this deserve proper witnesses. Lady Moresby said, "I do not understand. Have we all been deceived?" "That at least," I answered myself. "Yes," I said. "And by more than one thing, I expect." Her eyes came to me at once. That was a little cruel. I knew it even as I did it. But the day had not been built for delicacy. Lady Henshaw said, "By a false male name." "Certainly." "Wes. And by your Earl, apparently." Adrian's mouth altered by a degree. "Not enough for most to see." "Enough for me." Mrs. Valacourt entered then, which improved matters immediately. Not because she rescued us. Because she rescued the room. There is a difference. She came in with Lady Imogen at her shoulder, and took in the arrangement with one broad maternal glance that included the chalkboard. The ladies clustered round it, Adrian by the catalogues, and me in plain view at the threshold. She asked, "Have we begun?" Lady Moresby turned. "My dear Lady Valacourt, your son appears to have replaced a gentleman with Miss Colbury." "No," said Mrs. Valacourt. "He appears to have replaced vagueness with the truth. One does get older." A Lady Imogen coughed into her hand with insufficient disguise to count as proper breeding. I liked her better every hour. The widow in emeralds took one of the corrected catalogues and read the line again. "Floral design and room direction by Miss Marianne Colbury." She looked at me. "My dear, why did no one say so earlier?" There are women one can answer honestly because they will hear the social truth without pretending not to. This, I thought, might be one. Because, madam, I said, rooms are more easily bought from difficult invisible men than from visible women who require payment. No one laughed. Good. Because it was not funny. Lady Vale said, that is a very convenient philosophy after the fact. The first true challenge. There it was at last. I turned to her. It was an inconvenient philosophy at the time. Her chin lifted the least fraction. Then you admit the deception. Yes, and expect admiration for confessing it in the middle of a successful house. No, I said. Only accuracy. She smiled without warmth. Adrian said, how exacting of you, Lady Val. She said, no, not taking her eyes from me. If Miss Colbury is to stand in full daylight, she can hardly object to daylight questions. I could, in fact, object very strenuously. But objection would not save the room now. Only standing would. So I said, ask them. There was a small shift in the air around us. Lady Henshaw looked suddenly more attentive than malicious. Lady Moresby looked scandalized enough to be nearly useful. Lady Vale folded the catalogue once. Very well. How many houses, then? How many women in London have paid this imaginary Mr. Colbury, while you entered by side doors and service courts under another arrangement entirely? There was the shame laid bare where the room could see it. Enough, I said. That is not a number. No, it is what women call a figure when exact numbers are no longer the real violence. That landed. Not on her. On the room. I went on because once one begins on such a road it is best to keep walking before fear rediscovers one's spine. Some houses knew less than they ought. Some servants knew more. Some patronesses preferred not to know at all so long as the rooms were admired. Mr. Colbury existed because rooms built by men are called brilliance and rooms built by women are called accomplishment only when unpaid. I looked at the chalkboard once and back at Lady Vale. The difference had bills attached. The widow in emerald said quietly, "Course it did." Lady Vale turned slightly toward her. "Do you mean to approve the fraud?" "No," said the widow. "I mean to recognize the market." That, from a woman in emeralds before 24 ears, was worth more than half the evening subscriptions. Lady Henshaw took up another catalogue. She said, "I wonder whether the more embarrassing question is not why none of us noticed sooner." "No," said Lady Moresby at once. "The embarrassing question is why St. Earth did and continued with it." At that, finally, all eyes returned to him. Good. Let him share it. The room had fed on me enough. Adrian looked entirely unlike a man trapped by a committee. Worse for them. Better for me. He looked like himself at his most dangerous still. Exact and no longer trying to please anyone in silk, he said. Because the exhibition was hers. Because she had built it already in every place that mattered before I ever set foot in the market. Because by the time I understood what London had required of her to make the work legible, the room still needed her more than it needed my comfort. His gaze moved once, very briefly, to me and then back to the gathering. And because once one has seen a fraud forced by appetite, it becomes difficult to admire the appetite afterward. That was better than it had any right to be. Too good, perhaps. Too near the pulse of it. Lady Val heard that too. I saw the precise instant at which she understood the room had moved beyond her original leverage. Not safe from her, no, but beyond the simple shape she had planned. She had expected management. She had not expected him to spend himself publicly on the correction. She said, "How romantic." "No," said Mrs. Valacourt before Adrian or I could. "Only practical, and therefore more inconvenient, but..." Lady Imogen smiled openly at that. Fenton arrived then. Naturally. He appeared in the receiving room doorway with a packet of his own trade cards in hand, and the air of a man who expects, if not victory, at least profitable confusion. He stopped when he saw the cluster at the chalkboard. Then saw the board itself. Then me standing where I was not meant, by every old rule, to stand. He recovered quickly. "Credit where one hates to give it," he said. "Well," Lady Imogen laughed outright. She said, "Do continue, Mr. Fenton. It appears to be the word of the week." His gaze slid over the room. taking its temperature with professional hunger. He saw Lady Vale, his hoped-for ally. He saw the widow in emeralds reading the corrected catalogue without disgust. He saw Adrian not on the defensive but beside the table, like a man who had already paid for the ground and meant to use it. Most of all, he saw me not hidden in a side passage but standing where the room had to reckon with me, before the flowers. There was, I think, the exact instant his calculations worsened. "Mr. Fenton," I said, "if you have come to admire the hand at last, do try not to make a speech of it." He colored. "Good," he said. "I have come to know whether the profession is now to understand deception as innovation." Adrian's voice went flat at once. "The profession may understand whatever it likes. Valancourt House will understand that Miss Colbury designed the exhibition." Fenton looked from him to me. "And the previous commissions." There it was. The real trade blow. "Not merely today's room, but all the rooms behind it," I answered before Adrian could. "The previous commissions remain what they were. Paid work done under the only name that made the work purchasable. If any house objects now, it may return the memory of the room and its compliments with equal punctuality." Lady Henshaw laughed. "This time not cruelly," she said. "Excellent," Fenton said. "I begin to see why the rooms were always so decisive. It is improper." "Wes," I said, profoundly, "you should have charged more for lesser flowers years ago, if you wished to avoid the lesson." The Emerald Widow made a sound suspiciously like approval. Lady Moresby looked as if she had reached the very edge of her capacity to hold contradiction and remain upright. Lady Vale stood absolutely still, which was far more dangerous than any outcry would have been. Mrs. Valancourt said, "Mr. Fenton, if you intend to challenge the house, at least do it after luncheon. Before then, the flowers still require my callers to admire them in peace." That was dismissal in excellent silk. Fenton heard it. He was not fool enough to resist a hostess protecting her own room, once she had publicly chosen the side of it. He bowed, badly. "As your ladyship pleases." He left. No one exhaled until the door had shut behind him. Then the room shifted into aftershock. The first wave of guests had heard enough. The second wave, entering now from the hall, saw the chalkboard, the corrected catalogues, Lady Moresby looking morally disordered, Mrs. Valancourt standing calm, and me where the room had decided I belonged. They would ask. Others would answer. Some badly, some with style. The story had begun writing itself. Good. Better that than have it ghostwritten by a plausible male authority. Mrs. Valancourt moved to the conservatory threshold and turned back once. "Miss Colbury, Wes, my lady, the left side of the lower Narcissus line is already tiring." It was not yet. Then I understood. Not criticism, rescue by work, the only kind worth much in our world. "Yes, my lady," I said at once. She nodded and went to receive the next arrivals. Lady Imogen followed her, but not before leaning close enough to me to say in an undertone, "He looks as if he has just survived himself. Do not make it too easy." "I never do." "I know," she smiled. "That is why it is improving." Then she, too, was gone into the house. That left only Adrian, Lady Vale and me in the receiving room for one suspended beat. Lady Vale looked at the corrected catalogue still in her hand. Then at him. "You have made a very untidy choice."
Yes.
"You may regret it."
Yes.
She looked at me then, finally without silk around the blade. "And you, Miss Colbury, may find that admiration and playability are not the same currency after all." There it was, the last true malice of the morning. I met her gaze. "No," I said. "But at least now the debt is mine." For the first time she had no answer ready. That, more than anything else, told me the room had changed beyond her reach. She set the catalogue down on the table beside Adrian's hand. "Then I wish you both joy of your arithmetic." And left. We were alone. Not for long. In houses like this one is never alone for long. But for one full precious dangerous breath, the receiving room held only the chalkboard, the corrected catalogues, the smell of white stock and damp glass, and the two of us standing in the aftermath of a morning that had already altered too much to ever be put back. Adrian looked at me. Not victorious, not relieved, almost raw, which was worse than either. I said the first true thing available. The left side of the Narcissus line is not tiring. He said, "No. Your ladyship wished to remove herself with dignity. That was considerate." Wes. Neither of us moved. Then, because the room had cost too much to let it sit in sentiment, I said, "You should know that your sea improved under censure."
Ah.
Something happened at his mouth then, not the almost smile. The real one. Brief, tired, entirely enough to threaten whatever composure I still claimed to own. He said, "Good." I looked at him. No more distances left worth keeping. Not with the chalk still fresh under my name and half the county about to walk in and attach itself to the shock. "You chose daylight," I said. "Yes. I did not think you would." "I know. Why?" The question came before prudence could stop it. He did not answer at once. Of course not. Every answer that mattered between us arrived only after he had cut away all the ornamental stems. He said, "Because in the end, quietly, I found I would rather lose comfort than lose the right to look at you honestly. There are moments when a room vanishes not by magic, but by concentration. The receiving room, the chalkboard, the doors, the steps beyond them. The very existence of Lady Moresby's plume in the next chamber. Everything narrowed to the man before me, and the sentence he had chosen to place between us with no witnesses left to soften it." I said, "Because anything else would have been surrender at once. That is a very dangerous answer." "Wes, you appear to be giving many of them." "Wes, there is a pattern." He came one step nearer. No one stopped him. No one could have. "There is." The room beyond us swelled with the next arrivals. A footman's voice. Silk. The hush before admiration. Time, in other words, running exactly where it ought to nowhere at all in the space between us. "Nathaniel," I said. The name changed him. Not outwardly by much. Inwardly all at once. Elinor. There at last. Not Miss Colbury. Not Saint Earth. Not the house speaking us into roles it could swallow. Only that. I should have spoken then of practicalities. Of commissions, future rooms. The survival of my work under my own name. The quarter's accounts, Mrs. Phipps's remainder. Lady Penrith's supper bowls, whether the season would punish or reward novelty, once it had finished pretending outrage. All of those things mattered. All of them still would in half an hour and tomorrow and the week beyond. What I said instead was, "The room is opening. We are in the receiving room. Wes, your mother is 10 yards away. You appear not alarmed enough. That may be fatigue." "No," I said, "only character." At that, very softly, he laughed. And then, before the receiving room could fill again, before another catalogue changed hands or another lady discovered her conscience through flowers, before the house reclaimed us for practical use, he put his hand to my face exactly as he had in the gallery the night before, and this time I did not turn away. The kiss was not grand. Thank God for that. No thunder, no music, no ornamental madness. Only the full impossible rightness of something delayed too long by pride, dangers, room names, and the appetite of other people. Candle smoke from the house. White stock and rain from the conservatory. Ink still faint on one of his fingers. The slight cold of my own skin before warmth answered it. Everything in it exact. Nothing borrowed. Nothing hidden. When we drew apart, not far, I heard the front bell ring again. Of course it did. I rested my forehead once, briefly, against his shoulder and said, "London is remarkably inconsiderate." "Yes. And if someone enters now, then they will have to develop a stronger constitution." I laughed against the cloth of his coat. "There is the Earl again." He said, "No." And when I looked up his face had that dangerous unguardedness I had wanted, and feared in equal measure from the first market morning. Only the man who means to ask whether Miss Marianne Colbury, designer of my mother's exhibition and terror of committee women, will let him remain in the room after the flowers are gone. The world did not stop. The front bell rang again. Voices approached. Somewhere Lady Imogen began laughing at someone's hat with criminal sweetness. The chalkboard still stood under my name. The house still needed the afternoon. The season still waited to decide whether to punish or applaud. There would be accounts. There would be gossip. There would be prices still to pay. But none of those things, Standing there in the receiving room with my name no longer borrowed and his hand still warm against my cheek, felt like the old kind of silence. I said, "That depends." He almost smiled. "On what?" "On whether you mean to become useful after the flowers are gone." "I do." "Good," I said, "because I have every intention of charging more." That, finally, gave me the smile entire. And because the room beyond us was already filling, because the work still stood and the future had not yet been priced but had at least been named, I took his hand, turned back toward the conservatory threshold, and walked with him into full daylight under my own name.